My Lords, I think we are good to go. Motion for debate, the situation in Israel and Gaza. Lord Ahmad of Wimbledon.
My Lords, the importance and timeliness of this debate is, to put quite simply, self-evident. And the number of speakers for this debate is testament to not just the strength of feeling in your Lordship's House, but also the deep insights, wisdom and expertise. I'm sure over the course of the next few hours, as we listen very carefully to each and every contribution, we will get differing perspectives. We will have differing insights. We will have, I'm sure, at times, a divergence of views and opinions. But what defines an effective and strong, resilient and progressive democracy? It's its openness, the ability to have debate in a reasoned, sharing, respecting contrarian opinion, and then moving forward in the best interests. And I know for a fact that the noble lords listed to speak today will do so because they will speak from a degree of principled passion of a particular issue. And I'm sure that the course of today's debate will also inform the government, who is navigating this crisis, which I would share with noble lords, as my right honourable friend the Foreign Secretary has said himself. In all my times as a minister, is perhaps, no, not perhaps, it is the most testing and challenging issue that we face, and I'm sure many will reflect that sentiment in their contributions. I take us back to the 7th of October. It was a Saturday. It was a Shabbat, had passed. The evening before had changed the trajectory, I would say, not just of Israel, but of many commentators, of many reporters, many governments, many perspectives, but many within Israel whose lives would never be the same. The attacks in Israel on the 7th of October shocked not only a country, it shocked the world. And as His Majesty's government has made repeatedly clear, the UK at this time, at that time, and today, and I'm sure I speak for all noble lords in your Lordship's House, stands with Israel, a nation in mourning. I'm a Muslim by faith, as you all know, and on hearing on the death of any person, the prayer we recite is, Inna lillahi wa inna ilaihi raji'un. Simply translated, to God we belong, to God we shall return. Yet, when you see the innocent lives taken that day, we pray for those souls. I know for those people of all faiths and those who don't have a faith, we were shocked by the inhumanity of the brutal murder of so many innocent people within Israel. Therefore, we should, irrespective of faith, community, belief, religion, condemn unequivocally the terror attacks committed by Hamas against Israel and indeed many international citizens. These attacks, simply put, were driven by hatred. And we are clear also, and I think it is important, and I hope during the course of today's debate, that this echoes from this chamber, that Hamas, it is this organisation, this proscribed terrorist organisation, that our focus is on. It is them who are responsible for that violence, not the Palestinian people, or indeed the Palestinian Authority. It is they who are responsible for those abhorrent acts of terror. The ramifications of that attack, my lords, continue to unfold, sadly and tragically, as I stand before you today. And when you look at the sheer scale of human cost, it is sobering. As I look behind me to noble lords on my own benches, as I look particularly towards the bishops' benches, and I'm delighted that we are joined by voices today who will speak from a deep insight of knowing the issues of what many of us of Abrahamic faith term the Holy Land. It is called that for a particular reason. And then I look opposite me, to my side, to my right, to my left, and I know all noble lords, are very much focused on that, not just tragedy, that human cost which was suffered. In Israel itself, over 1,400 people were killed. And when we reflect at the history of Israel itself in the last 75 years, it was the most lethal attack against Israel. There were some who drew comparisons to the shock and the horrors of the Holocaust. And yet, that is then, and this is now, the brutality of an appalling act of terror. And we should not, for a moment, be distracted. I remember, as many noble lords, as I look around again, the tragic events of 7/7 right here in the UK. And we can never, my lords, allow terror attacks to disrupt the incredible diversity, strength of our nation, which is a united kingdom when it comes to issues of terrorism. I pay tribute to many noble lords across this chamber who have not only consistently raised their voices, but come together in a voice of unity against terror. And I hope again today, indeed I believe it will be the case, that from this chamber, that is the voice of unity that will again resonate this evening. The attacks, my lord, were also indiscriminate. They were unconscionable. Those missing came from over 40 countries, including the United Kingdom. And as I came into the chamber, my meeting just now, before I came into the chamber, along with my dear friend and right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary James Cleverly, were with some of the relatives of those who have been killed or remain missing, being held hostage in Gaza. And I thank them for sharing their important stories. But the significance of their testimonies was also reflected that the youngest person who is being held hostage, information still being shared, is as young as 9 months. And the eldest of those that shared their testimony about the families that were held, or the people that were held, that the eldest in that particular incredible people we met is 93. The pain and unbearable torment they are suffering will, I'm sure, stay with them. But it also, rightly so, is reflective in the thinking of policymakers. My lords, we are working with Israel. We stand with Israel during their time and challenge, and we are working with Israel in supporting the families who are suffering this pain. And whilst the picture is extremely bleak, I'm sure all noble lords will welcome and join me in welcoming the release of 2 hostages in Gaza yesterday. But as the Prime Minister made clear in his statement in the other place yesterday, the UK will continue to do everything in its power, working with all our partners to free those held hostage and for those British nationals to bring them home. And I acknowledge the strong cooperation we're receiving from key partners, including countries such as Egypt and Qatar, who are playing important roles in this respect. My lord, since that terror attack, there has been a violent and vicious sequence of events that has unfolded that continues to reverberate across the region and further afield. We have seen, as the Prime Minister said only yesterday, 4,000 Palestinian deaths in Gaza and a growing and a really challenging humanitarian catastrophe. Many people right now are likely to still be trapped under rubble. And let me be clear, and I hope I speak for every noble lord, irrespective, whether they are Israeli or Palestinian, whether they are Jewish, Muslim, Christian, or of no faith, we together mourn the loss of every innocent life, of every faith and every nationality. My lords, my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, has made clear Israel's right to defend its borders, to defend its people, and to act against terrorism. But in doing so, as noble lords I'm sure recognise, both my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, and my right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, have been engaged directly with Israel, as have I, urging Israel to take all possible precautions to minimise harm to civilians in Gaza. And I will come to the grave humanitarian situation and the UK response shortly. But I want to focus on the British nationals, firstly, caught up in this conflict. Supporting our nationals, providing support to their grieving families is a key priority. And I assure noble lords, many have asked that diplomatic efforts are underway to free all the hostages. I've referred to a number of cases. And I assure you of this, that the Foreign Office, the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, presents and has great expertise, and I've seen that working in many, many ways across the globe over several years. But on this occasion, again, we will leave no stone unturned in bringing our people back safely. We have, for those wishing to leave Israel, facilitate flights for those British nationals, bringing out more than 950 people. And importantly, we are working with Egypt, Israel, and other international partners to ensure British nationals can leave Gaza safely via the Rafah crossing into Egypt. And I can share with noble lords this afternoon, we have now deployed a UK border force team in Egypt, working with our embassy to help citizens cross as soon as they can. The safety of British nationals will remain our utmost priority. And I urge everyone, all noble lords, to please, when you get inquiries or people seek information, ask them to look specifically at our continuously updated travel advice. British nationals currently in Israel or the occupied Palestinian territories, including Gaza, should register their presence via the Foreign Office travel advice page. We will then be able to share important updates that we're doing regularly, including information to help them leave the country. We will also continue to keep in close contact with British nationals, specifically in Gaza, and update them on the latest status of the Rafah crossing. The present situation, of course, as many noble lords have said to me privately, and as we've done during the repeat of the statement by my noble friend, the Lord Privy Seal, only yesterday, many have raised the issue that this situation, this tragic act of terror and the fueling instability and the continuing situation in Gaza fuels further instability and violence across the region. The outbreak of protests in several cities reflects how strongly people feel about this conflict. Before I set out the actions the UK is taking, I should like to make it absolutely clear that not only are we acutely aware of the contagious nature of this conflict, we are also acting in this respect. We are aware, for example, the violence in the West Bank is rising. This year has become the bloodiest for West Bank violence since UN records began in 2005. And as I said earlier, and I'm sure we will hear it repeated time and time again during the debate in your Lordship's House, the loss of all civilian life is tragic, but also it is avoidable. Turning now to the action the United Kingdom government is taking specifically, whilst we are supporting British nationals, which remains our priority and rightly so, the Prime Minister has set out three distinct areas where the UK is helping to shape wider events. Firstly, we are redoubling our work with the international community to prevent escalation in the region and further threats against Israel. As the Prime Minister has said, in Israel's fight against Hamas, we are, of course, with Israel. But importantly, my lords, hope and humanity must win against the scourge of terrorism, aggression, and hate. We will work to rescue our hostages. We will work to deter further incursions and support Israel as it seeks to do so from Hamas, and importantly, strengthen the security for the longer term. Now, I want to turn just to some of the assets we have deployed, because it's important that we clarify that position as well. We have deployed a significant package of support to the Eastern Mediterranean, including 2 Royal Navy ships, RAF surveillance aircraft, and a company of Royal Marines. We are bolstering our forces in Cyprus and across the region. But the clarity I want to bring to your Lordship's House today is to be clear that the Royal Navy ships and personnel are not being sent there to fight. We are there to support the humanitarian response and prevent the outbreak of a regional conflict. Intensive diplomatic engagement is also ongoing. Since those attacks on the 7th of October, I know personally, as the Minister for the Middle East, together with my right honourable friends, the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary, who both have visited Israel and, importantly, the wider region. And they took with them a message of support and solidarity for the whole region, a unification of the whole region against terrorism and avoiding and doing all we can with the different equities that are possessed by different countries to avoid a wider regional conflict. They remain, as I do, in close contact on a daily basis with our counterparts across the Middle East and beyond. Earlier today, for example, I had a very constructive call with the Deputy Foreign Minister of Kuwait. The Foreign Secretary has spoken to many of his peers across his travels, which have taken him to many parts of the Gulf and the Middle East. Since the outbreak of this conflict, I have engaged with regional counterparts myself from Israel, the Palestinian Authority, Egypt, the United Arab Emirates, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Morocco, Tunisia, Algeria, and the UN, all coming together to seek and prevent regional escalation, whilst also focused on the humanitarian situation in Gaza. On Saturday, just gone, the Foreign Secretary and I attended the Cairo Peace Summit, at which we reiterated the need for us all to work together to prevent instability from engulfing the region and claiming more lives. And whatever perspective different countries brought, all were focused on the importance of peace, security and stability in the region, and a collective effort towards ultimately a two-state solution of Israel and Palestine, side by side, living in peace, living in security. Our partners in the region have welcomed our role, and they believe that we have a constructive and important role to both prevent further escalation, and we will continue to do so. We have also made clear in these engagements that precautions must be taken to minimise and actually limit and mitigate harm to civilians, particularly in Gaza, and to allow safe and unhindered humanitarian access. It is imperative that the window for relocation remains open, and if civilians are being asked to relocate, they do so voluntarily and safely, yet the challenges remain immense. Secondly, we are providing humanitarian aid directly to the Palestinian people. The opening of the Rafah crossing this weekend to allow vital humanitarian aid into Gaza is testament to the power of diplomacy. Now, it may seem to many, and it is, a small symbol of what is possible, but it does show the art of the possible. The opening of the Rafah crossing was no small feat and required a diplomatic push from many countries. So far, I can report to your Lordship's House that over 50 trucks containing aid have now crossed the border. But I would be the first to say that it is not enough. It is imperative that this continues and increases substantially if it's to have the desired impact on saving lives of Palestinians who are in Gaza. We have been clear also that Hamas is a terrorist organisation which neither speaks for nor acts in, and we've seen that in the interests of the Palestinian people. It does not stand for the future that Palestinians want or indeed desire. The conflict is exacerbating an already dire situation. 6 out of 10 Gazans were in need of humanitarian assistance, and that, my lords, was before Hamas attacked Israel. But now a greater humanitarian crisis is unfolding before us. On 16th October, the Prime Minister announced £10 million in humanitarian funding to help civilians in Gaza. And then yesterday, as noble lords would have heard, my right honourable friend announced a further additional £20 million, more than doubling our previous support to the Palestinian people. That funding, my lords, will provide essential relief items, including food, water and emergency shelter, depending on needs on the ground. The uplift increases our aid commitment for the occupied Palestinian territories from £27 million to £57 million this year, and this makes the UK one of the largest bilateral donors to this current humanitarian crisis. My Lords, though, I do want to make this moment to assure you, and I know, noble Lords, some may express concern, as others have in the other place, that all UK aid undergoes rigorous oversight and multiple safeguards are in place to prevent UK funding from going to Hamas. Any UK assistance will be channeled through trusted partners, including key UN agencies, who have also been playing an important role. And as I said earlier, we have made the case, and I would underline this important point. It is because of the strength of our partnership and relationship with Israel that we can make that case to ensure that Israel takes every possible precaution to minimize civilian casualties. As such, I can share with noble Lords that we welcome the commitment of the Israeli President, President Herzog, who has vowed that Israel armed forces will operate in accordance with international law. However, we cannot equate the two occasions. Hamas is, by definition, in this country, by our lens, a terrorist organization. And we must have moral clarity when we approach these particular issues. Yes, Israel is defending its borders, defending its citizens, but also as a state, it is our role as a friend and partner to work with Israel on the importance of acting within international humanitarian law and to alleviate the suffering of innocent civilians. Thirdly, as my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, said, we are also working hard to sustain the long-term perspectives of peace and stability in the region. The Prime Minister has spoken to Israeli Prime Minister and the Palestinian President. The UK's message has been clear. We must work together to chart a way through this particularly challenging and trying period for Israelis and Palestinians. The UK wants to see Israelis and Palestinians living safely and securely in peace. And there are many, my Lords, having visited the region numerous times within Israel and within the occupied Palestinian territories, who have that desire for peace and stability. I reiterate what the Prime Minister said only yesterday, that the United Kingdom, this government, remains committed to making progress towards a two-state solution. The need for a two-state solution is more acute now, more than ever. The UK's long-standing position has been clear. Yes, we support a negotiated settlement, leading to a safe and secure Israel, living alongside a viable and sovereign Palestinian state. And I would go further, that ultimately as neighbours, as close neighbours, there will inevitably be an interdependency between people. And that is an important vision to keep in mind. I accept also that it may be difficult to look at that vision, that opportunity right now. But we cannot allow terror. We cannot allow hate to win. We cannot allow it to kill the prospects for this two-state solution, and importantly, for peace and security in the region, on normalisation and regional stability. And as the Prime Minister also said yesterday, we must keep alive that vision of a better future against those who seek to destroy it. We cannot, home or abroad, allow terrorism to divide us, allow terrorism to prevail. It cannot prevail. My Lords, to conclude my opening remarks, we stand with Israel as it sought to bring and restore security to its borders, a country which was shocked to its core. But as I said, that shock was not limited to Israel itself or to its people. It's a shock we all shared. The immediate shock of those innocent lives destroyed, the hostages taken, but also, as we've seen now, the terrible and continuing and deeper suffering of the Palestinian people. And let us be clear, and many Israelis and Israel, that the Palestinian people are not the enemy. Terrorists are the people who can be termed as such. And I assure you of my good offices, that of the Foreign Secretary and that of the Prime Minister, indeed, across government, we will continue to work tirelessly on the four strands that I've outlined, that my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, has laid out. Firstly, supporting British nationals and their families affected by these events, both in Israel and Gaza. Secondly, working to prevent escalation in the region and further threats against Israel. Thirdly, providing humanitarian aid to the Palestinian people. And finally, probably one of the most challenging issues that we face, striving to sustain that long-term prospects of peace and stability and security in the region. My Lords, it takes sometimes a shock to focus minds. This was an attack of terror on an ally of the United Kingdom, and therefore it is right that the United Kingdom continues to stand shoulder to shoulder with Israel on this important time of its history. But we are at a crossroads. There is an opportunity here, and I know many noble lords across your Lordship's house, as I said right at the start of my remarks, possess incredible insight, wisdom, have experienced themselves the issues of mediation and conflict resolution. And therefore I assure noble lords, as I've already done with a number, I seek your insights, not just today in your Lordship's house, but how we can work together, how we can focus the equities we possess. Because irrespective of whether that person who is currently in Gaza, in the West Bank, or in Israel, that the message that must go to them is one of hope. And that hope means that hate will not prevail.
The question is that this motion be agreed to.
My Lords, I'm most grateful to the noble Lord, the Minister, for his analysis of this terrible situation we face. We're very fortunate to have him in the position he occupies in providing us with the leadership that we need. My Lord, it's hard not to be moved by the awful scenes of fleeing women and children in stricken Gaza that now seems such a daily event, but I want to speak of something else. I fear that there is a dangerous myth that the horrendous activities of Hamas on October the 7th were the entirely understandable actions of an oppressed people crushed under the boot of Israel. It is the myth that seems to allow some in our media to excuse unspeakable acts of terror as merely those of militants. But, my Lords, Hamas is not the oppressed. It is, in fact, the oppressor of its own people. When it was formed in 1987, its founding charter was firmly based on the principle that Israel and the Jews must be destroyed and thrown out of the Middle East, from the river to the sea. In 2005, when Israel removed all its settlements with every Jew from Gaza, it did so in the belief that the huge number of greenhouses and agricultural equipment that they had left behind would allow the Palestinians to have a basis on which they could build a viable state. They even left them plans for a harbour and an airport, but Hamas immediately destroyed the vacated houses and greenhouses and began to remove the representatives of their rival faction, Fatah. Some they threw off their rooftops to make the point. Since 2005, Hamas has engaged in a war, sending an estimated 25,000 rockets into Israel over the years, 25,000. And although they are Sunni believers, they share their ideology with Shia Iran. Hamas has never wavered from its position. It's why it's refused to install a water desalination plant, because it would use Israeli technology. It is why it has bombed the electricity generator at Ashdod that provides them with electricity so that they can show the world how terrible Israel is to them. And they show that they have little concern for their own oppressed Palestinian people. Far from protecting them, they do not allow them to enter the security of their myriad tunnels. They have not allowed their fellow citizens access to the hoard of fuel and food they have stockpiled, and they have prevented their own hospitals receiving the medical supplies they've stored away, and there's evidence of all that. And they've done all they can to prevent them from leaving the northern parts of Gaza so that they can callously use them as human shields, while their leaders, some of their leaders, are living it up in Beirut and Qatar. This is not a popular uprising of an oppressed people. It's the murderous activity of a malign organisation that cares little for the suffering of its own people as it pursues its aim, and it should be called out as such. For the BBC, and I fear the Financial Times, to persist in calling them militants is shameful and dangerous, as it feeds into the growing anti-Zionism, that anti-Semitism by another name that we begin to see on our streets. They should think carefully about how their messages are taken. My lords, if there is any good for Israel and the Palestinians that can come out of this horror story, and we must try at least to find something good, it can only come when the capacity of Hamas to create harm is removed. Of course, we'll not get rid of the Hamas ideology, my military means. They'll pop up somewhere else. But if they have no longer the capacity to create havoc in Gaza and against Israel, we might have an opportunity for something better. And it's with the potential changes of leadership in both Israel and Palestine. Neither of the leaders have been capable of making any realistic steps towards a just solution to their differences. Perhaps with new leadership on both sides, and with the rest of the world woken up to the serious dangers to world peace of a fraught Middle East, we might see more progress towards what I believe is the only solution offering any hope, a two-state solution. Increasing pressure from the United States, Europe and UK together with an increasingly involved set of Abraham Accord countries, hopefully extending to Saudi Arabia, perhaps we could see some progress. But none of that can even begin to happen while Hamas remains in power in Gaza. For the sake of the Palestinians, as well as Israel, it should be removed. And we in the West should, in our own interests, be supporting that aim.
Lords, I should begin by declaring an interest. I'm a patron of Kabul, the Council of Arab and British Understanding. Before addressing my general remarks, however, I want to make two imperatives. The first is that there is no place for anti-Semitism in the United Kingdom in either private or public life, and we should call it out whenever we see instances of it. And the second imperative is the immediate and unconditional release of all of the hostages. But I want to begin also with a definition, and to some extent pick up a point made a moment or two ago. Hamas is an organisation prescribed as a terror organisation. Both by its affiliation and conduct, it justifies that judgment. We know that its members have carried out acts of terrorism in Israel only days ago. By their membership in the first instance and by their conduct, how else would you describe them other than terrorists? They're a lot more than militants, my lords, and that should be recognised universally in this country. They killed at will. They took hostages, which included, would you believe it, the sick, the pregnant, children and the aged. And the impact of their actions is global, because the Jewish family is not confined to Israel, as we know and by the reactions round the world that we have heard. The actions of Hamas were vicious and illegal. And Israel, by law, has the right to respond in the defence of its citizens and territory. But that response, as has, I think, been echoed already by the Minister in his powerful opening to the debate, must be proportionate. It must be openly seen to target Hamas and to avoid civilians in Gaza. I judge, and this is perhaps a more sensitive point, that any standing in the way of the supply of food, water and medicine when it is so obviously required, would be seen as a challenge, if not a breach, to that proportionate principle. It is not about fairness. It is some suggested, why should Israel be required to behave in a manner more restricted than Hamas? It's not about fairness. We gave up the eye to eye a long time ago. These are the duties which are incumbent on democratic countries which claim, and in this case are entitled to honour humanitarian law. But it seems to me, my lords, that civilian casualties are in their thousands on both sides. Casualties which will be engraved on the history of Palestine and of Israel. My lords, it need not have been this. President Clinton invited and brokered a deal between Yasser Arafat and Yitzhak Rabin. Promises were made, agreements were signed, hands were shaken. But it came to nothing. Arafat resigned from the agreement, and remarkably, Yitzhak Rabin was assassinated by a settler. The mantra repeated down the ages has been that of the two-state solution. Surely neither Israel nor Palestine can ever again tolerate such bloodshed as they have tolerated in the last few weeks. There is a crisis, but out of a crisis often comes opportunity. And I'm pleased to see that right from the beginning our Prime Minister has majored on the two-state solution. To take that further, there would be difficulties on both sides, let's be frank. The Palestinians, because of the illegal settlements and the status of Jerusalem, their anxieties about these. The Israelis, by the justified anxiety about their security and the continued challenge to it. My Lord, there's no point turning to the Balfour Declaration. That's of no use. Not least because it is now interpreted by what its reader wants it to mean. There can be answers to these apprehensions on the part of Israel and of the Palestinians. For example, in the issue of security, Israel could be given security guarantees by members of the international community. For the Palestinians, there could be an end to the expansion of the settlements. My Lords, can I leave you with this thought? What could be a better memorial for the children whose lives have been blighted and in many cases been lost than an agreement between Israel and the Palestinians which brings an end to the strife which it has caused?
My Lords, I thank the noble Lord, the Minister, for his eloquent and powerful opening speech. In it, he set out the complexity of the situation that is being faced. And one of the great dangers of such complexity is we seek to find simple answers, and there are none. In a recent trip, I got back on Sunday in Jerusalem, meeting large numbers from both sides. It was perfectly obvious that there were a number of factors that we need to bear in mind. One was the raised prestige of the United Kingdom owing to its solid support, and tribute is owing to the Foreign Office, to the Foreign Secretary, to the ministers with him, and to the Prime Minister for his determination and courage. And also to the leader of the opposition, who has set such a clear example of cross-party support. Secondly, however, the innumerable deaths on October the 7th and the taking of over 200 hostages has created a situation of trauma in Israel that it is hard to exaggerate. I'm very glad to hear that the Foreign Office has been meeting with relatives. On Sunday morning, I spent time with families who had lost 8 members of their family, who talked about the first pogrom on Israeli territory and their absolute shock. With a family whose son had been killed on October the 7th, a soldier called Yosef, a British Israeli soldier. He had been married, and I spoke with his wife at length for 1 year and 3 days. He gave his life against overwhelming odds as wave after wave of terrorists sought to kill people in one of the kibbutzes. I wonder if the government is considering, given he's a British citizen, what official recognition of his supreme courage can be offered. But as well as that, there was, although huge anger, an absence of hate from those families. And that dignity that they are showing is the first ray of light to which I will refer in this speech in a situation of almost unredeemed darkness. I ask whether the government is working to ensure not only that every effort, as they've already said, is being given to the negotiation of the release of hostages, but also to ensuring that it is one effort and not a disparate set of efforts which reduce its effectiveness. From there, on Saturday, I saw the religious leaders, and on Friday evening, the religious leaders, the Christian leaders of the Holy Land. 2 or 3 things were visible. One, that they stand shoulder to shoulder. They sat literally shoulder to shoulder on the day after the Al-Aqsa destruction. They sat with the Anglican Archbishop, it's an Anglican hospital, and surrounded him with their support as he spoke, the extraordinary Archbishop Hossam Naum, as he spoke of the need for peace and reconciliation, with the knowledge of his friends who died, and the hospital, which I visited in 2019 and opened a section of, which has been so badly damaged. That visible sign of unity is a second ray of light. Will the government consider supporting that hospital in its rebuilding financially, not just with words? And will it also make it clear that the Christian community is essential to the Holy Land? For the other great message I got is they believe this may be the end of their existence after 2,000 years, for they are caught between the upper and the nether millstone. And that brings us to the Palestinians in the West Bank. The noble Lord the Minister made it absolutely clear of his horror at the huge number, over 74, when I heard on Saturday from their representatives, 74 murdered almost entirely unarmed, almost entirely by settlers in illegal settlements in Area C. That strengthens Hamas and weakens the Palestinian Authority. Can that be in the interests of a long-term peace? And fourthly, we turn to that question of the objectives of the war. The hopes of peace and reconciliation are set not only after a military victory, but also by how that victory is achieved. The more heavy the casualties, the less chance there is of renewed peace. And Gaza has gone from level to level of violence over the last 15 years. That aim of war conducted is not fair. Lord Turnberg quite rightly said this isn't a question of fairness, or it may have been Lord Campbell, both spoke so eloquently. But there is no equivalence between Israel and Hamas. The latter is a terrorist organization. The former is a legitimate state whose citizens since 1945 have written much of the laws of war. They know how to do this. May they be encouraged and continue to be encouraged by governments round the world, and also by the success of David Satterfield, President Biden's brilliant envoy, and our government and other governments' pressure, which has opened the way for more than 50 trucks to go into Gaza. That is a huge success. And my final point, though, is about the innocent sufferers. I visited two institutions on Saturday morning. One was a hospital linked to Al-Aqsa, the other a school of which 30% of its members, the Princess Basma School, are deeply disabled children. The hospital cannot get children out of Gaza for chemotherapy, let alone for the wounds they've received. It can't get children out. Can there be a corridor of sanctuary, at least on a temporary basis, to enable them to get the treatment without which they will die very rapidly? It is difficult. The call for a formal ceasefire is probably beyond hope. But can there be that humanitarian action? And the children with autism and with other extreme disabilities, can they be allowed to come out so they can attend the school and not be in the midst of a war? For what that does to them is beyond imagination. I'm well over my time, my lords. Please excuse me. But I want to say that the work done by our government has been remarkable. It continues to be. But the international community must not act again disparately with a series of heads of state and other politicians emerging on the scene, sometimes for their own reasons. It must be a united effort with the United Nations and the ICRC. The United Nations, which has lost over 50 people killed in the last 2.5 weeks in Gaza. May we pay tribute to those who are taking such risks, sacrificing their lives for the future, and continue to hope that these two rays of life, of unity and of dignity, seen on both sides, may lead to peace and reconciliation before too long.
I listened with deep appreciation and gratitude to the Most Reverend Primate speaking out of his immediate experience in the area. My Lords, when I first heard about the horrific massacre on October the 7th, in which more than 1,400 women, men and children and babies were shot to pieces, the worst day in Israel's history, a verse from the book of Jeremiah came to mind, one quoted in the New Testament in relation to Herod's slaughter of the innocents. In Ramah there was a voice heard, lamentation and weeping and great mourning. Rachel weeping for her children and would not be comforted because they are not. Now, with perhaps 5,000 killed in Gaza, many of them women and children, there are more who are weeping, who will not be comforted because they are not. My Lords, as someone who is very conscious of the horrific history of Christian anti-Judaism, which morphed into anti-Semitism in the 19th century, I believe that the Christian churches have a special responsibility to care about the safety of Israel, where the Jewish people, after centuries of persecution, might at last be safe. Their safety should be our concern, and it was good to hear from Her Majesty's Government and all the speakers the importance of the safety and security of Israel at this time. At the same time, we feel close to our Christian sisters and brothers, both in Gaza and the West Bank. The West Bank, where in this year, so far, 200 Palestinians and 30 Israelis have already been killed. So the prayer of an Arab Christian resonates with many of us. Pray not for Arab or Jew, for Palestinian or Israel, but pray rather for ourselves, that we might not divide them in our prayers, but keep them both together in our hearts. My lords, in 1962, I had the privilege of spending a term studying in Jerusalem. 1962 was the time of the Cold War, which I couldn't see ending in my lifetime. But in 1989, the Berlin Wall came down. It was the time of apartheid, which I did not see ending without massive bloodshed. But in 1994, Nelson Mandela was peacefully elected president. But in Israel, the West Bank and Gaza, things are so much worse now than they were in 1962. My lords, where has the will for peace gone? Since 2014, people have talked so often now of a two-state solution being dead. But what is the alternative? My lords, it was good to hear from the Minister once again a vision of that two-state solution. Now, one group of people in whom the will to peace strongly resides are members of the Parents Circle Family Forum, whom I'm sure the Right Reverend the Most Reverend Prelate will have met. This is made up of family members of those killed in recent conflicts, mothers of Israeli soldiers and mothers of Palestinian teenagers. Created in 1995, it now has more than 600 bereaved members joined together in their shared grief and shared commitment to reconciliation. When will their will for peace be translated into political terms? My lords, our hope must be not only that the present conflict can be contained and stopped, but a new, stronger will for peace will emerge in the Israeli and Palestinian leadership. In the civil war in this country in the 17th century, Sir Robert Shirley erected a church at Staunton Harold, and a monument on that church to him reads, "Whose singular praise it is to have done the best things in the worst times, and to hope them in the most calamitous." In these worst and most calamitous times, the best thing we can hope for and work for is a recovery of a serious will for peace in the leadership on all sides, with pressure from the international community to bring it about. I very much hope that even now, as Hamas is rendered incapable of carrying out further attacks, Hamas rightly labelled a terrorist organisation, His Majesty's government is giving thought to what lies beyond the endgame, not only about the governance of Gaza after Hamas has been rendered incapable of carrying out further attacks. It was good to hear that there's still a vision there, but are we going to get new leadership amongst the Palestinians and in Israel itself, and pressure from the international community to bring it about?
My Lords, it's a privilege, albeit a rather chastening privilege, to follow the Reverend and Noble Lord and all those others who have spoken so eloquently in this debate. I echo what's been said about the terrible events of October the 7th. I have, over the last few days, been listening to the incredibly moving testimony of the families of some of those murdered and some of those taken hostage. I urge His Majesty's government, and also, and particularly, those organisations and countries, governments, which have relationships with Hamas, the humanitarian organisations which have worked there for years, the government of Qatar, who host the political leadership of Hamas. I urge them to put as much pressure as they can on Hamas to release the hostages, all the hostages, not 2 by 2. I also express my real sympathy with the families of the civilian population of Gaza who have lost their lives, for all human life is precious. But the two situations are not equivalent. There is no equivalence between the deliberate murder, beheading, and kidnapping which took place on October the 7th and what is happening in Gaza. The victims on October the 7th were not being used as human shields. The inhabitants of the kibbutzim, many of whom had devoted all their lives to the pursuit of peace, were not harboring units of the Israel Defense Force. The IDF is not targeting civilians, but in war, which this has now become, civilian casualties are sadly inevitable. That is one of the dreadful consequences of all war. And the terrible truth is that Hamas has displayed no interest in minimizing those casualties. My Lords, the outcome of the present hostilities is, to put it mildly, uncertain. It's impossible to know what the Middle East will look like when the fighting dies down, as one day it must. But even in the midst of the most terrible darkness, it is human instinct to look for hope. So I want, like those who have spoken before me, to spend a minute or two talking about what might come later, what really must come, if we are to have any chance of a lasting peace in a part of the world which gave birth to some of the most noble aspirations and ideals in human history. I speak with humility. It is easy to pontificate when you're thousands of miles away, safe in the relative security of the environment which we are privileged to enjoy. I am a patron of an organization called the Abraham Initiatives, not to be confused with the Abraham Accords, though I welcome and support them too. The Abraham Initiatives exists to promote trust and good relations between the Jewish and Arab citizens of Israel, the only place where Jews and Arabs live together, often side by side. It is carrying out important work at the moment in these very fraught circumstances to calm tensions between the two communities. If trust between them can be fostered, it could well have repercussions, positive repercussions, elsewhere in the West Bank, and even perhaps one day in Gaza. And while I'm on the topic, may I digress for a moment to nail the myth, the trope, that Israel is in some undefined way an apartheid state. There is a Muslim Arab judge sitting on Israel's Supreme Court. I have an Arab friend who was deputy speaker in the last Knesset. Half the Israeli football team are Arabs. Those are not the hallmarks of an apartheid state. But it's not enough. If a lasting peace is to be secured, there has to be, as our Prime Minister and my noble friend the Minister have said, there has to be a two-state solution. Of course, it can't happen now. It wasn't going to happen before October the 7th. It wasn't going to happen because Israel, as a Prime Minister who has shown no interest in a two-party solution, two-state solution, and alas, the Palestinian Authority is led by those who lack the authority and respect of their own people, something which is essential if an agreement is to be made to stick. So we need an Israeli Prime Minister who does believe in a two-state solution, and we may get one before too long. And we need a Palestinian leader with the authority to make an agreement. We need a Palestinian Mandela. I know there will be many who dismiss this as fantasy, and it may be. but we must dare to hope. And as we contemplate the bleak darkness of the current conflict, let us pray that one day we will see what so many crave, a lasting peace in the Holy Land.
My Lords, I would like just to make a few cardinal points emerging from what has been a period of such horror and emotion, and indeed is continuing to be that. I think I have to start with the BBC, unfortunately, because I've been a lifelong supporter and admirer of the BBC, and round the world when I've been abroad, I've always done so very vociferously. But I've been both ashamed and angry of it in the last couple of weeks. And the idea of saying that Hamas is designated a terrorist organisation as a sort of weasel-worded way of getting out of the fact that they weren't going to call it terrorist at all is really quite shameful. And I really feel that it's behaved very, very badly. As opposed, however, to our British politicians, I think, Leader of the Opposition, who obviously I know better than perhaps some of the others, has been absolutely correct in the way he's dealt with the situation. And so indeed has Her Majesty's government, without exception, the Prime Minister, the Minister for the Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, and the noble Lord Ahmad, the Minister in this House. And I think we should be very grateful for that. And I know that the people of Israel, and I would hope too the Palestinians, would appreciate that. And they have indeed acted as the way I would have expected a British government to behave. I also have been struck with how there's a great rewriting of history going on in a lot of the comments that are coming across the media. And it's not a question of opinion, it's really a question of what was historically accurate or not. For example, 1948, I keep hearing it mentioned that this is an example of why when Palestinian Arabs were lured away with promises to leave their homes and that they could go back to, and then of course they were never allowed back. Well, history books will tell you what happened in 48, that before 48, when Britain returned its mandate and didn't want to continue its mandate for Palestine, the UN then set up a commission. It came back with a resolution for 2 states, something we would really all like to see now. But they suggested 2 states, and neither the Jewish Agency nor the Arab League liked the way they were dividing it into the 2 states, but the Jewish Agency accepted it, and the Arab League did not. And it's beyond doubt in history that the members of the Arab League, big powers of the time, Syria, Egypt, Transjordan, Lebanon, and incidentally, I've never seen any evidence that the Palestinians were ever asked about that. But anyway, the Arab League said no. And these powers said to the Palestinians, well, don't worry, because our armies will go in, and if there's any Jewish state, that will disappear, and you can have the lot. And of course, we now know that that's not what happened. But this rewriting of history is important as long as you get it accurately. And that particular story is being used a lot just now, and I think it really ought to be contradicted. And in another rewriting of history is 1967. The first time I ever set foot in Gaza was in August 1967. And Gaza was a hellhole, absolutely awful. I'd never been in a place like that before. Israel had only been there for a matter of a couple of weeks. Egypt kept the Palestinian Arabs in Gaza from 1948 to 1967 in these conditions as a political ploy to show and use Palestinian Arabs as a political point for them to make against Israel. And the other thing that I really have been hit with is the way anti-Zionism and anti-Zionist has become a way of being anti-Semitic without appearing to be anti-Semitic. Well, there's no doubt in my mind that anti-Semitic is actually what it is. Not all Jews are Zionists, we know that. And not all Zionists are Jewish, as a very nice little museum in Jerusalem shows, because that's what exactly it's connected with, is showing people who've been part of the Zionist movement and aren't actually Jewish. And it really is important to stop these misshapen views of history that only feed prejudice. A former chief rabbi said that anti-Semitism in the Middle Ages, the Jews were attacked because of religion. And in the 19th and the 20th century, Jews were attacked because of race. And he said, now, we're being attacked because of our state. My lords, I really think people need to take a cool look at what's being said, how it's been, who are saying it. And finally, I'd just like to ask the Noble Lord the Minister, why, oh why, when the fingerprints of Iran are all over this horrible event on the 7th of October, why, oh why, have we not yet prescribed the IRGC?
My Lords, first of all, I'd like to thank the Noble Lord the Minister for his introductory remarks, which I thought were very, very good. I need to declare my interest as President of the Liberal Democrat Friends of Israel. My Lords, it may be well said many times this evening, but it needs to be said again. On October the 7th, evil men crossed the border between Gaza and Israel and murdered young party goers at a peace concert in the desert, and murdering whole families, men, women, children and babies at an Israeli kibbutz, or kibbutzim. About 1,400 Jews were slaughtered or taken as hostages. As the Noble Lord the Minister said, that there were 7,600 rockets falling on Israel from Gaza. But in fact, in the last 2 hours, there has been a big increase in the number of rockets being fired from Gaza into Israel. My Lords, the fear and devastation from this firepower fails to be mentioned. This was evil in capital letters. I'm reminded of the saying that the only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is the good do nothing. Israel has responded with the aim of eradicating Hamas, as containment didn't and won't work. I have previously reminded this House of my conversation with a member of Fatah when I asked what Israel could offer Hamas. What can we offer them? His reply was they only want two things: the complete eradication of Israel and the removal of all Jews. How can anyone deal with an organisation with those evil aims? Exactly. The complication is that these evil men use the people of Gaza as human shields, hiding their command and rocket launchers in amongst the civilian population. What observers fail to recognise is that the real enemy of the people of Gaza is Hamas, which kills and maims everything in its path. What outsiders fail to recognise is that these evil men are also liars. A hospital was bombed, as has been mentioned. Immediately, Hamas blamed Israel. The media repeated these lies, only for the damage to be found to have been caused by a failed rocket launched by Islamic Jihad. By that time, the lie had been gleefully accepted by a public only too willing to want to believe the perfidy of Israel. Meanwhile, the actions of these evil men are celebrated and applauded at marches and meetings in the UK. These, my lords, are not marches for peace, but marches applauding death squads, and shame on all those that took part. Between the 7th of October and the 23rd of October, there was reported over 600 anti-Semitic incidents, not in Israel, in the UK. I like to remind the House that there were Jewish communities throughout the Middle East. Over 800,000 fled from Arab countries. From Iraq alone, it was 135,000. From Algeria, 140,000. From Tunisia, 105,000. I could go on. Between 1948 and 1972, these Jews were forced to relocate and make new lives for themselves, mainly in Israel. Can one be surprised that they and others say, never again? Meanwhile, because of the actions of Hamas and Islamic Jihad, there is a humanitarian crisis for the people of Gaza who are between a rock and a hard place. There needs to be a temporary cessation of hostilities to enable food, water and fuel to get through. The challenge is how to supply without the supplies being taken for their own use or to be sold, which is what they do, at a profit by Hamas. So all relief, my lords, must get to the people and not the instigators of the tragedy. I need to ask, like the Lord the Minister, what is the plan? Supplies can and will come through the border with Egypt, and they've started to dribble through. Could it be possible also, and no one seems to mention this, could it be also possible to supply from the sea? Hamas does have a seaboard, with safeguards as to what is supplied and to whom it goes to. Finally, thought must be given as to how Gaza will be managed and controlled after Hamas has hopefully been routed. My lords, neither Egypt nor Israel want to occupy Gaza. Both have tried it, and they don't want to repeat the occupation. Are the Palestinian Authority, Fatah, able to take control of Gaza? Well, not on past performance, but so great minds must devise a management that allows the people of Gaza to thrive and prosper. It is in Israel's and Palestine's interest to foster an economically vibrant neighbour so they can live in peace and prosperity. More efforts must be made to get a two-state solution. And could the Minister confirm that we will continue as a nation to press Qatar, because they are the only influence we seem to have on Hamas, to be more reasonable and to release the hostages and to provide a viable security for Israel and the region.
My Lords, first I want to thank those in this House who have extended support, sympathy and understanding during these past 2 terrible weeks. And I particularly appreciate the mention by the Archbishop of Canterbury of my young relative, Yosef Gedalia, whose relatives he met in Israel last week and whose great-grandparents suffered in the Holocaust. My theme today is that the root of the problem is education. The creation of Israel and the displacement of population is and was nothing out of the ordinary in the 20th century. There was the partition of India and Pakistan because the Muslims and Hindus could not coexist, and it created at least 14 million displaced persons and 1 million deaths. 1 million Irish entered the UK. Hundreds of thousands of Poles had to settle elsewhere. 40% of Greek Cypriots were displaced by the Turkish invasion. And, as the noble Lord Palmer said, hundreds of thousands of Jews were expelled from most countries in the Middle East, leaving nobody of the Jewish faith in the countries from which they were expelled, even though 2 million Arabs are living in Israel. All the many displacements and refugees I've referred to were settled with one exception. It is not because the state of Palestine has been denied, it's been offered and rejected 4 times. It is because the Islamists cannot accept having any Jews living in the Middle East at all. But the cure to these problems lies in the Middle East. Will the Minister ask Qatar to continue its benevolent intervention? Will he encourage countries of the Middle East to continue, not abandon, the Abrahamic Accords? Will he ask the many countries in the Middle East, most notably Lebanon and Syria and Egypt, where Palestinian refugees are living in dire conditions, to settle them? Why should there be refugee camps 50 years after they arrived there? They should be given citizenship, allowed to work and have an education, as they are not in Lebanon. This does not rule out their return to a state of Palestine one day, but they should not be kept in a state of dejection as human pawns. I come to a further aspect of education. The Minister, the Noble Lord Ahmed, said of the Holocaust, that was then and this is now. But that's not the case. There is a straight line from one to the other. And I have to say that Holocaust education and memorializing has almost wholly missed the mark. It is fruitless to put the Holocaust in a self-contained episode in the past. The Learning Centre, such a misnomer, planned for Westminster, would have visitors believe that it was all the Nazis, it was all in the past, it was just a question of not hating and not being a bystander, and that here in the UK it is clear that democracy protects against genocide. Simply not true. The erection of barriers around the Berlin Memorial is a portent of things to come. My lords, the hatred, the anti-Semitism that led to the Holocaust is bubbling there again today. And once again, there's too much apathy and failure to recognise the old hatred. As David Baddiel said, Jews don't count when it comes to stamping out today's hatred and racism. And I'm sorry to say that some of the worst is in our universities. I hear all the time of sad episodes. In Portsmouth, an academic is excusing Hamas. There is a recent NUS report on anti-Semitism in universities which is being borne out all too sadly today. The rampages around universities, the motion by the University and College Union calling for intifada until victory, Cambridge and UCL calling for a mass uprising against Israel. These young people had Holocaust education. I call on the government to start an overhaul of that Holocaust education. It should be Jewish history education, setting, as the late lamented Lord Sachs called for, setting the Holocaust in context. Young people should be taught what happened before the Holocaust, of the Jewish contribution to civilization and what happened afterwards, culminating in the establishment of Israel. We have a Black History Month. Why can't we have a Jewish History Month, or at least a curriculum? And finally, as others have said, Iran is behind all of this. It has created its axis of resistance. The government should stop appeasing Iran, make sure that it gets no closer to its nuclear ambitions, but that sanctions are applied. And it should call on the rest of the countries in the Middle East to follow that lead, to be humanitarian towards Gaza, and themselves to work for peace and the end of this conflict. It lies in the countries of the Middle East.
My Lords, I thank my noble and very good friend, the Minister, for his powerful opening speech. And I also thank him, along with my right honourable friends, the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary, for their extraordinary hard work these past few days. And as the Prime Minister put it in his statement yesterday, the quiet and dogged diplomacy that recognises the hard realities on the ground and delivers help now. And my Lords, it's a privilege to speak in this debate and to follow such exceptional speeches. My Lords, the world was rightly horrified by the barbarity, the killings, injuries and kidnapping which Israel suffered at the hands of Hamas and Islamic Jihad on Saturday, October the 7th. And I express my deepest condolences to my Jewish friends and colleagues and to the Israelis I have come to know over the years, many of whom have been directly affected, and I condemn those unforgivable actions. And yet the price for those atrocities cannot be the death of thousands of other innocent children, women and men. What is happening in Gaza is horrific and cannot continue. My heart is heavy for their loss and for my many Palestinian friends who mourn their loved ones. I declare my interests as the Prime Minister's trade envoy to Jordan, Kuwait and the occupied Palestinian territories, President of the Palestine-Britain Business Council and as President of Medical Aid for Palestinians. Medical Aid for Palestinians, or MAP, is one of the last international agencies still operating in Gaza. When this all began, over 18 days ago, we literally opened our cupboards and emptied our bank accounts to provide essential medical supplies and much-needed drugs to treat the injured and the dying. In terrifying circumstances, our colleagues on the ground are working until they are exhausted, including some who carried on in the full knowledge that their homes had been bombed and their loved ones dead. They are heroes, and I pay tribute to them all and to all who put their lives in danger for others. I warmly welcome the government's commitment to increase aid and to the first trucks to enter Gaza with crucial supplies. But as the Prime Minister said yesterday and my noble friend said today, it is not enough. And I hope that the promises made by the US and Israel of a continued flow of aid into Gaza will be of the quantity needed to sustain and support life. And, my Lords, Gaza needs fuel, not least to keep the hospitals going. As we speak, there are 130 babies in incubators whose lives are in imminent danger if fuel doesn't reach the hospitals soon. As of this morning, there is only around 48 hours of fuel left. My Lords, too many babies and children on both sides have already died. And as aid enters Gaza, it is imperative that the hostages are released. And I had tears in my eyes this morning, witnessing the amazing spirit of Yocheved Lifshitz shaking the hand of her captor as she was released. And I pray for the safe return of all those still held captive. And I also pray for the safe passage of British citizens trapped in Gaza. My son's friend from childhood is one of them, and I was delighted to hear the encouraging news on this from my noble friend the Minister. My Lords, whilst all eyes have been on Gaza, there has been a significant clampdown on the movement of people and goods in the West Bank. Normal life, and I use that term advisedly, is on hold. The West Bank is not operating properly. There are challenges of movement for fast-moving consumer goods, often with settler violence along the way. Towns are locked down, and it is almost impossible to get medical supplies to where they are urgently needed. To compound this, the date harvest is in full swing and the olive harvest is imminent. Both are vital for the Palestinian economy, and yet farmers can't get to the towns and cities, and shipments of Palestinian goods out of the country are on complete hold. Soon, producers are going to be unable to fulfil their orders to the UK and worldwide. So can I ask my noble friend the Minister what steps we and the international community are taking to ensure the sustainability of the Palestinian economy, which is such a vital component of peace? Last week, in his important and valued visit to the Middle East, the Prime Minister visited the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the birthplace of the 2002 Arab Peace Initiative, a visionary plan of the late King, His Majesty King Abdullah, which offered Israel peace with the whole Arab world, but also offered hope for the Palestinian people. Since then, 21 difficult years have passed, and I recognise that other avenues to peace have been explored. Yesterday, the Prime Minister acknowledged the work of the Abraham Accords and normalisation and how they can bolster wider efforts. And we should all applaud genuine steps to a more peaceful, prosperous world. But the sad truth is that you can't normalise an abnormal situation. And any lasting path to peace must give the Palestinians a stake in their future, which is why the Prime Minister was absolutely right when he spoke of the need to invest more deeply in regional stability and in the two-state solution. The two go hand in hand. Peace will never come to the region whilst Palestinians live under occupation, unable to control their own lives, to trade easily, travel easily, and live with dignity. And neither will Israelis be able to live safely and without fear. To conclude, my lords, I had always hoped that the path to peace would come through the Arab Peace Initiative, that one day it might have been picked up and dusted down and given new purpose. Perhaps it still can be, or something similar. But whatever the vehicle, I make a plea to the government and to the wider international community to rededicate their efforts to working with our Arab and Israeli friends to bring an end to this horror, and I ask them not to stop until a just and enduring settlement is reached, which sees the two states we all long for, living side by side in peace, prosperity and friendship. My lords, let this be the legacy of this unspeakable tragedy.
My lords, in the midst of the awful complexity of this war, I think we should constantly remind ourselves and others that this is not a war between Jew and Muslim. It's not even a war between Israeli and Palestinian. It is a war between the State of Israel and a terrorist group called Hamas, the former fighting for its very existence and the latter fighting to completely eradicate the former. That is the real dividing line between those sides. And whatever our misgivings about the political track record of recent Israeli governments, and I have many, none of it excuses the terrible activities of Hamas that has been commented on by everyone. I won't elaborate upon it, but as Lord Harris said, the slaughter of the innocents sums it up. This has been called evil beyond imagination, but it's not unimaginable. In fact, we've all seen it before. It fits the established pattern set by Al-Qaeda, Islamic State, Al-Shabaab, and others. It arises primarily from Islamist ideology and practice, a toxic mix of perverted Islam, fascism, and cruelty. That's why Arab leaders like Mahmoud Abbas or Saudi's Prince Turki condemn Hamas's terrorism and stress that Hamas does not represent the Palestinian people. It represents that Islamist ideology. Against this evil, Israel has the right to defend itself. That isn't the question. The question is how it does that. All of us, including the Israeli government, should ponder deeply on this, because while I completely understand the anger, the grief and the frustration felt by the Israelis, I also know that anger and frustration are rarely drivers of good strategy. And when we ponder what might happen, we should brace ourselves, because there is more awful, horrific death to come. Even without a ground war, there will be more innocent civilian casualties. I have some familiarity with what is called targeted precision bombing. Let me tell you that in the fog and friction and pace of war, targeted precision bombing will not be precise. There will be perhaps 1,000 more
civilians killed in Gaza. Collateral damage in the euphemism. Hamas, for their part, won't care about that. Indiscriminate bombing is their trademark. And as far as the people of Gaza are concerned, that's not a platform for Hamas, it's a shield behind which they can hide. If there is a ground war, there will be still more civilian deaths. Gaza is already a humanitarian emergency, without the medicines they need, the food that they need. Just imagine it if there is a simultaneous ground war with that emergency going on. And inevitably, there will be more Israeli military deaths. The IDF is brave, skilled, well-equipped, and technically proficient. But, my lords, in the congested, rubble-strewn debris of Gaza, a ground war is not likely to lend itself to heavy armour or technical superiority. It will be infantry-led, boots on the ground. And never forget, in the last month of World War II, in the debris of Berlin, the Red Army lost 80,000 men and suffered 300,000 casualties. I don't say this in order to sit with the ease that Lord Howard mentioned all those miles away, because I don't understand and certainly don't know the tactics and operations that might be decided upon by the Israelis. But I do alert your lordships to the awful possibilities that arise. And there are also grave questions. What follows invasion? What constitutes success? What is the exit plan? We have found that compared to getting in is very easy indeed. It's the getting out that's the difficult part. And finally, my lords, after the final victory, what is the political alternative on offer? Because in the absence of that political alternative, and I myself believe, like the Minister, that it is a two-state solution, in the absence of that political alternative, violence will surely return. It may not be tomorrow, it may not be next year, but it will come back. If, as is said, nature abhors a vacuum, terrorism and violence does not. Terrorism and violence loves a vacuum. So these are the crucial questions that have to be addressed, even as in the midst of the awful situation we find ourselves at the present. None of them, I repeat, reduces Israel's right to self-defence or to justice. They deserve both of those. None of them will diminish Israel's determination. I am sure of that. But all of them suggest that that determination should be tempered above all by wisdom.
My Lords, I'd like to draw attention to the House that I am the Honorary President of the Liberal Democrat Friends of Palestine. I feel it's relevant to say that I was brought up as a Muslim, with a section of my family originating from the Eastern Mediterranean, Cyprus and North Africa. I have Jewish cousins, so I have a strong connection to the region that I'm about to talk about, and I feel a privilege to be able to take part in this very important debate today. And I'd like to thank the Noble Lord the Minister for his very powerful introduction, and I agree with every word that he said. The events of 7th of October triggered shock and revulsion. Innocent victims murdered by Hamas has rightly been condemned internationally, and I extend my sincere sympathies to all those here in the UK and elsewhere affected personally by this atrocity. I also condemn the rising anti-Semitism and Islamophobia in our country that is resulting as a result of what's happened in the Middle East. Israel and Palestine is a land of two people locked in a 75-year conflict, but it's one that did not begin on the 7th of October. And while we knew that a response was inevitable and necessary from Israel, the majority of those of us who've campaigned for years for a peaceful solution to the Middle East crisis, the disproportionate response has further escalated fear and tensions for the populations, for both populations, for Israelis and for Palestinians. And what has been deeply worrying as well are some of the statements and the rhetoric that have come out of the Netanyahu government. He said, we're going to change the Middle East. We don't know what that means. We know for 16 years Israel has placed 2.1 million Palestinians in the Gaza Strip under illegal sea, land, air blockades, restricting residents' movement and limiting their access to electricity and clean water. And now these very civilians who cannot escape are facing a humanitarian catastrophe, as others have pointed out. The Israeli Defence Minister on the 9th of October called for a complete siege. And I quote, there will be no water, no food, no fuel, everything will be closed. And he said, Israel were fighting human animals and we act accordingly. My lords, this is a very dehumanising and unfortunate statement. And it was interpreted as a collective, as being inflicting a collective punishment on innocent civilians who bear no responsibility for what Hamas's atrocities. Yet an Israeli spokesperson said Israel has no responsibility to the people of Gaza. Well, yes, they do. The UN is clear. The Gaza Strip continues to be occupied by Israel, and under international law, the occupying power has the responsibility to look after the civilian population under its occupation. So when food, water and medical supplies have been cut off, it has a responsibility to restore those. And I'd like to ask the Minister whether the government, what efforts the government are making to ensure that these essential supplies are brought back. Children are dying of dehydration and lack of medical supplies. Malnutrition is now becoming obvious amongst babies and children. Palestinian civilians have been paying the very heavy price for the actions of Hamas. They are not the enemy. Innocent Palestinians in Gaza have been relentlessly bombed and killed. Nothing, it seems, has been off limits. Entire residential areas, hospitals, 22 medical facilities so far, schools, mosques, churches, including a 12th century church killing Palestinian Christians and Muslims who had taken refuge there. My lords, it's inconceivable Hamas were hiding in that church. With a reported almost 5,000 Palestinians killed in 15 days of indiscriminate attacks, relentless bombardment of the besieged people there. Thousands are injured and 1 million people are left homeless. 100 children a day. This is really so distressing. 100 children a day are dying. Israel has now killed with its bombardment in 2 weeks 3 times as many children as Russia did in Ukraine in 2 years. My lords, this is not inevitable. We should be making every effort to come to a ceasefire before this death toll increases. What is considered an unacceptable death toll before the government, our government and the American government's call for a ceasefire? Is it 10,000, 20,000? We cannot stand by and with a sense of a loss of our humanity and decency. We can't reply with barbarity of Hamas and do nothing. Millions of people around the world are watching in horror and growing outrage, and protests are ensuing. My lords, I watched numerous family members of those Israelis whose loved ones were killed or taken hostage by Hamas, who, despite unimaginable grief, have been calling for an end to the bloodshed towards civilians. Brave and courageous voices, they are calling on their government to do everything possible to free their families. There are reports that Mr. Netanyahu hasn't even met the families. I don't know if that's true, but it must be painful for them to be ignored. Multiple Israeli commentators are saying that the Israeli demand is to transfer Gaza's population into the Sinai Desert. It's inconceivable this would ever be accepted by neighbouring Arab nations, and it's been called an attempt to ethnically cleanse the Gaza Strip. I hope that doesn't happen. We've heard a lot that Britain's policy since 1980 has been to support a two-state solution. I support that. I'm sure most of us do. But massive settlement building and confiscation of Palestinian land on the West Bank and elsewhere have been designed to undermine that solution. Can there really be a two-state solution in the face of this? So will the government join now humanitarian agencies and a growing number of countries to call for a ceasefire to allow urgent humanitarian aid to get through, alongside working to release the hostages held in Gaza? This war and conflict will do nothing to bring security or peace for the people of Israel or for Palestinians, and is now threatening to destabilise the whole region. What is the objection of this campaign? We don't know, as we've just heard. What is the end game? And I end by saying I agree with Lord Howard. I never thought I'd ever say this, but I agree with the noble Lord Howard that we do need a Palestinian Nelson Mandela, but we would also need an Israeli F.W. de Klerk who had the courage as well to be a partner in peace.
My Lords, unlike the last speaker, I do not accept that the Israeli response to date has been disproportionate, nor do I find it inconceivable that Hamas would conceal themselves in churches or mosques or schools, because there is years of evidence showing that is precisely what they do. Those of us at Sunday's Trafalgar Square vigil heard raw and direct from the families of the hostages and the relatives of the dead. The tragedy they recounted was scarcely believable, but all too true. All suffering and every innocent death counts, but there can be no equivocation or false equivalence about what has just happened, as Lord Reid so powerfully reminded us. I support, as I suspect most of us do, Palestinian as well as Israeli self-determination and nationhood, but all decent people can readily discern the difference between innocent murdered Israelis and murderous Hamas terrorists. All decent people, but not, it turns out, everyone. The past fortnight has exposed some uglier, darker and older reflexes. What were some of the responses by Islamist extremists parading on our streets on Saturday? They demanded the total eradication of Israel from the river to the sea. Let's not be coy about what that actually means. For the past 75 years, to be an anti-Zionist has, in practical terms, to be an advocate for the annihilation of the world's only majority Jewish nation, an actually existing UN member state, and the Middle East's only liberal democracy. And as if to prove the point, what was the response here from some of the far-left organisations, such as the Socialist Workers' Party, to people shot in the head at a bus stop and murdered at a music festival and decapitated in front of their parents, British citizens amongst them? The SWP said, and I quote, "Rejoice." That headline is still on their website as I speak. At times like this, the mask slips. We see the ugly face of anti-Jewish racism. To criticise particular actions of particular Israeli governments is not anti-Semitic, but to categorise everything Israel does as inherently illegitimate most certainly is. And when dead Israeli babies and grandmothers are said somehow to bear responsibility for their own murder, when Israel is blamed because Hamas conceals bombs and rockets in schools and mosques, and when jihadists blow up a Gaza hospital and yet Israel is instantly condemned, then a centuries-old virus is present in our midst. So at times like this, we need what Bernard-Henri Levy calls the will to see. To see that when the Iranian theocracy hangs its own citizens from cranes, denies the Holocaust, and demands Israel be wiped from the face of the earth, they mean it. And therefore, we need the clear-sightedness to see that all the while Hamas and other Iranian terrorist proxies control Gaza and deploy from Lebanon, they will continue to murder and oppress and destroy, including, as our own security services have confirmed, here on the streets of Britain. As Lord Turnberg has so powerfully explained, while they remain free to do so, there will be no two-state solution or any other version of a just peace, so they must be stopped, which means standing shoulder to shoulder with Israel and our allies, just as we do with Ukraine. In doing so, many earlier contributions this afternoon have addressed vital, immediate questions: how to get the hostages back, how to protect civilians, how to sustain recently improving relations between Arab states and Israel, which Palestinian Islamic Jihad claim the latest atrocities were specifically designed to destroy. But we must also confront the full implications of October 7th by asking some wider questions. First, will the government now follow the lead of other countries in proscribing Islamist extremists such as Hizb ut-Tahrir? Why should we tolerate hateful ideologies, the poison on our streets? If there are gaps in our current incitement legislation, as the Metropolitan Police Commissioner believes, surely the government should use the forthcoming King's Speech to put the matter beyond doubt. Secondly, the Prime Minister yesterday rightly announced more humanitarian aid for Gaza, and it is obvious that much more will be required. But in response to the question about a concern for the state of the Palestinian economy, it is not illegitimate to ask why, when over the past decade over $6 billion of international funding has flowed into Hamas-controlled Gaza, the people of Gaza have been confronted with the situation that they have. What guarantees do we have that none of the future humanitarian aid and assistance will cross-subsidise jihadist tunnels and rockets and death? And thirdly and finally, can the Minister update us on progress on disrupting Iranian weapons flowing to Hamas and Hezbollah and to Russia for use against Ukraine? As we all know, the Iranian regime is also brazenly developing its capabilities for nuclear weapons of mass destruction. Yet, just this past week, UN sanctions under UN Security Council Resolution 2231 have expired. So can the Noble Lord the Minister tell us what alternative action is being taken with our allies to guarantee that Tehran can never threaten nuclear terror? Because as the Noble Lord the Minister so rightly said, sometimes it takes a shock such as this to focus our minds. October 7th was a tragic and terrible day. Grant us the will to see and the strength to act.
Can I start, my Lords, by paying tribute to my noble friend, the Minister? I think all across this House would agree that his diplomacy, compassion and hard work have been essential at this time of high emotions, and for that I thank him. 6 minutes are not long enough to fully acknowledge the grief of those who have lost loved ones in this recent outbreak of violence. The pain of the families who so brutally witnessed the killing and abduction of their loved ones on the 7th of October, and the ongoing pain of those who await the return of those taken as hostages, including British families, whom I have met with, cried with, and continue to advocate with. Their loved ones must be returned, so I join the calls of so many others when I say to Hamas, let them go. Your actions were brutal. I condemn you for your breach of international law, your flagrant violation of the laws of the faith you profess to follow, where women, children and the elderly, even in a state of war, are off limits. 6 minutes are not long enough to acknowledge the pain and suffering of nearly 70 years of living under occupation, the forced displacement from ancestral home and lands, and the generations that have lost lives, livelihoods, and now tragically hope. But often in the midst of the darkest of periods, we see beacons of light, the peacemakers. And today, as I call for an immediate ceasefire and halt to the violence, I want to speak of some of these peacemakers who call for the same. British Jews who stand outside the Israeli embassy protesting for peace. Rabbis and other British Israelis who attend marches for Palestinian rights. British Jewish lawyers who call for restraint and adherence to international law. British, Jewish and Israeli organisations, including ex-IDF soldiers, calling for an immediate ceasefire. The 30 Israeli human rights organisations who came together calling for an end to the bombardment. And the powerful voices of Yonatan Ziegen, whose mother Vivian, a peace activist, is still missing, and who said his mother would be mortified by the bombardment in Gaza and that vengeance is not a strategy for peace. The voice of Noy Katzman, brother of Chaim Katzman, killed by Hamas, who's urged Israel not to use his brother's death as justification for killing innocent people. Maoz Inon, a peace activist who lost both his parents in the attack, and said, We are seeking no revenge, we are seeking peace and equality. War is not the answer. Nita Heyman, whose 84-year-old mother Ditsa was taken hostage by Hamas, who expressed her anger at the Israeli government and said, I call out to the government, do not destroy the Gaza Strip. That won't help anyone and will bring about even more violence. She urged us all to bring about an agreement between the two sides, not an arrangement, but a true peace agreement. David Zonshin, whose uncle was killed and his cousin taken hostage by Hamas, who said, revenge is not a vision, killing civilians is not a plan. Jacob Argamani, the father of Noah Argamani, who was abducted by Hamas fighters from the music festival, has urged for his daughter to be returned by peaceful measures. And I quote his powerful words, let us make peace with our neighbours in any way possible. I want there to be peace. I want my daughter to come back. Enough with the wars. They too have casualties. They too have captives. They have mothers who weep. We are two people to one father. Let's make a real peace. Ilana Karminka, the mother of an Israeli soldier killed on October the 7th, who movingly, as a mother said, she could not bear any more mothers losing their child, saying this was a horrible attack on innocent civilians. You cannot fix that. But the idea of more lives lost just tears me apart because I know what it means to lose your child. My lords, can any one of us profess to care more, be impacted more, to understand more than these Israelis, families at the heart of this tragedy, who call for peace, who ask for their grief not to be weaponized, who reject revenge, who seek coexistence, who acknowledge the humanity of all, including the Palestinian people. My lords, blessed are the peacemakers. I ask us to follow the lead of these peacemakers. I urge noble lords to choose peace over revenge and join me in calling His Majesty's government to call for an immediate ceasefire. And I ask noble lords not to follow the lead of an Israeli Prime Minister, mired in allegations of corruption, in bed with far-right extremists, forming government on the basis of a coalition agreement that denies the very existence of a Palestinian state from the river to the sea, and who in 2019 said this about Hamas: anyone who wants to thwart the establishment of a Palestinian state has to support bolstering Hamas and transferring money to Hamas. This is part of our strategy to isolate the Palestinians in Gaza from the Palestinians in the West Bank. I and others for over a decade in this House and more wider have been pleading with our government to turn its attention to the ongoing suffering of occupation, warning alongside Israelis who have taken to the streets of Israel and around the world in their thousands in recent years to warn of the rise of far-right extremism within Israeli politics and the egregious breaches of human rights. My lords, for too long we have failed Palestinians and we have failed Israelis. We now see the consequences of that failure. My lords, let us turn this moment of tragedy into hope and a genuine path to a two-state solution. And that starts with calling for an immediate ceasefire. And finally, as a mother, I end with this, a clear call at this moment on behalf of innocent women and children, hostages and others caught up in this war. To Hamas, I say, stop this violence and let them go. To the Israeli government, I say, end the occupation and let them live.
Great privilege to follow the noble Lady Wolsey, and I would also like to thank the Minister for his measured introduction and constructive remarks. The horrific events of recent weeks have shocked the world, and I join with others in condemning the violent attack on Israeli citizens and the taking of hostages. It is a savage violation of the right to protection of innocent civilians, and I send my heartfelt sympathy to the families who have lost loved ones and to those who wait in an agony of anxiety, fearing the fate of family and friends who are still hostages. Welcome today's release of the two hostages and call for the immediate release of the remaining ones and, as others have said, for an immediate ceasefire. Israel, of course, deserves support and sympathy across the world in seeking to obtain release of the hostages, but it has to be asked, how likely is this to be achieved by the bombardments and the siege of Gaza? Is the killing of more than 5,000 Palestinians and 15,000 casualties likely to achieve this and declared objective of destroying Hamas? Lord Reid was very graphic in his description of potential consequences of escalation of this conflict. I think we need to bear those in mind. The scenes of carnage as Israeli troops continue the deadly war in Gaza and drive its peoples from their homes with no other refuge or escape, risk causing public sympathy to ebb away, and the refusal of the British government to condemn the killings of innocent civilians in Gaza and their reluctance to join in action with the humanitarian agencies in stopping this devastation is another decision which will have widespread consequences in the region and worldwide. How, I think we must ask, will mass retribution and collective punishment of civilians in Gaza provide any resolution to the issue of Israeli security? The 5 preceding bombardments since 2005 have manifestly failed to achieve this. Indeed, violence and oppression add fuel to the flames of conflict and bolster the positions of extremists on both sides. The present 2.3 million people who live in Gaza are civilians. Half of them are children. They have no part in the fighting and are powerless to effect it, yet they have no way of escaping the bombardments. Deprived of food, shelter and water, families are gathering to die together, and children are writing their names on their notepads so that when they are killed, people will know who they are. This is a result of the endless unidentified victims of the fighting. The threat of disease continues to grow through the withholding of clean water and resulting poor sanitation as bodies pile up in the streets and hospitals become morgues through withholding of electricity. 1 child is dying in Gaza every 15 minutes. Long before the events of the 7th of October, the humanitarian situation in Gaza was in crisis. Many agencies, including the UN, have been trying to draw the attention of the world to the desperate situation caused by the aggressive Israeli-Egyptian blockade of 16 years. Gaza is known as the largest open-air prison in the world. In 2012, the UN produced a report which said that Gaza would be unlivable by 2020 unless there were to be significant improvement to basic conditions. The reprisals of bombardments carried out over the last 16 years in the 6th major war against Gaza since 2005. The impact has been traumatic, particularly on children, and yet the world has stayed silent and nothing has been done to change this. A recent report found that 4 out of 5 children in Gaza had contemplated suicide. The agreed passage of lorries and aid through the Rafah crossing are a welcome sign, but nothing like enough to save people from a catastrophe. Before the crisis, 450 lorries per day were needed to support the needs of the population under blockade. My Lords, 16 years of forced containment of the citizens of Palestine under occupation has not achieved security for Israel. As many speakers today have said, justice is needed in place of oppression. And certainly the citizens of Gaza and the occupied territories must be part of any resolution plan. The forced evacuation of Gaza and violent driving of people from their villages and demolition of their homes and facilities in the occupied Palestinian territories by settlers with support of the government are not the way to peace. Circumstances are increasingly toxic and international leadership is needed to find a way forward, as well as others have said, leadership from Palestinians and Israelis. It's heartbreaking to see the suffering and to see how little progress has been made in this deadly conflict over so many years, and it is easy to see how many believe the West has turned its back on the Palestinian people. And I support very much the comments of Lady Morris on the future needs to resolve this conflict. I hope our message today will be one, as Lord Harris has said, to restore the will for peace and call a cease to the mass killings and bombardment and siege in Gaza, safe release of the hostages and the need for renewed leadership on all sides to restart the dialogue towards long-term justice, peace and security in the region.
My Lords, I stand in solidarity with Israeli and Palestinian civilians. I condemn the horrific terror attacks by Hamas on Israeli civilians, with more than 1,000 people killed and more than 200 hostages, which has justifiably evoked anxiety, fear, trauma and anger, particularly amongst Jewish communities in Israel, in the United Kingdom and worldwide. However, the Israeli government should not use these tragic recent incidents or events as justification for collective punishment of innocent Palestinian civilians. They are not the enemy. We must urgently demand an immediate ceasefire, with all sides complying with international laws. This includes Hamas releasing all the hostages and for the Palestinian civilians to have unrestricted and full access to food, fuel, medicines, water and health supplies, particularly for the 50,000 pregnant Palestinian women, 5,000 of whom will be giving birth in the next few weeks. Where are they supposed to give birth? If the UK government is a true friend to Israel, then it must give the best advice, which is to show restraint, respond proportionately and within international law. I know the horrific hostage ordeal requires urgent action, but this urgency did not have to involve cutting off water, cutting off electricity, bombing civilians and destroying infrastructure. A justification that's been used is that the Hamas is using Palestinian civilians as shields. But does that mean that innocent Palestinian civilians have to be killed? According to the United Nations, more than 4,000 Palestinians have been killed, mostly civilians and mostly women and children, with more than 1.4 million displaced. Children are having their names written on their arms so they can be identified if they are killed. Parents are collecting body parts of their children in plastic carrier bags. Bodies are decaying in the rubble. Gaza is turning into a massive graveyard. I commend the courage of the health workers who have stayed to look after the wounded and dying. They are heroes. Civilian casualties should never be accepted as inevitable consequences of war, so I therefore disagree with Noble Lord Howard, who said it is an inevitable consequence. I do understand that Israel has a right to defend itself and protect its citizens. But I ask this: how is starving, withholding full access to aid, killing innocent men, women, the elderly, pregnant, disabled, children and babies, helping to defend Israel? It has been suggested that there are no plausible alternatives. But I wonder if the Israeli leadership and its allies have tried hard enough to find these solutions. I find it perplexing that with the formidable military capabilities and the state-of-the-art technology the Israeli government has, and its exceptionally powerful national allies, including the United Kingdom, why this does not yield viable alternatives that would safeguard innocent lives on all sides and bring an end to the cycles of death in the region. Perhaps it indicates a lack of political will, but this also includes by the Arab leadership in the region. However, now is a pivotal moment in history. We must finally make the two-state solution a reality, but this must also include the voices of Israeli and Palestinian women in peace-building efforts. My Lords, because the conflict is a deeply sensitive and complex issue, it evokes strong emotions and passionate responses. We have therefore seen a surge in hateful rhetoric, stereotypes and discrimination towards Jewish and Muslim communities here in Britain. I'm outraged by the actions of a small minority attempting to hijack the protests in support of Hamas, or to even celebrate the attacks. Such behaviour is utterly reprehensible and should be dealt with by full force of the law. However, it's crucial to emphasise that these individuals do not represent the majority who are united in their support for Palestinian human rights. Palestinian human rights do not equate to anti-Semitism or endorsing Hamas. I'm deeply concerned that misinformation is being used to suppress legitimate expressions of solidarity and advocacy. This suppression may also include Muslims in particular being reported to the police and prevent programmes. The right to express one's concerns and opinions on matters of global importance is a fundamental pillar of democratic societies. My Lords, we must be able to stand up for human rights and peace for all, without fear or favour.
My Lords, the massacre of Israel's civilians and the taking of over 2,000 hostages, ranging from babies to a Holocaust survivor, on the 7th of October, together with the sustained rocket attacks onto the State of Israel and at sea, have shocked the whole world. The attacks were clearly planned to coincide with the Sabbath nearest the 50th anniversary of the Yom Kippur War, when Israel was then attacked and invaded by surrounding nations, and of course today's attacks continue. This conflict is distinctive because it began with a deliberate massacre of civilians and is the result of a general strategy that, as plans found on the bodies of dead Hamas combatants reveal, involved the deliberate targeting of civilians. Thus, the civilians affected are not so-called collateral damage, where they are killed or injured accidentally, but as a result of their being the express and deliberate target. And of course that makes sense, because according to Hamas, Israel has no right to exist. And if it has no right to exist, then plainly no one in Israel, but be they combatants or not non-combatants, has a right to exist. Israel's reaction, by contrast, has been quite different. They have a massive challenge because the only way in which they can stop Hamas is by counter-attacking Gaza and the territory, to remove Hamas, a territory that, as in any war, has a far larger civilian than combatant population. My Lords, rather than asking its troops to target Gazan civilians, the Israeli army is doing the opposite. It is urging its troops to avoid civilians. It is sending warnings about the areas that it intends to target, and is encouraging civilians to move. Now, some people might respond by saying, well, why should they move? It is wrong to ask them to do so. But if we are to adopt that position, we are effectively saying one of two things. Either that they should stay put, and Israel has no right to defend its population and should not seek to take out Hamas, and just let the rockets and other attacks continue. Or we are saying that Israel should attack to take out Hamas, and if civilians are killed because they remained in target areas, then so be it. My Lords, neither approach is credible. The only credible approach is what Israel is actually doing. My Lords, I am troubled that some spokespeople in surrounding countries that were combatants against Israel 50 years ago are failing to make these critical distinctions and of the potential for things to escalate. This is no doubt what Hamas had in mind in its decision to choose the 50th anniversary of the nearest Sabbath to Yom Kippur War, a conflict that engulfed much of the Middle East. In this context, we all have a responsibility to be clear about the distinctions between Israel's non-combatant civilian policy and that of Hamas. My Lords, I am of the same age as the State of Israel, and I cannot imagine what it must have been like to have been invaded in 1948. Less than 4 years after the end of the Holocaust, in 1967, 1973, 1982, and so on, and now this. I am very pleased to stand today with the people of Israel. I think it's my duty and responsibility. My Lords, I am also very mindful of the innocent Gazan population into which Hamas embeds itself. There is plainly a desperate need for humanitarian relief that gets to where it is needed and not into the hands of Hamas. We are all indebted to those brave people working night and day to secure the safe passage of the aid to the civilian population. They have, I am sure, the support of everyone in this House.
My Lords,
May he who makes peace in his high places, may he make peace for us, for all Israel, and for all mankind. It's a prayer said in my synagogue and others at least once in every service by the whole community, and particularly by those in mourning. It's pretty much the last prayer of the service when we don't pray for a better quality life, for happiness, for material success. We pray for peace. It is the ultimate gift God can give. And I suspect there's a similar thread in other religions, not least the Muslim religion, as my noble friend Lord Ahmad said in his opening speech. Before discussing Israel, I do of course refer to the Register of Interests, which disclose my close connections with Israel and in particular Jerusalem. It must be clear to all right-minded people that Israel has a right and duty to ensure peace for all its citizens. It's now clear the only way to achieve that, as the Prime Minister said yesterday, is the termination of the power of Hamas. Every other route hasn't worked. Israel withdrew all its settlements in Gaza, left the opportunity to continue a successful agricultural industry, left the foundations of an airport, a seaport, provided free electricity, but Hamas killed its opponents and then would not let its people benefit from anything they regarded as tainted by Israel. To understand Hamas, you have to listen to Mossab Hassan Youssef. He is the son of the founder of Hamas. He spent years in an Israeli prison and now explains to the world that Hamas has only one objective, which is to enrich and empower itself, even at the risk of its own people. One has to ask, how can human beings physically commit the atrocities that Hamas perpetrated a couple of weeks ago? Munira Misra, writing in the New Statesman, explains it in part the export of radical Islamism from Iran, which has a dogma to dehumanize non- and ex-Muslims, treating women as lesser beings and violent hatred of Jews. As she says, most Muslims do of course see through this, but a very small number have allowed themselves to be indoctrinated and brainwashed by fanatics. There must be consequences of this evil perpetrated by them on innocent Jews and on innocent Muslims. So what do we need to do? First, we now need to prescribe the IRGC. I voted against the government earlier this year for only the third time in 10 years. I did with a heavy heart. It was the security bill which was to enable legislation to be passed for the prescription. At the time, the Home Office was actually, I believe, in favour, but the Foreign Office claimed that the US government didn't want us to do this, as we would lose our embassy in Tehran. The position has now changed. I urge my noble friend the Minister, please don't make me vote against my government again. And please explain to us why our security services and the BBC took so long to confirm that the missile which landed near the Al-Ahli hospital was not Israeli. Have we learned the lesson not to trust briefing from Gaza, but to know that the Israelis have a track record of telling the truth and undertaking proper investigation? Second, we need to properly police the demos in the UK, which are clearly inciting violence. Further, I have seen the manual from the Palestinian Action Underground, which with instructions on how to commit offences on British businesses supplying Israel. They even have their own website up and running. This needs to be closed. Third, to press Qatar to do more to release hostages and reduce the violence. And last, we need to support Israel when she eventually enters Gaza to find these evil people who will otherwise seek to kill again and are still sending rockets to Israel, even today into Tel Aviv. We need to be clear, as the international lawyer Natasha Hausdorff has explained. It is entirely within international law for Israel to do what she's doing now, and what she needs to do, to enter Gaza, to not supply electricity, which it had been giving freely to Gaza, and not to allow any fuel in. It will only be used to make rockets. Of course, the leaders of Hamas have plenty of fuel and power. They've stolen it from UNRWA enclaves, and that fuel should instead be used for humanitarian purposes in hospitals. The IDF has been rated by British servicemen as the most ethical in the world. It is full of conscripts who are themselves regular citizens and are quite rightly at pains to minimise any further suffering to civilians. Any breaches of international code by them, and indeed by the settlers, as the Archbishop of Canterbury has just said, deserves punishment and will receive it. But we have to stand up and take the difficult decision to say, we will back Israel to take these actions they believe are necessary, and we believe it's the only route to peace. We know and mourn that there will be innocent tragedies, innocent fatalities. There always are in the war. It's the price Hamas has forced us to pay. But we still pray. May he who makes peace in his high places, may he make peace for us, for all Israel, and for all mankind. Amen.
My Lords, let me start by thanking the Minister for so eloquently setting out the government's position. A group of eminent Jewish lawyers wrote a letter over a week ago now to the Financial Times condemning the appalling atrocities committed by Hamas as a crime against humanity. I strongly agree with them. They also stated that under international law, Israel has a right to respond in self-defense and to seek justice for the awful crimes that have been committed on its soil. I agree with them. They continue that international law, and more specifically the rules of war, should be complied with in any response, however great the crimes against them. They then list their concerns about Israel's response, arguing first that it is a grave violation of international law to hold a civilian population under siege, and second, that international law requires ensuring minimum destruction of civilian life and infrastructure. It is essential that we live by these laws, they say, and I agree with them. Since the publication of this letter, there have been 2.2 million people in Gaza besieged without supplies of food, water, fuel and medicines, with the maximum destruction of infrastructure, destroying any semblance of normality in civilian life. Israeli bombs have razed residential areas and hit schools, medical facilities, plants providing electricity and water, mosques and churches. Nearly 6,000 Palestinians have been killed. More than a third of them are children, and more unaccounted for, buried under rubble. Hospitals are struggling to cope with thousands more who've been injured, including many children. The terrible suffering of the people of Gaza should touch us all. What has been inflicted on them is another crime against humanity. Does the Minister agree with this, and will the government condemn it? The Israeli government has also told 1.1 million Palestinian civilians to leave their homes in North Gaza and go to the south. Hundreds of thousands have left and are now homeless in the south. This amounts to mass forcible transfer, which under the Rome Statute is a crime against humanity. And still the killing goes on as airstrikes continue across central and southern Gaza to where these civilians have been told to flee. My Lords, the government has focused on calling for more humanitarian aid to be provided. Would it not be better if it asked for a ceasefire and a lifting of the siege so the cause of the need for ever-increasing amounts of humanitarian aid might be addressed? I welcome the government's announcements yesterday of funding for aid on top of the 10 million already announced. But could the Minister tell the House whether and how the first tranche has been spent? And would he agree that the tiny number of trucks allowed through the Rafah crossing cannot meet the huge needs, and that fuel must be included too, so that hospitals do not run out of power and water pumps can work? Without it, deaths will rise. Time is running out, my Lords, for the people of Gaza, nearly half of whom have been displaced from their homes with nowhere to go. Many are traumatized, fearing that they will never be able to return to them. It is good news that 2 more Israeli hostages have been released. But they must all be released, and priority must surely be given, with the help of Qatar, to negotiating this with Hamas. There are Israeli citizens, many of who are calling for this to happen. An invasion of Gaza is a terrifying prospect for the families of hostages. It also threatens widening a widening conflict across the Middle East with horrific consequences, including a war between Hezbollah and Israel and the destabilizing of Egypt, Jordan, and Lebanon. Can the Minister say what the UK government's position is on this planned invasion, which will lead to more deaths and destruction, including the deaths of many Israeli soldiers, and a prolonged and probably wider war? Yesterday, the Prime Minister, and today the Minister, rightly referred to the need for a two-state solution. But what has the government done in recent years to help bring this about? Too little, I fear. The West Bank has been occupied for 56 years. This breaks the rules of war. And 250 illegal settlements have been built there, making the two-state solution far more difficult. Unless the international community brokers longer-term solutions which address the underlying problems, there is a danger that this horrible cycle of death and destruction will continue. In the short term, Hamas must release all the hostages and stop firing rockets into Israel, and Israel must cease its bombardment of Gaza. Will the government do what 75% of British citizens want, according to a recent YouGov poll, as well as the many Jewish organisations listed by the Noble Baroness Lady Varsi, and commit to a ceasefire, so out of this awful crisis, opportunities for peace and reconciliation and for an agreement between Palestine and Israel can be pursued?
Assalamu alaikum. My Lords, I was in my early teens in a classroom when I learned of the horrors that Jewish people had suffered during the Second World War. I remember the moment well. What really made a deep impression was the realization that it was not ancient history, that it had happened only a few short years before, and that there were people alive who had endured the Holocaust, and people alive who had perpetrated it. 6 million innocent people murdered because they were born Jewish. I abhor cruelty and injustice, and my heart bled for the Jewish people. Today, I condemn unreservedly Hamas's vicious attack on unarmed civilians on 7th of October and the taking of hostages. Both are war crimes committed by a proscribed terrorist organization. Anguish and trauma in Israel is all-consuming, and actions to punish the perpetrators is Israel's right. But further war crimes and contravening international humanitarian law can never be the answer. Not for a democratic country with principles and values rooted in the rule of law. Martin Griffiths, the Under-Secretary General for Humanitarian Affairs and Emergency Relief Coordinator, has stated that, and I quote, "The party's actions and rhetoric over the past few days are extremely alarming and unacceptable. Even wars have rules, and these rules must be upheld at all times and by all sides." Close quotes. Forcible transfer of Palestinians from northern Gaza in readiness for an Israeli ground invasion, according to the Rome Statute, is a crime against humanity. The Palestinians are suffering the bombing of civilian targets such as schools, water installations and hospitals. The British government expressed its support for the complete siege on Gaza, no electricity, no food, no water, no fuel, as announced by the Israeli Defense Minister. I think that it was an aberration. I hope so. And I hope we, our government, will support the call instead from the 12 major aid agencies for an end to the total siege and allow unfettered humanitarian access. The 50 trucks currently allowed in amount to no more than a drop in the ocean compared to the hundreds of trucks a day that are needed. The Israeli Defense Minister, in announcing the siege, spoke of, and I quote, "fighting human animals." and we act accordingly, close quotes. Words that sent a chill through my veins. Can the noble Lord the Minister say whether our government is making it plain that there will be distinction between Hamas militants, terrorists and civilians, and it is not acceptable to use language that dehumanises Palestinians? My Lords, there is real risk that the war in Gaza will spread. Israeli settlers in the West Bank are being given additional weapons and are using them to murder unarmed Palestinians. Can I ask the noble Lord the Minister what efforts the UK government is making to avoid an escalation of this war in the West Bank, as well as further in the region? We know from history that other intractable problems, such as Northern Ireland and apartheid in South Africa, were ultimately only solved by sworn enemies taking a seat at the negotiating table. Does the Minister agree that the starting point must be a full independent international inquiry, followed by a process of accountability for all parties with full access to the Gaza Strip and Israel, so that those responsible for crimes can be held accountable? My Lords, I'd like to draw attention to a widely respected movement called Women Wage Peace, a coalition of Jewish and Arab women working towards a peaceful and secure coexistence of Israelis and Palestinians. I'd like to read bits from their position paper released on the 15th of October this year. This war proves, more than ever, that the concept of managing the conflict failed. We must turn every stone in order to reach a political solution. The Palestinian people will not disappear, nor will we. All conflicts in the world have been resolved by peace agreements. Hamas has already managed to destroy the negotiations with Saudi Arabia. Hamas must not be allowed to win. We know these words sound imaginary, naive, and unrealistic, but this is the truth, and we must recognize it. Every mother, Jewish and Arab, gives birth to her children to see them grow and flourish, and not to bury them. My Lords, I finish with the words of the released hostage, Yocheved Lifshitz, to her masked Hamas captor. Shalom.
My Lords, I was privileged to be a member of the delegation to Israel, organised by Elnet and led by the noble Lord Turnberg. We spent a day at the Gaza border, at the crossing at Kerem Shalom, where 500 trucks would go in and out of Gaza every day. We looked out on Gaza next to Zerot. We saw an Iron Dome battery, and 1,000 rockets had been fired in the 4 weeks before our visit. And we interacted with the Israeli parliament, ministers, with Fatah, the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank. We visited Yad Vashem, remembering and commemorating the 6 million Jews killed in the Holocaust. And yet we came away from that visit dejected by the political situation in Israel at the time. How lucky we are to have the House of Lords. Israel does not have a Senate, does not have a check and balance. Fatah and Hamas do not talk to each other. There's been no democracy in the West Bank or in Gaza. And yet not once did we feel unsafe. In fact, we were really impressed by Israel being on top of their security situation, including with regard to Gaza. Who would have predicted what happened a few months later on the 7th of October when Hamas took Israel by surprise and brutally murdered 1,400 Israelis and took over 200 hostages? As the Most Reverend Primate said, it was a pogrom. Last week I was shown a film by the Israeli embassy of footage of the horrors of the 7th of October. It was horrific beyond belief, cruel, monstrous, barbaric. These are terrorists. These are inhuman monsters. What they did to babies, to children, to families, to old people, to Holocaust survivors was horrific beyond the worst possible nightmare. And this is just 2.5 weeks after the 7th of October. We cannot forget the magnitude of that horror. Israel has to have the right to defend itself. Their aim is to dismantle Hamas, and this has to be allowed to happen. However, in doing this, it is tragic of the loss of life in Gaza, of the destruction that is taking place as a result of the airstrikes and shelling, and this is before a possible ground assault. The Palestinians in Gaza have been asked to move to the south, and yet bombing continues by Israel in the south, and the reason is because Hamas continues to operate from the south. It is firing rockets every single day from north and south, and Israel has to be able to attack the terrorists. But, as many noble lords have said, Israel must always operate within international law. We have to allow aid to get in to Gaza for the 2.2 million innocent residents of Gaza. Every Israeli minister we spoke to mentioned Iran. Why are we not prescribing the IRGC? It's about time we did it. Hezbollah. Iran is backing Hezbollah. They cannot be allowed to get into this war. The hostages must all be released now and not 2 by 2, as the noble Lord Howard said. What is tragic about this war is it seems to have given rise to huge anti-Semitism. This is not a war between Islam and Judaism. This is not a war between Muslims and Jews. This is a battle of humanity against Hamas, a battle of humanity against terrorism of the most horrific and worst kind. This is a battle against sheer evil. And the UK, the United States, NATO, we must do everything we can to stop this war escalating. My lords, we are staring into the abyss. We're staring into the possibility of a World War III, and this cannot be allowed to happen. 9/11 led to NATO implementing Article 5 for the first time and only time in its history. It led to invading Afghanistan, where we were for 20 years. The Iraq War in 2003, with no plan for after victory, led to Syria, which led to ISIS. The Afghanistan withdrawal gave Putin the confidence to go into Ukraine, and Afghanistan is now back in the hands of the Taliban. When are we going to learn? A few weeks ago, I spoke in the debate on the first anniversary of the Abraham Accords. Israel, the UAE, Bahrain, Morocco, establishing relations, tourism, business, trade, friendship. And in the debate, we spoke about the possibility of Saudi Arabia normalizing relations with Israel. How these developments, ironically, these developments of progress and peace have led to Hamas doing what they have done now. Because peace and friendship are not in Hamas's vocabulary. Creating havoc and murdering is the objective of these cowardly terrorists who use human beings and children as shields. The vast majority, the vast majority of Muslims and Jews don't want conflict, they don't want war, they want peace. As she was released as a hostage, Yocheved Lifshitz turned around and gripped the hand of one of the masked Hamas terrorists who had kept her captive and said, "Shalom." What amazing dignity. Because shalom means peace, harmony, and tranquility. And that is exactly what we need throughout the Middle East and the world today. Peace.
My Lords, this is a difficult speech for me to make because of so many wonderful speeches that have been heard that we've heard today. I'd like to particularly mention the noble Lord Billy Mora, speaking before me, who, having tears in one's eyes, is not really a good way to start a speech in the House of Lords. But I would like to really talk about two particular aspects of Gaza from my own experiences, and secondly, some comments from me as a British Jewish person. I have nothing in my register of interest to declare, but those noble lords that don't know me would I should say that I was chairman of Conservative Friends of Israel for the best part of a decade. I've made many visits to Israel, and with family and friends of mine, I went to Gaza several times in better times. And I saw people who were very much like the Israeli population, a lot of small businesses, people working in workshops, people who we would call middle-class people with professions and occupations. Today, most of those people are dead. They're not dead at the hands of Israelis, they're dead at the hands of Hamas, because this is not a war between Hamas, this is not a war between Israel and Palestine, this is not a war between Jew and Muslim. This is a war between Hamas, who represent terrorism, they represent evil. This is good against evil. This is a proxy war between Western democracies and Iran, who are an enemy of everything that we all stand for. They are tyrannical dictators. They have captured the population of Gaza, most of whom, as I've said, certainly from my personal experiences, were perfectly normal people who'd felt pretty bad about the original refugee situation, had come to terms with a fairly miserable life under the Egyptians, but there was hope, and that hope has gone. Today, before what happened on October the 7th, we have to accept that 70% of the population of Gaza, the adult population, were unemployed. Those people have no hope. Those people's lives have been made into a tyrannical way of life, a way of life that was hugely exacerbated by Hamas, who were using them, were siphoning off a lot of aid that was meant with very well-meaning purposes, of course. And another thing that Noble Lords may be interested in, which is one of the few things that hasn't been mentioned today, that 50% of the population of Gaza are 18 or under. These are people that weren't even alive when Gaza came under the control of Hamas. It's all they've known. These people are sent to summer schools. In fact, some of the United Nations summer schools try and compete by teaching people sort of moderate and other things. But Hamas controls these people who are indoctrinated. So, is there a future? Well, in the short term, there's no question about it. Israel's got to destroy Hamas and get the hostages released. Whatever it takes, it has to be done. Although I would say, after that, the experience of ISIS, who basically are Hamas, in Iraq and others, is that when invasions take place, that most of them just disappear into the general population. And it's extremely difficult. This is an extremely difficult task that the Israelis have to do. But I would say for the future, if one good thing could come of this terrible mess, it will put paid to the false belief, in my view, in Israeli society, that security alone is enough for their future, that security can provide them with a way of life that means that they will live forever in the type of freedom and prosperity they want. So a solution has to be found in the relations with Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza somehow. And I believe the Israeli public will realise that. I believe at the end it could be a political realignment. Somehow the Israelis have to find partners which they don't have at the moment. The Palestinian Authority are a bunch of corrupt old men, I'm afraid to say, and in Gaza, obviously Hamas. But if something comes out of this, somehow there must be moderate partners that in the future can provide peace. So for me, I'd just like to, in the remaining time, make a brief point as a British Jew, because some things don't change. My father, in 1940, was conscripted into the British Army and was hospitalised by his own troops, who were Mosleyite fascists, for being Jewish. And whilst they were kicking him, they told him to get back to Palestine, which is quite interesting since his family had been here since 1680, but that's a very small problem. Secondly, so what changes? The people we heard at the rally of 100,000 people who were supposedly doing this for Palestine, the same kind of anti-Semitic comments were heard. These were not anti-Israeli comments, they were basically anti-Semitic comments, which for me, as a British Jew who's totally 100%, despite having family and friends in Israel, this is my country of my ancestors for hundreds of years. We have to say that the cause of the Israel cause and the Israel-Palestine thing is being now fully exploited by extremists preaching anti-Semitism. And I never thought I'd say that. I'm certainly the last person to talk about anti-Semitism all the time. But there is hope. There is hope. There has to be hope. After the Yom Kippur War, peace with Egypt came out of it, and I believe whatever it takes, it will take a lot for Israel to do what it needs to do. In the end, there's hope that in the end will lead to peace and prosperity for all people that live in the Middle East.
Lords, I stand up to speak about this tragic situation which is happening in Gaza at the moment. But before I start, can I say that I have learned a lot from the speakers who have spoken before me with a huge amount of knowledge and experience. I have nothing to declare because I have never been to the region. I've never visited Israel or Palestine. Neither do I have any family connections. All I have done is read about it and learned in the media. And whatever I'm going to say is going to be on the basis of that information. My Lords, on the 7th of October, we woke up to learn shocking news that Hamas, a prescribed terrorist organization by UK government, has launched an assault on Israeli territory. The latest estimated death toll from the attacks, excluding militants, is 1,400, with more than 4,600 people injured. Hamas fighters have also reportedly taken at least 200, and not 2,000, as one of my previous speakers said. We will learn 200 hostages back into Gaza, including 20 children. That's horrific. I urge Hamas to release these prisoners. In response to Hamas attacks, Israel launched a relentless bombing campaign against the besieged enclave, razing neighborhood after neighborhood, which continues as we speak. Latest media reports by Gaza Ministry of Health indicate that the number of people killed in Gaza since 7th of October has risen to 5,000. Women and children make more than 62% of the fatalities, while more than 15,200 people have been injured, including 35 UN workers. I condemn killing of all innocent people from all sides. As a result of Israeli bombardment, thousands of buildings are reported to have been destroyed, including residential blocks, hospitals, mosques, and churches. More than 1 million people are displaced in the territory, which has been under siege and largely deprived of water, food, and other basic supplies. This is collective punishment against the international law and can amount to war crimes and crimes against humanity. My Lords, Israel has reportedly amassed a force of 3,600 IDF troops to launch a ground assault on Gaza and has called upon residents of Gaza City to evacuate ahead of reports plans for a ground invasion by IDF forces. However, there have been reports of further airstrikes on evacuees, killing a large number of men, women, and children, and questions raised about how feasible any evacuation of such a large population area is. Since the initial Hamas attacks, rising tensions in the West Bank have led to deadly clashes between Israeli security forces and the settlers and Palestinians. The UN reports 79 Palestinians, including 20 children, and 1 Israeli soldier have been killed. My Lords, let us be reminded that this conflict did not start on the 7th of October 2023. Gaza is a walled area, 25 miles long and 6 miles wide. The flow of food, water, and basic amenities is controlled by Israel. It is recognized by most humanitarian groups as the world's largest open prison. People try to live there while staring at death in the eyes on a daily basis. This has been normalized by the rest of the world, and it is all too clear now that we must be reminded of the facts that have not changed almost in 70 years. An independent organization, Amnesty International, says in its report in 2020, and I quote, "Whatever they live in Gaza, wherever they live in Gaza, East Jerusalem and the rest of the bank, Israel itself, Palestinians are treated as inferior racial group and systematically deprived of their rights. We found Israel cruel policies of segregation, dispossession and exclusive across all territories under its control." We look, my lords, I have little time left, but I'll go straight to my last two sentences. We need to back a ceasefire and use our influences to get the Israeli government to allow humanitarian aid, water, food and fuel supplies to the northern areas as well as the south of the Gaza Strip, and lift the siege of the Gaza Strip completely. The conflict cannot be go around in circles for another 70 years. We need to do everything to help to resolve this. The world cannot fail another generation of Palestinians. May I end by saying that whatever happens in the Middle East or other parts of the world often raises concerns in many communities in this country. United Kingdom is proud of our diversity, where people from all faiths, colours and cultures live, work and enjoy ourselves together. I'm sure this House will stand united to make sure that events in other parts of the world do not give rise to any form of anti-Semitism, Islamophobia or racism in our country.
The Minister, I want to thank the Government, I want to thank the Labour front bench and the Archbishop of Canterbury and so many noble lords for the sympathy and the support which they have shown to Israel over the past 2.5 weeks in very difficult times, and also for the condemnation that has been expressed for the growing anti-Semitism in this country. This is a great comfort, it's a great reassurance to the Jewish community, and it is very much appreciated. My Lords, I declare my interests. My wife is Israeli. We have a home in Israel. The Minister has been our guest, and we know families who have been bereaved by the terrible actions of the 7th of October. My friends in Israel have children. They have grandchildren who have paused their university careers, they've paused their occupations, their family life, to join the armed forces to defend their country. They would all of them much prefer to live in peace with their neighbours. But there are certain basic truths which explain why these reasonable and decent people are supporting military action at this time. The first is obvious, but it needs to be said. Hamas seeks the destruction of the State of Israel and all Jews living there. Its charter proclaims these goals, and the shocking events of the 7th of October demonstrate that this is not just a theory. Hamas is willing to implement its aims by murder, by torture, by abduction of Jews, however young, however old, whether they're religious, whether they're secular, and whatever their political views may be. And it's worse because Hamas is supported by a powerful state, Iran, which has regularly announced the same aim to destroy Israel. And we know, tragically, from recent history in Europe, 2 decades before I was born in 1956, that when groups announce that they are going to murder Jews, remove Jews from the face of the earth, they need to be stopped. The second basic truth follows from the first. Because Hamas and its supporters seek the destruction of Israel and the murder of all Jews who stand in the way, Hamas has no interest in a political settlement. They have no wish to negotiate a two-state solution. The only solution in which Hamas is interested is what the Nazis called a final solution. And it is naive in the extreme to think that it would make the slightest difference to the conduct of Hamas if only the Israeli government were to alter its policies, many of which, I should say, I oppose, and more significantly, large proportions of the Israeli population oppose. And President Herzog of Israel, a very wise man, said earlier this week, you cannot make peace with a neighbour who wants to chop off your children's heads. The third basic fact is that a state which faces such threats to its existence is entitled to defend itself. No other state in the world would tolerate or would be expected to tolerate such a threat at its border. International law clearly permits Israel to remove the ability of Hamas to fire missiles at its population and to remove the threat of further incursions to torture, to kill and to abduct people. The fourth basic truth is that Israel faces profound strategic as well as moral dilemmas. There are no easy answers when Hamas is embedded in a civilian population, when it has a network of tunnels, when it's holding over 200 hostages. Baroness Blackstone referred to a letter last week in the Financial Times from some lawyers. Well, I said in a letter in the Times last Friday with my noble friend Lord MacDonald of River Glaven that it is very easy for those lawyers to pronounce on international law from the safety of their chambers in the temple without regard to the threat which Israel faces and the problems in removing that threat. A fifth and final basic truth is that Israelis know and they deeply regret that the civilian population of Gaza is suffering. Tragically, and it is a tragedy, war in Gaza is causing and it will cause immense suffering and death to innocent people. War always does. Israel must and is doing all it can to minimise civilian deaths, a difficult task when Hamas embeds itself in schools, in hospitals and in mosques. We should be in no doubt who is responsible for this appalling situation. It is Hamas and all who support its perverted ideology, including those who shamefully celebrate on the streets of London when Israeli civilians are tortured and murdered and abducted. One final point, if I may. The Minister, in his very thoughtful opening remarks, emphasised the virtues of open debate on difficult issues. One of the tragedies of Gaza is that anyone who expresses the view that their government should stop spending money on missiles and on tunnels and should focus on industry, on health, on education, would be speedily tortured and murdered.
It's always worth listening, my lords, to Lord Panic, and it's a privilege to follow that brilliant speech in this debate. And I want to start by expressing my condolences to Baroness Beach and her family on the death of their relative. And I want to draw attention to my register of interests, which says that I am the Prime Minister's voluntary trade envoy to Israel. Now, my lords, in 2017, I visited Nir Oz, which is one of the small kibbutzes on the Gaza border, attacked by Hamas. Survivors say that between a quarter and a third of its 350 residents were killed or kidnapped. Now, what happened, and it's worth repeating this, what happened? Babies beheaded, women raped, families tied together and burnt. It seems to me, when Israeli officials use the word animals, they're not talking about Palestinians in general, they're talking about Hamas. And it seems to me to be a perfectly accurate description. And for people in this House to suggest that that word is being used about Palestinians in general is irresponsible and dangerous. Irresponsible and dangerous. This is brutal terrorism, just like ISIS. My lords, I could never understand Holocaust denial. But social media, for the past fortnight, has been flooded with people claiming that babies weren't really, babies haven't been killed, not in these numbers, questioning the accounts of the survivors and the Israeli officials who are bringing it to our attention. The attack on the young people at the music festival would be the equivalent to 2,000 young British people being killed at Glastonbury. Over 7,000 missiles have been aimed at residential areas in Israel, indiscriminately at residential areas, not at military targets, which is what the IDF tried to do, but at residential areas. That is more rockets, same number of rockets, that were fired by the Germans on the UK throughout the whole of the Blitz. More Jewish people killed on a single day than on any day since the Holocaust. And in the face of that, it seems to me, Israel doesn't just have the legal right, but a clear duty to defend its citizens, rescue the hostages, and deal with Hamas. The background to this: Israel recently signed the Abraham Accords to normalise relations with 3 Arab states and was in negotiations with Saudi Arabia. Iran, a state sponsor of terror, as we've heard, desperate to prevent that, which is why Hamas launched this attack. They knew what Israel would have to do in response, and they do not care that ordinary people in Gaza are being put in harm's way. Now, I've campaigned for a Palestinian state since I was a teenager, but the failure to establish one cannot be laid at Israel's door. When the United Nations decided that there would be 2 states in land administered by the British in Palestine, 2 states side by side, as we heard from Baroness Ramsey, the Jewish leadership agreed, Israel was established. Instead of agreeing to a Palestinian state for the Arab population, five Arab countries invaded on day one, and the Palestinians, tragically, are still without a state. Since then, the Palestinians have been offered a state on 3 or 4 occasions. Tragically, again, the Palestinian leadership rejected them all, and groups like Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad continued with terrorism. And I have to say that, the terrible position of the people in Gaza cannot be blamed on Israel either. The responsibility for this is clearly the leadership of Hamas, who've amassed billions and live in air-conditioned luxury in the Four Seasons Hotel in Doha. Gaza has not been occupied. We heard earlier on that Gaza is under occupation. Gaza has not been occupied for 18 years. When Israel unilaterally pulled out of Gaza in 2005, it had a functioning economy, control over imports and exports, open borders, plans to build a seaport, and discussions on an airport. Hamas, committed to Israel's destruction, staged a bloody coup, executed its rivals, banned elections. Its founding charter calls for Jews to be killed. People need to understand that it is opposed to the very idea of a peace process, which it says would involve the surrender of Islamic land. It is completely naive for people in this House to argue for a peace process with Hamas. Completely naive. They launched a vicious terrorist campaign, killing Israeli civilians. Instead of building hospitals and schools or a successful economy, it spends funds on rockets and tunnels to attack Israel. When people say that fuel has got to be provided for the people of Gaza, well, of course, but the fuel is stolen by Hamas to fire its rockets. This is why Israel had to build border controls and security fences, and last week's attacks showed just how necessary they were. This is not, as we heard today, a blockade. It is a defence. According to the UN, Hamas stores its rockets in schools used to host displaced people. Where Israel used its weapons to protect its people, Hamas used the people to protect the weapons. Now, the next few weeks will be awful. We know this. War always is. But British Army officers tell me that no army in the world takes as much care as Israel's to protect civilians. Hamas, we've heard calls for a ceasefire this afternoon. Hamas would use a ceasefire just to prepare the next attack. Now, my lords, tragically, we've seen an increase in anti-Semitic incidents in the UK, as we've heard. Since the attacks, the Community Security Trust has recorded at least 600 anti-Semitic incidents across the country, the highest ever recorded in a 17-day period. We've seen disgraceful support for terrorism at marches. This weekend in London, there was a rally organised by the racist extremist group Hizb ut-Tahrir, at which people held a banner with the slogan, "Muslim armies rescue the people of Palestine." A speaker was filmed asking, "What is the solution to liberate people in the concentration camp called Palestine?" In response, the crowd chanted, "Jihad." Now, does anybody think they were using the word jihad to mean some sort of personal spiritual struggle? In that context, it's obviously a call to wage war on Israel. And if that's not incitement, which the police should be dealing with, I do not know what is. Now, finally, my lords, I just want to read very quickly what IDF General Mickey Edelstein said yesterday. He said this: "They came to kill and burn civilians. Not military personnel, civilians. We told civilians to evacuate northern Gaza." Yes, and there are civilian casualties, but we are not looking for kids to kill. We are not looking to kill hostages. We do not find kids and then force them to go and ask their neighbours to come out, and then when they do, kill them. This is the position Israel is in, my lords. Israel's aim is to minimise civilian casualties. Hamas' aim to kill as many civilians as they can.
My Lords, I refer to my registered interest as President of Conservative Friends of Israel and Director of the Abraham Accords Group. And it's a pleasure, as always, to follow the noble Lord Austin. And if I may, I'd like to pay tribute to Lord Stevens of Birmingham for his moral clarity. My Lords, I was in Jerusalem on the 7th of October, and the Archbishop of Canterbury talked about the pride. I was proud the next day when I saw Downing Street with the flag of Israel, followed by the Foreign Office with the colours of Israel. You shouldn't underestimate, nobody should underestimate what that meant to the people of Israel who were just coming to terms and just learning what had gone on in the south. So I pay tribute to Lord Ahmad. I pay tribute to the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary for their steadfast and careful approach. But that careful approach, my lords... Oh, look at that. What I've done. Sorry. My lords, that careful approach is in stark contrast to some elements of the media who, on occasions, seem to take sides with devastating effect. My noble lords, Lord Palmer particularly spoke about the hospital. The reason I had my phone on is because I clicked on to the BBC World Service just now. 5.2 million viewings, sorry, 5.3 million viewings, and they're still saying that Israel did the bomb on the hospital. That's why I had it on. I couldn't believe that it's still there, BBC World Service. Any of you can click on. On Tuesday, the 17th of October, I was at home. I was watching Sky News as the story of this explosion at the hospital emerged. My lords, Anna Botting, her questioning of Mark Regev was deeply, deeply troubling. She even said to him about President Biden's forthcoming visit the next day to Jerusalem, she actually used the words, because I watched it again today, "It's best he doesn't come." This is the Sky News presenter making this comment. It was just outrageous. She had taken, like others, the words of the Hamas propaganda as if it were the truth. And as I said last night in this chamber, the negative effect of the broadcasters sharing lies was devastating across the region and across the world. And my lords, some parliamentarians were a little too trigger happy too. And I agree with many who are looking for that flicker of light in the darkness. My lords, the building up of the Abraham Accords, the building up of peace between Israel and Jordan, Israel and Egypt, what should be happening is all of them should be encouraging the Palestinians to join the Abraham Accords, and we should all agree to that long sought after two-state solution. Whilst we focus on the hostages, and it's right we focus on the hostages, they have to be returned, we shouldn't forget that devastation to the families of 1,400 butchered innocent men, women and children. And I think it's important to name them. And there's one in particular I'd like to talk about this evening, Ohad Monda Zichri. He turned 9 years old yesterday. And rather than celebrating his birthday at home with his loved ones, he's currently being held hostage in Gaza among the 200 other individuals. Ohad has been described as a gifted student, exceptional abilities, encompassing various fields, including sport, chess, and a remarkable skill on the Rubik's Cube. But like my noble friend, the Minister, and myself, he is an avid Liverpool football fan. There's his picture with his Mo Salah kit on, 9-year-old child. At home, his bedroom has been left untouched since his abduction. His shelves are filled with team souvenirs, his trophies, his family photos. My lords, back to my phone, I clicked on Mo Salah because the kit that he's wearing was Mo Salah. Mo Salah spoke last week about this tragedy. He talked rightly that all lives are sacred. My lords, he has 176 million views of this, much more than any of us could imagine on anything we're doing. This is important, and I urge my noble friend, the Minister, who, as I've said, is a Liverpool fan too, to try and urge people like Mo Salah to continue to raise humanitarian issues. Last week, my lords, I mentioned Ada Sagi. It's hard to contemplate that since I did, that poor 75-year-old lady has spent another painful 192 hours in captivity. We don't know where, and the agony for her son Noam and daughter-in-law Michal is beyond comprehension. My lords, all hostages must be released. And I urge my noble friend, the Minister, to redouble efforts with Qatar, with Egypt, and the Red Cross, and anyone else who can help.
Speeches in this debate, particularly introduced by the noble Lord Minister so excellently, and I was very sorry that I was a few minutes late before he got on to his speech. There's also a lot of high emotion, which I understand. The reason I decided to put my name in for this debate was because I felt that emotion. I felt that emotion about what had happened to the people in the kibbutzes next to Gaza, which I visited on the same visit as my noble friend Lord Austin. And what they'd done there was they'd created what I thought was a little paradise on earth, with all their efforts over the years. Absolutely beautiful, peaceful, wonderful place. And then this happens. And nothing really can excuse it. Nothing can excuse that kind of slaughter. And I just cannot bear the people in Britain who seem to think that this is something the Israelis brought on themselves, because I just think that's an appalling view. And I agree with all those who've criticised the demonstrations at the weekend, because the whole tone of that is fundamentally against the very existence of the State of Israel. And I think that after what happened in the Second World War and the Holocaust, we all had a moral responsibility to provide a Jewish homeland. And it has the full right to defend itself. But having said that, I hope that the Israeli government will behave with great care. I noticed very much the remark that President Biden made when he was in Israel, that he hoped they wouldn't make the mistake we'd made in 2001 after 9/11, and that we had got ourselves into lots of difficulties as a result. He's a very wise man, President Biden, in my view. I think what Lord Reid said in his speech is right. Although Israel is fully justified in taking whatever military action it wants to destroy Hamas, I agree, it's fully justified. I think it's going to be a pretty horrendous thing. I don't know quite what can be done about that. I do hope that the Israelis will support humanitarian aid for the Palestinians as much as possible. It's very important for them to be making clear to the world that this is a fight against Hamas, not against the Palestinians, and they must do their utmost, and we should be urging them to do their utmost. I also think they must adhere, as I believe they do, to the highest standards in warfare to try and minimise violence, but it's going to be pretty horrible and ghastly. The big question will be how we prevent this turning into some much wider Middle East conflagration. And I would have thought that the key here is that there has to be a fundamental change of heart on the Israeli side, particularly of Prime Minister Netanyahu, towards the legitimacy of the Palestinian position. They have got to come up with a new initiative that demonstrates real commitment to a two-state solution. They've got to see how they can get the friends that Israel has made in the Arab world to be guarantors of that two-state solution. And they have to they have to make it look as though this time they're determined to make it real. I do believe that reconciliation is possible. We've seen examples in the world that others have quoted earlier in this debate. The one that I remember personally was attending a dinner in Northern Ireland at which McGuinness and Ian Paisley Jr. were cracking jokes with each other a few years after all the awful violence there'd been in Northern Ireland. I do think reconciliation is possible. Yes, Israel must fight to defend itself, but it must also show that it has the generosity of spirit to build a viable long-term solution.
My Lords, when I spoke in a debate in this House just over 3 years ago on Israel and Palestine, I said that I believe that the safety and security of Israel is critical not only for the Israeli people, but for the world at large. After the horrors of the Holocaust and the centuries of prejudice, pogroms and expulsions, to which we must now add the barbarism of October the 7th, the ability of the people of Israel to live in safety and security in their own democratic state is, to my mind, essential to the values of a liberal international order. That safety and security, as we know, was shattered on October the 7th in the most brutal and inhumane manner imaginable by the terror group Hamas. Young people slain by the hundreds at a music festival, civilians gunned down or burnt to death in their homes, babies brutally murdered in their cribs, and the terrifying footage of Jewish people, citizens of Israel and countries around the world, seized, paraded before the cameras, and dragged away to an unknown fate. I know how those images impacted on me. I can only begin to imagine their impact on Israeli citizens and Jewish people around the world. The worst outrage and greatest act of humanity against Jewish people since the Holocaust. On that Saturday, I was in touch with a friend sheltering in a bomb shelter in Israel. She later told me that every one of her children knew a teen who had been killed. In carrying out their attack and in continuing to hold hostages, Hamas is in violation of every international law and of every value that we should hold dear. Those hostages, as other noble lords have said, must be released unconditionally and immediately. It is beyond me that there are those who could not find it in themselves to unequivocally condemn Hamas after these outrages. That anyone, regardless of their views on Israel and Palestine, and like the noble Lord, Lord Austin and many others in this House, I have always supported the creation of a Palestinian state. But that anyone, regardless of those views, would actually seek to justify such grotesque brutality remains utterly shocking, as does the wave of anti-Semitism that has been witnessed in this country in recent days. My Lords, for as long as I can remember, I've felt an affinity with Israelis and Palestinians. My father was an emissary to the then Anglican Archbishop in Jerusalem, George Appleton, in the late 1960s and early 1970s, and in fact he baptized me. In that role, my father travelled extensively in the region, and until his death earlier this year, he never ceased in his passionate advocacy for a peace which would allow both Israelis and Palestinians to live in security in their own states, a passion that he imparted to me. And I've been privileged also to visit Israel with the Liberal Democrat Friends of Israel and with my noble friend, Lord Munro, and with other colleagues. I am proud to count myself as a friend of Israel and also as a friend of Palestine. In fact, I do not believe you can truly be one without being the other, just as I do not believe that in the long-term security can exist for either Israelis or Palestinians until it exists for both. In the face of the barbarous assault on its citizens, Israel has every right in law and morality to take action to eliminate the threat to its people from Hamas. The issue at stake isn't whether Israel has that right, but how it exercises it in the manner most likely to prevent avoidable civilian death and secure the long-term safety and security of both Israeli and Palestinian people. Because whatever the outcome of this war, at the end of it, Israelis and Palestinians will have to live side by side. And Israel will have to put aside the dangerous delusion that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu seem to suggest that Israel could live in security without justice also for Palestinians. My lords, in the immediate moment, Israel needs a military strategy to successfully eliminate Hamas terror, and that will be hard enough. But as importantly, even more importantly, it needs a strategy for how it proceeds at the end of the war. It needs a strategy also for peace. After the 1967 war, Israel's founding Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion, speaking in the Knesset, said, "Our standing in the world will be determined not by our so-called material riches and not by our military's bravery, but by the moral virtue of our undertaking." In the midst of such horror and so many terrible dilemmas for Israeli decision-makers, it's essential that Israel heeds those words. The attachment that many of us have to Israel is precisely because it holds itself to different standards to other regimes in the region. It's essential that in its response to Hamas it upholds those standards, abides by international law and allows sufficient humanitarian assistance to reach the civilians of Gaza who are also victims of Hamas brutality and are suffering such devastating hardship. It's also critical that the Israeli government acts decisively against those settlers in the West Bank who are unleashing violence on Palestinians, which has left many innocent Palestinians dead. As the noble Lord Howard said in his powerful speech, every life is precious, and every one of the thousands of deaths of innocent civilians is a tragic loss for mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters, sons and daughters. My lords, I support our government in having stood with Israel in these days of terror, and I fully accept that Israel cannot live in safety with Hamas in control of Gaza. But neither will it live in safety unless the Israeli and Palestinian leadership recognise that after the war, they must both have the courage to throw aside extremists and make the compromises necessary to deliver a just and lasting peace.
Hear, hear.
My lords, I thank my noble friend for his opening remarks and to all noble lords who've spoken, and it is indeed a pleasure to follow the noble Lord Oates. And I commend the noble Lord Turnberg and the Right Reverend Primate, the Archbishop of Canterbury. And I also must declare my interest as a British Jew and an advisor to the Chief Rabbi's Trust and a member of the Conservative Friends of Israel and the Jewish Leadership Council. Every day, my lords, I grieve for the suffering and death of Israelis and Palestinians, and I pray for the hostages. Hamas murder squads claiming to represent the Palestinian people invaded Israel with the express purpose of killing, torturing, or kidnapping civilians, and I never would have believed that we would witness a pogrom against Jews in my lifetime. My family was nearly all wiped out by anti-Semitic hatred in the 1930s and 40s. And to then witness these murders being supported, celebrated, glorified by Palestinians in Gaza and their supporters around the globe has shaken me to the core. Why? I ask myself again and again. Why? Do these Hamas terrorists really have the support of the Palestinian or Arab majority? They were elected, and opinion polls suggest they may still have support. Those who glorify Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, Hizb ut-Tahrir and their ilk are a threat not just to Israel, not just to Jews, but to all of us. As the noble Lord, my noble friend Lord Harrington said, Israel has always wanted to live in peace with its neighbours. But a first step to achieving this must be to have a partner on the Palestinian side wanting the same. Peace is a duet, not a solo. As my noble friend Lord Lee said, Israel left Gaza, dismantled the settlements, wanted the Palestinians to have a prosperous future, and all they have received in return is terror. If the Palestinian people do not really support the actions of Hamas, but are frightened to speak up, as ordinary Germans were in the 1930s, while the Nazis increasingly threatened Jews, then Israel must have the courage to rid them of Hamas once and for all. And if Hamas really does have majority support, then Israel must anyway destroy further Hamas threats and help the Palestinian people recognise that extremism only brings misery, not a better life. Israel and Jews are not their enemies. But what can Israel do to achieve peace? Since October the 7th, there are those who defend Hamas actions or even blame Israel. We are already seeing, as the Noble Lord Austin said, frightening disinformation, videos denying survivors' accounts. And, my lords, Israel is the only Jewish state. It has known nothing but rejection by most of its Arab neighbours since its inception, as the Noble Baroness Ramsey explained. As long as Israel's right to exist is not accepted, what can it do but keep defending itself? If Hamas continues to fire missiles aimed at Israel's civilians from sites amongst, next to, or directly underneath its own children, what else can Israel do other than warn civilians to leave and then do what it must to stop the attacks, dismantle the rockets, and show its own people that Jews will not submit to torture and murder as millions did in the Nazi horrors? Jews yearn for peace. We pray for it every day. Jews have accepted being expelled from Arab countries where their families had lived for centuries, but settled themselves elsewhere. My lords, this is a bleak time for us as Jews. Are our children safe on our streets, in our universities, in other Western countries, as the plague of anti-Semitism has resurfaced? Support for Hamas and Palestinian fighters is a threat to us all, as Noble Lord Stevens said, not just Jews. If Islamic extremists are not defeated, we are all in danger. If brutal oppression succeeds in eradicating Israel, the only westernized democracy, and indeed, as others have said, if Russia succeeds in defeating Ukraine, our way of life, our freedoms, our values are all in peril. Hamas has never honoured international humanitarian law. If Israel can't protect its citizens by ridding Gaza of the Hamas rockets, made, by the way, with some of the water pipes provided for Gazans by Western aid, then a new standard for horrific assaults against Jews is established in our times. International commentators already seemingly consider the repeated rocket barrages from Gaza into Israel as somehow acceptable on the apparent justification that its Iron Dome can shoot them down, even though civilians are still killed. Well, this cannot persist. Decades of wishful thinking that Hamas's charter calling to kill Jews is just rhetoric has been a delusion. The Palestinian leadership is anti-Semitic. Mohammed Abbas has repeated anti-Semitic canards, has blamed the Jews for the Holocaust because of apparently their social role. He rewards Palestinian terrorists for attacking Israelis. They just want Israel to disappear. Well, my lords, Israel cannot disappear. Jews have no other homeland. Israel must defend its civilians against missile attacks, targeted torture. I pray for all in the region, but I have no doubt that Israel must and will do its utmost to pave the way for a peaceful two-state solution. Yisrael Chai. May Israel's people live.
Yeah. My lords, I too would like to begin by thanking the Minister for his wise words in opening the debate. And I would also like to join others in calling on the Minister and the Government to use their influence on Qatar to ensure the release of the hostages. And I think we also need to record our thanks to the International Committee of the Red Cross and the Red Crescent for the very positive role that they have played. There has been a lot of talk about proportionality in the law on self-defense, and I would like to begin by referring to the words that Lord Pannick used a few days ago on the test of proportionality. Proportionality does not mean that the defensive force has to be equal to the force that was used in the armed attack. Proportionality means that you can use force that is proportionate to the defensive objective, which is to stop, to repel, and prevent
further attacks. Israel has described its war aims as the destruction of Hamas's capability. From a legal perspective, it seems to me that these war aims are consistent with proportionality in the law of self-defense, given what Hamas says it does, and given what Hamas has done and continues to do. On calls for a ceasefire, asking a state that is acting in self-defense to agree to a ceasefire before its lawful defensive objectives have been met is, in effect, asking that state to stop defending itself. And for those calls to be reasonable and credible, they must be accompanied by a concrete proposal setting out how Israel's legitimate defensive goals against Hamas will be met through other means. And it's not an answer to say that Israel has to conclude a peace treaty, because Hamas is not interested in a peace treaty. Proportionality also applies in the law that governs the conduct of hostilities, not only in self-defense. And the law of armed conflict requires that in every single attack which poses a risk to civilian life, that risk must not be excessive in relation to the military advantage that is anticipated. That is the rule in the law of armed conflict. This rule does not mean, even when scrupulously observed, that civilians will not tragically lose their lives in an armed conflict. The law of armed conflict, at its best, can mitigate the horrors of war, but it cannot eliminate them. And the great challenge in this conflict is that Hamas is the kind of belligerent that cynically exploits the rules of armed conflict by putting civilians under its control at risk and even using them to seek immunity from military operations, for its military equipment and its military personnel. I think an analysis of the application of the rules on proportionality in targeting in this conflict must always begin with this fact. There has also been some discussion about siege warfare, and I will just refer to what the UK Manual on the Law of Armed Conflict, which reflects the official legal position of the government, it's a document of the Ministry of Defence, says. Siege is a legitimate method of warfare. It is unlawful to besiege an undefended town, since it could be occupied without resistance. Gaza is not an undefended town. It is true that there are obligations that apply to the besieging forces when there are civilians caught within the area that is being encircled. And those obligations include agreeing to the passage of humanitarian relief by third parties. But it is not correct to say that encircling an area with civilians in it is not permitted by the laws of war. There is a further point that also concerns the laws of war that I would like to refer to. That is also particular relevance to the British government practice. And it has been mentioned before already that the British government has taken the view, that Gaza remains under Israeli occupation, even though Israel pulled out in 2005. The traditional view until 2005 was that occupation required physical presence in the territory. And that view is consistent with Article 42 of the Hague Regulations of 1907, which state that a territory is occupied when it is actually placed under the authority of the occupying power. And again, it is also the view taken by the UK Manual of the Law of Armed Conflict, which reflects the UK's official legal position, and states that occupation ceases as soon as the occupying power evacuates the area. The European Court of Human Rights in its jurisprudence has also adopted a similar approach to occupation. And so I've always been rather baffled by the British government's position on this issue, which, as far as I know, has not changed. Yes, it is true that Israel has exercised significant control in the airspace and in the maritime areas. But even as a matter of plain geography, it takes two, Israel and Egypt, to control the land access points to Gaza. And more fundamentally, it is Hamas that has been responsible for the government and administration of Gaza. I appreciate that this is a legal matter on which the minister may not want to respond immediately, but it is an important one, because the legal fiction that Israel is still the occupying power under the laws of armed conflict has been relentlessly exploited by Hamas to blame Israel for everything, while using the effective control that it has over the territory, the people and the resources to wage war. On a final note, I'd also like to say something briefly on the way in which the war has been reported. When a serious allegation is made, particularly one that could constitute a war crime, the immediate response of the law-abiding belligerent will be to say, we are investigating. The non-law-abiding belligerent, by contrast, will forthwith blame the other side and even provide surprisingly precise casualty figures. The duty to investigate is one of the most important ones in armed conflict. What happened in the way in which the strike on the hospital was reported is that the side that professed no interest whatsoever in complying with the laws of armed conflict was rewarded with the headlines that he was seeking.
My Lords, I share with others my thanks to the Minister for his excellent introduction to this debate, and also I thank colleagues for their contributions too on a subject which so many of us feel so passionately and deeply about. The Hamas seizure of hostages during the course of their murderous rampage through Israeli border communities is a horrific act and contrary to international law. The types of hostages seized, as well as the murders and rapes committed of civilians, proves that Hamas claims that their actions were about resistance are lies. Leaving aside the fact that the holding of hostages is a crime in itself, Hamas is breaking international humanitarian law by refusing medical care to the hostages or allowing a humanitarian corridor to them. I ask, as have many other speakers tonight, His Majesty's Government to make every representation to the Palestinian authorities and other interlocutors to Hamas, like Qatar, that the hostages should be immediately freed. Failing that, further negotiations around humanitarian corridors to Gaza must include aid being provided to the hostages. The scenes on British streets over the past 2 weeks have been nothing short of disgraceful. While nobody wishes to restrict the right to protest in this country, and we all value the principles of free speech, it is quite a different matter to allow the spreading of hate and the glorification of terrorism, as has quite obviously been occurring in some portions of pro-Palestinian marches. It is telling, for example, that the first pro-Palestinian marches assembled on our streets on October 7th, when the only activity that had happened in Israel to date had been the massacre of Jewish civilians by Hamas terrorists. The dead had not yet been identified, and Israel had not responded, yet certain sections of the United Kingdom population felt that they should come out onto the streets, not in sympathy with the victims, but seemingly celebrating their murder. Something has gone badly wrong in our society for that to be considered a normative action. Since then, calls for jihad and intifada have somehow been explained away by police language experts as not being meant as violent. Free Palestine from the river to the sea has been suggested to only be offensive if directed at a Jewish person rather than chanted generally. We have been told to believe that these blood-curdling cries on British streets somehow relate to spiritual struggle. This is in complete contravention of the view of the average British citizen, who rightly concludes that those shouting such slogans after the grim massacre of Jewish civilians might well be intending to show support for such actions and could even inspire further ones. Meanwhile, marchers have also referred to the rhetoric of the Battle of Khyber, which does, of course, celebrate the massacre of a Jewish Arabian tribe on account of their alleged betrayal of the Muslim prophet Muhammad. There can be no doubt what suggestions of repeating this could mean in the contemporary context. The police have been made to look fools on account of their attempts to convince themselves that black is white and white is black, in an attempt to avoid making arrests in the name of preserving public order. The net effect has been to surrender the streets to the baying mob crying for the armies of Islam to reconquer Palestine, in the apparent belief that this is the safer course of action than enforcing British law and supporting British public safety. The consequences of this threaten to be calamitous. Already, our spy chiefs have warned that this tragic conflict risks increasing the threat of terrorism in the United Kingdom. What message does the police backing off from enforcing the simplest of public order ordinances therefore send to those who might be inspired to carry out a terrorist attack? Our policing authorities need to get a grip and restore confidence in their abilities to keep the streets safe, both in the eyes of a despairing general public and those who might be thinking of pushing the envelope still further in terms of what they might be able to get away with. I think we should be under no illusions. British Jewish communities may be the first victims of the extremes seen thus far, with worrying regularity in these marches, but they will not be the last. We are all in the firing line of such extremism, and we ignore it at our peril.
Well done. I'm sure the House will agree with me when I say that this is a debate which we wish we didn't need to have. The world would be an awful lot better place had the terrible events of October the 7th not happened, and so many families would be spared heartbreak today. But we have been dragged here by the horrific barbarism of Hamas in committing murders, tortures, rapes and abductions on an unprecedented scale and nature, killing more Jews in a single day than any day in history since the end of the Holocaust, and doing so in an almost unimaginable horror inflicted on innocent civilians, men, women, children and even babies. We also know that Hamas are no friends of the Palestinian people. They have oppressed ordinary Palestinians in Gaza. They have diverted resources which are much needed in Gaza towards military attacks on Israel. They have literally rained bombs down on their own people. And they have used and continue to use civilians as human shields. They are simultaneously both barbaric bullies and craven cowards. We need to call out Hamas for what they are. No more euphemisms. Hamas are evil terrorists instigating a pogrom on the Israeli people. Like everyone in this House, I think I want to see a long-term solution for the Middle East. We all crave peace, and I believe that I would join with others in saying that in the long run, a two-state solution is probably the best solution for the area. But in rightly seeking that long-term peace, we must avoid the temptation of trying to find short-term fixes and solutions which leave Hamas with the capability of simply striking back at Israel at will, are ones that will only store up more death and destruction in the long run. Hamas are an organisation that they are not part of the solution. They are not part of peace. They seek to wipe Israel off the face of the earth. They are an obstacle to peace and an obstacle to a long-term better way forward for everyone, Israeli and Palestinian alike. While our focus is rightly on Israel and Gaza, and particularly the plight of the 200+ hostages who are still being held by Hamas, there are also repercussions beyond the boundaries of Israel and Gaza, not least in our own country. For the Jewish communities in the United Kingdom, most have family relations or have friends that live in Israel. Many know the victims of the events of October the 7th. They are, in many cases, deeply concerned and scared today. So while it is right that every community in the United Kingdom, of whatever background, every individual in the United Kingdom, should be safe from terror, from fear, from intimidation and from violence, we must keep at the uppermost in our minds at the moment the Jewish community. They are frightened in particular when they see tens of thousands of people come onto the streets of the United Kingdom, many giving implicit cover for Hamas, some giving implicit support for Hamas, with the kind of rhetoric that Baroness Eaton has explained so clearly, the anti-Semitic, hateful rhetoric, which has led, I think, to a wide range of complaints. We need to see the police and the courts deal with this in a robust manner. It is also the case that this has not come from a blank page. Earlier this year, with other parliamentarians, I visited facilities which showed the extent to which Jewish properties have got to be monitored from a security point of view for their own protection. And this was a time when there was relative peace in the Middle East. But perhaps most shocking from that visit, and I will not be too explicit in the details here for obvious reasons, we visited a Jewish primary school, and at that primary school, children were being taken through drills on a regular basis of the preparations that they needed to take in the event of intruders into the school. Now, I don't wish to go into the details of what those procedures are. That would be utterly counterproductive. But reflect on that for a moment. These are 5-year-olds and older having to live this as part of their lives in the United Kingdom in 2023. And this is not an isolated example. This is all too resonant of the experience of so many Jewish people in this country, which is why it is right that we commit ourselves to long-term peace, but it is also right that we send out a clear message that we stand by Israel and we stand by the Jewish people of the United Kingdom and beyond.
My Lords, Sikh teachings remind us that conflict arises when we fail to recognize that we are all members of the same one human family with equal rights and dignity, a sentiment echoed in the UN Declaration of Human Rights, which states that ignoring human rights can lead to suffering and lasting hatred. In the 1930s and 40s, Jews were vilified not only in Germany, but in much of Europe. The word Jew was used as a term of abuse. At school, I was frequently called a Jew by those who wished to hurt me. Then we saw film footage of atrocities in Belsen and other extermination camps. I visited Auschwitz and seen evidence of unbelievable cruelty shown to those considered lesser beings. Jews suffered horrendously in the Holocaust and the cruel anti-Semitism of Europe. Some moved to Palestine to build a homeland where they could live free from persecution. Despite clear promises made to the indigenous Palestinians that their rights would be safeguarded, many were forcibly moved from land that they had inhabited for centuries. Their anger and bitterness has been made worse by subsequent events and broken promises, like that of the UN for a separate Palestinian state. The world has also turned a blind eye to illegal Jewish settlements in the West Bank. According to a report by Amnesty International, Palestinians in Israel live in apartheid conditions, with discrimination in education, land ownership, housing, and employment. Gaza has suffered an Israeli blockade of food and supplies for the last 16 years. The deplorable and callous treatment of Palestinians, however, cannot justify the barbaric attack by Hamas on the State of Israel and the taking of hostages. But the West's unquestioning support for Israel and the indifference to the suffering of Palestinians has fueled anger and resentment, making any genuine peace settlement far, far harder. Amnesty International, in its recent report, reminds us that Israeli blockading of food, fuel, electricity and water to Gaza, and the indiscriminate bombing of civilians, schools and hospitals are crimes against humanity. It also refers to what it considers as compelling evidence of Israel's use of white phosphorus, which can burn to the bone. Why the silence of the UK government and the Western media? If this banned substance had been used by Russians in Ukraine, there would have been banner news headlines about a chilling disregard for human life. Now we have President Biden saying that the indiscriminate onslaught on Gaza should continue until all hostages have been released. Their lives are important, but so are the lives of 2 million inhabitants of Gaza. To rephrase an appropriate line from Shakespeare, if a Palestinian is cut, does he not bleed? Israel's response is not proportionate. It is cruel, inhumane, collective punishment on some 2 million already deprived and starving people. A collective punishment not seen since the Second World War. The West needs to change 20th century mindsets of friend, foe, and strategic advantage to meet the new challenges of the 21st century. We have a responsibility to nudge both Israelis and Palestinians to look to common interests and a respect for human rights for both Jews and Palestinians.
Ben sits down. Is he aware that the Israeli Defence Forces categorically and specifically denied using white phosphorus, and would he care to withdraw that suggestion?
Yeah. They have, as one would expect. Is there any evidence? Is Amnesty International deliberately telling untruths?
Yes. Yes.
Well, my Lords, I am heartbroken and bitterly angry at the heinous, profoundly evil crimes committed in Israel on October 7th by the terrorists Hamas, killing innocent civilians, butchering children, torturing, beheading, burning victims to death, and seizing some 222 innocent people, adult and children alike, to be dragged into Gaza as hostages is intolerable and in clear violation of international law. All this was compounded by sending victims' families photographs and messages showing their loved ones suffering. This is not the action of civilized people, but of maligned individuals led by the corrupt leaders of Hamas, safely positioned far away from these crimes, encouraging and cajoling their disciples to act in this barbaric way. Common Article 3 of the Geneva Convention prohibits murders of all kinds, mutilation, cruel treatment and torture, taking of hostages, outrages upon personal dignity, in particular, humiliating and degrading treatment. My Lords, Hamas has broken every aspect of this convention. No wonder Israel wants to crush Hamas so that never again can it be a threat, not just to Israel, but to civilization itself. Because have no doubt, my lords, if this evil succeeds in Israel, it will spread throughout the Middle East and beyond. And the leaders of Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Jordan, and the Emirates know this too well and know who is behind it. Iran is financing this terrorism to support its own ambitions in the region, and that threatens us all. Last Sunday, a peaceful vigil was held in Trafalgar Square, calling for Hamas to release the hostages they have taken. There was solidarity and empathy with those poor people locked away from their loved ones. By contrast, on Saturday, as we have heard this evening, in a massive march across London, there was no concern for the hostages or condemnation of Hamas. There was just hatred. Hatred for Israel, calls for jihad, calls for Israel's destruction. I am pleased that the government is challenging the legality of this behaviour. My lords, have no doubt this is anti-Semitism in its ugliest form. Since the Hamas attack on Israel, the number of anti-Semitic acts just in London has risen by 1,350%. This is a horrific statistic, and we must stand together to stamp out anti-Semitism and unreservedly make it clear to all that such conduct and behaviour is totally unacceptable in our wonderful country. So I applaud and thank the Prime Minister and the government and other political leaders for their stand against terrorism and support for Israel. In the days ahead, though, when almost certainly Israel steps up its fight against terrorism, that support will be tested, because I fear that there will be civilian casualties as Hamas hides amongst the people of Gaza and behind the innocent Palestinian human shields that they have created. It is a fundamental principle of international law that gives the right of self-defence to states under armed attack, and Israel was attacked earlier this month, as we have heard and seen. That response must be proportionate, and Israel fully understands that in targeting Hamas, not targeting Palestinian citizens. No country at war takes the steps that Israel takes through pamphleting and broadcasts to warn of imminent attacks as it defends itself from terrorism. And I hope that is recognised by all its friends. My lords, Hamas took over power in Gaza in 2006, supposedly through an election process. Even if that was a result of corruption, as has been alleged, there is no doubt that a great number of Palestinians supported that takeover and have now realised what a mistake that was. Hamas has ruled Gaza tyrannically. It is a closed, undemocratic society, and opponents are crushed. Those are Palestinians who abhor violence, whose ambition is just to live in a peaceful and safe society, are too afraid to raise their voice. We must help them find that voice, my lords. We are in a dark time right now, but it will end, and hopefully Hamas will be crushed. Even though it is hard to look forward, that is exactly what we must do. Assuming, as I hope, Israel is successful in crushing Hamas, it must be magnanimous in its victory and work tirelessly to create a new Gaza, one free from terrorism, where its population can find peace and success and live normal lives, as I hope the majority aspire to do. The starting point is to find new Palestinian leaders. A Nelson Mandela character has been suggested in this House, if only we could find such a person. Someone who shares the ambition I have stated, whose aim is not to destroy Israel, but instead to build that new Gaza, one which offers freedom, hope and prosperity to its population. This cannot happen without tremendous support from the international community, led by the US, the UK and the EU, working with the key players in the region, notably Jordan, Egypt and Saudi Arabia. Which takes me back to Iran. Whilst the present regime is in power, it would be foolish to expect any change of attitude towards Israel. Nevertheless, only international pressure and increased sanctions might dull Iran's enthusiasm for that hatred. It is a long shot, but we have to try. My Lords, I am delighted that 4 hostages have now been released by Hamas, but frankly, this is a cynical attempt to gain international sympathy. If even now, and despite my comments today, Hamas wants to try and find a peaceful solution, then it must, as a first step, unconditionally release all the hostages.
My Lords, the 7th of October Hamas attack on Israel was more than a war crime. This anti-Jewish pogrom was dripping with sadism. Do you remember the horror when we saw films some years ago of so-called Jihadi John and the ISIS Beatles using swords to behead hostages such as David Haynes and James Foley? The cruelty of it. We knew then that this was not about the number of hostages killed, a handful that we know of in that instance, but we viscerally understood that this was an off-the-scale incident in terms of depravity. Well, those sickening shockwaves 1,000 times over in response to October the 7th's killing spree, at which Hamas butchers recorded themselves boasting of their torture and violence and gloating over the desecration of naked dead bodies. And yet, ever since then, self-styled progressives in the UK, Europe and the US have insisted the evil of the atrocity emanates from Israel, presenting the real victims as civilians in Gaza. In a grotesque distortion of political categories, events on October the 7th are being portrayed as some sort of justifiable resistance to oppression. Too many, especially shamefully on the left, seem to be stuck in the past, imagining today's Palestinian armed resistance is the same as earlier national liberation movements fighting against colonialism. Indeed, Green Party MSP Maggie Chapman responded to the Hamas attack by posting, quote, "The oppressed are fighting back. Don't let the Western media fool you into thinking it's terrorism. This is decolonisation." Well, let me be clear. No, it isn't. As someone who has supported Palestinian rights for decades, I find it disgusting to suggest that Hamas is any kind of a national liberation movement trying to free Palestine. In reality, it's an anti-Semitic death cult hell-bent on establishing a global Islamic caliphate. And how do I know that? Read the Hamas constitution, watch its propaganda. There is not an iota of aspiration to democratic or freedoms for the Palestinians or for anyone else in its tracks. And yet still, in the media and on mass demonstrations and in all online platforms, swathes of right-minded people are queuing up to point the finger at Israel for bringing on the massacre on itself, and an embarrassed silence about Hamas's crimes. It's hard to explain such moral disorientation. As one commentator notes, those who collaborated with the Nazis often claimed they didn't know Hitler's henchmen were planning to exterminate the Jewish people. Today's progressive apologists in the West have no such excuse, as Islamists flaunt their desire to eliminate the Jews, and yet still too many look away, ignoring these inconvenient truths. Such attitudes present our society with a problem. Beyond the military battles in the Middle East, we have a domestic battle of ideas to fight and some difficult questions to answer. Let's ask the thousands of British and European artists who issued an open letter accusing Israel no less, of unprecedented cruelty, quote, for its dealings with Gaza. Let's ask them why they didn't write a similar open letter on the unprecedented cruelty of the Hamas pogrom, although sadly it wasn't unprecedented for the Jews. We have to ask those who angrily demonstrated against the accused Israeli perpetrator of the horrific bombing of the hospital in Gaza, if now all the evidence suggests a misfired Islamic jihad missile, why weren't these progressive humanitarians, as we speak, out on the streets expressing righteous fury against these Palestinian civilian killers? We also have to ask, how do we explain that we now have open support for radical Islam on UK city streets? Why have we allowed it to grow unchecked for years? Concerns quashed as Islamophobia. We have to ask as well why so many students and young people see all Jews as part of a privileged oppressor class. Why we've allowed the toxic influence of identity politics and its discourse of white privilege, of which Jews are collectively seen as the epitome, grow unchallenged. Why have so many institutions such as university buckled in the face of this identitarian ideology of competitive victimhood, which gives anyone claiming the label of oppressed victimhood a collective pass? And we have to ask why diversity advocates, who are usually hypersensitive to alleged racist microaggressions, such as using phrases like blacklisting, suddenly become deaf and dumb while marching alongside groups of radicalised youth shouting Allah Akbar and anti-Semitic dog whistles. And now, finally, we as legislators have to ask how we should respond at this pivotal moment, now that the curtain has been pulled back on this new anti-Semitism. One plea that I have to us all today is that we should resist the siren calls for more hate speech laws, for people to be sacked for wrongthink, for arrests to be made of those using offensive, dangerous slogans, however repugnant or hateful. Unlike Lord Stevens of Birmingham, whose excellent speech I agreed with, apart from on this question, I don't think we need more laws to solve these problems. Even in the few years that I've been in this place, we've passed a plethora of draconian public order and speech-restricting laws. But I fear that a public clamour for more restrictions is likely in response to what at best could be described as eccentric policing priorities, so well described by Baroness Eaton. The police can turn up at your door if you misgender someone. They can arrest you for praying silently in the wrong place. They can treat a terrified autistic pupil as a criminal for accidentally kicking a Quran. Yet the police stand by passively as pro-Gaza protesters deface public monuments, scale scaffolding of government buildings, and allow people to run riot on the streets. But despite such institutional torpor, eroding free speech is never the answer. We need to face the pernicious cultural problems I've discussed face on. And if we're to take Baroness Deitch's call for more and better education seriously, if we're to win young hearts and minds away from the new identitarian anti-Semitism, and to offer the young some moral clarity, we need more, not less, difficult arguments in the public sphere. Indeed, we have illustrated the importance of such public debate here today, and it's a credit to the noble lords who've spoken that that has happened. I hope that we can move forward without compromising our commitment to freedom.
My lords, it is no easy matter to speak after so many noble lords have spoken so well in today's debate, and such a telling debate led by my noble friend the Minister, whose own speech was as moving as it was resolute, and I thank him for it. The Hamas attack on Israel, the massacre that followed, and the taking of hostages, including babies and young children, marked a new phase in a war. Hamas is committed, as we've heard again tonight from Lord Panic and others, by its founding charter to the destruction of Israel and the establishment of an Islamic State in the whole of historic Palestine. Yes, an update of 2017 suggested it might accept the 1949 to 67 borders if the result of consensus, but it rejected Zionism, the Zionist project, and stated its, i.e. Hamas's, preference for establishing an Islamist Palestinian state from the River Jordan to the Mediterranean Sea and from the border with Lebanon to the southern Israeli city of Eilat. The Hamas terrorist war, like its ideology, combines the potency of Palestinian nationalism and the power of Muslim fundamentalism. In this war, ends and means are one: the destruction of Israel from the river to the sea. It is an end backed by Iran, financially and militarily, most recently in its supply of rockets and training. Iran is also fighting, as noble lords have pointed out, to establish its own hegemony in the whole region. To that end, it is willing to make a marriage of convenience with the Sunni terrorist group Hamas, the military capabilities of which it has helped develop, as well as a marriage of love with the Shiite Hezbollah to the northern border with Lebanon. I urge my noble friend, the Minister, and the government that with other Western powers it remains steadfast in its support of Israel to defend itself and secure the release of the hostages. Unless Hamas is eliminated, not only can there be no peace for Israel, but there can be no peace or prosperity or freedom for the Palestinians, unfortunate Palestinians, subject to Hamas rule since 2007. Nor will there be any stability in the Middle East, nor will there be security in the world. Few of us will not be moved by the condition of Gaza, but any let-up in Israel's pursuit of the terrorists would be the wrong course. The destruction of Hamas is a prerequisite for the restoration of stability to the territory and for allowing the people of Gaza to live their lives under democratic rule. It will also show Iran and its proxies that the Middle East is not a fief to be won by terrorist jihad to destroy the state of Israel. My lords, as we've heard, that state was established in 1948 to offer to Jewish people safety within national borders, free of fear of pogroms, concentration camps, and murder in the wake of Hitler's attempt to exterminate them. Though it is often said in debate that one can be against the state of Israel without being anti-Semitic, given history, that cannot be so. Of course, any Israeli government can be criticized for its policies, but to doubt whether the state and its people has a right to exist is an offense, not just to Israelis, but to Jews the world over. That brings me to my final point, the particular responsibility of the UK government is not merely to protect its citizens, but to allow them to lead their daily lives without fear. I urge my noble friend, the Minister, to reconsider whether the law is adequate for this purpose, a point raised by the present Commissioner of the Met before he was appointed. The pro-Palestinian demonstrations in London the night the news of the massacre broke, and over 2 Saturdays, have, to put it mildly, descended into a threatening anti-Semitism. Whatever fine construction the Arabic grammarians of the Metropolitan Police may put on the words, the chant of jihad, jihad, jihad by a crowd waving Palestinian flags is clearly to call a holy war against Israel and to insist that Palestine must stretch from the river to the sea. It is a call for the dispersal of Jews in Israel and the end of that state. If not the murder of present Jewish inhabitants, if that is not anti-Semitism, what is?
My Lords, I just referred to some of my register of interests. I'm a director of the UK Abraham Accords Group. I am involved on the boards of companies which have staff and premises in Israel, and I'm a board member of a cancer charity and many other organisations. It's impossible not to describe what's been going on as just simply heartbreaking. I thank the Noble Lord the Minister for his absolutely outstanding speech, for the resolve and clarity that he shows and that the government has shown, and for their work in the region and for their full engagement. This is all deeply important. I thank the leader of my party for his clarity and for the front bench for demonstrating it as well. And I'm truly humbled to be in this chamber when we've had such an important and constructive debate with so many significant and thoughtful contributions. I join my voice with those calling for the immediate and unconditional release of the hostages as quickly as possible. Well, as I was in Israel when the rockets started hitting and when the land incursion took place. In fact, I was woken up by my phone, which I had set to one of the alerts that you can get, which tells you if rockets come over. And it wasn't actually that I had it on silent, but it just didn't stop vibrating. And from 6:30, it woke me at 7 o'clock. My wife had been up since 6:30. It was immediately apparent that this was something very, very different. The reason I mention this is that I have kept it vibrating still on every day. Every single day I get a reminder of the condition of the rockets that fired into Israel and the murderous intent to kill as many people as possible that have only been stopped by some advanced technology. These happen constantly, and it was almost prescient that, of course, just before we started this debate, the most enormous amount of rockets were fired on Israel, including one in an area that I was staying in when I was there on Saturday, which would have given me 90 seconds to get to a bomb shelter. So that issue is still constant. It is also the case that this afternoon, like every day for the last at least 10 days, there have been major incursions with rockets and other sorts of things from the northern border. And one shouldn't forget the precarious situation and the threats that Israel faces in general, including there was an attack from Yemen. This is more than just the issue of Gaza. This is what Hamas has wrought, is a major form of instability. I will just reference one other thing, which is that I have always wanted to be involved in the pursuit of peace, and I have made much of my time, resources and other things available to the disposal of any initiative that tries to work towards peace, like many in this House. I've never been anything more than a minor supporter in that role. I can't profess for any particularly significant achievement or role. But certainly I was involved with trying to do as much as we can with the Gaza withdrawal. When it was first mooted in 2004, when it was supported widely and overwhelmingly in Israel, especially after the death of Yasser Arafat in 2004, that we were involved in initiatives here. In fact, we had an Israeli and Palestinian initiative supported by the government here that helped to build some of the conditions to make that work. And we even worked here, and I worked with a number of people in the wider community about trying to make sure that when Israel withdrew, that there was significant building. The Emirati companies were very keen to invest in that. One of those who did in fact go over to invest a huge amount was chased out of Gaza. And we have led to this terrible succession of things that we all know of so well, leading to the Hezbollah takeover in Hamas's takeover in 2007, which of course came after the abduction of Gidon Shalit. One should remember that when Hamas have always been trying to undermine that situation. So where have we ended up with that? My deep desire to create peace has trapped Israel in military strikes, economic pressures and isolation as the only strategy to try and deal with Gaza. Gaza has not had the economic success or benefits linked to peace, nor the security that it would have wished for. We've ended up in a situation which is far, far more worse. And so I just say that for those of us who always try the march towards peace, the steps back that can be taken are very severe, and we do have to consider that. And of course, there's no accident, in my view, in the timing of why these events took place. It was because we were making more progress than we have ever done in the last few years on the diplomatic side with the Saudi initiative. And this, I think, we have to address. I think it's an inescapable point that for as long as Hamas remains a force, the cause of peace will be the profound casualty. Hamas in Gaza is like having ISIS on your border. They have had a destructive legacy on peace from Oslo, suicide bombers, child soldiers. It doesn't matter what it is, Hamas has always been the great underminer. Our common mistake has been to believe that a Hamas presence is possible and it is also consistent with any peace initiative. It's not. We have to address it. We have to address the malign influence of Iran, which has emboldened them all. We have to urge more the regional actors who are part of the solution to do more, for Qatar to do more, to try and put pressure, not just on the hostages, but on Hamas to be more engaged. But the central and arguable point is that Hamas is the problem, and everyone has to choose which side they're on, peace or conflict. And people need to understand that Hamas is not the Palestinians. For those who argue in the media, in demonstrations or anywhere, who provide succour or support for Hamas, their methods or policies, who justify or explain away its actions, or even if they recite or chant the politics and phrases from its hateful charter, they do nothing for peace. My lords, I fear the reality is we have to accept that when we talk about a horizon for peace, or after the war, or commitments to two states, all of which I profoundly agree with, it is unlikely to be feasible unless Hamas can be reduced, similarly to the husk that ISIS is, and we need the right coalition of willing partners to make that happen.
My Lords, I start by declaring my interest in the Register, particularly as Executive Chairman and Director of the Changing Character of War Centre at Pembroke College, Oxford. It's very difficult to approach this debate calmly. One might argue there's no reason to be calm. Horrible, frightening things have been happening in Israel and Gaza, and it's natural to rage and wish for vengeance and to identify more with one side of the conflict than the other. Like other noble lords, I condemn without reservation the horrible terrorism of Hamas. And I appreciate how, for Jewish people, the Hamas atrocity means more than even the awful killing that has just taken place, because it reflects memories of the Holocaust and historic anti-Semitic pogroms. I also identify very strongly with my Christian co-religionists who hoped to be safe when they sheltered in the third oldest Christian church in the world, but found no sanctuary there, and dozens of them were killed by an IDF missile. Are those Christians simply to be regarded as collateral damage? Are they not human beings too? Surely ordinary people, old and young, living in their own place, whether in Israel or Gaza, should be able to enjoy peace, freedom and security, be they Jewish Israelis or Palestinian Muslims or Christians. Communities should not be imprisoned behind fences, starved of food, medicines and water, and subject to collective punishment. This is not only wrong, it is not a defence of Israel and the values of Israel. One of the lessons of recent times is that armies with massive military capability less often win wars than they did in the past, whether in Vietnam, Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya or Syria. Hamas more closely resembles the Taliban than Al-Qaeda and ISIS because it is a governing authority that has run a defined territory for some years. And that should give us pause for thought. 20 years after US troops entered Kabul, the Taliban were back in charge of Afghanistan and getting the full support of China. Many billions of US dollars were spent in Afghanistan. Many lives were lost on all sides, and the standing of America was severely damaged in the eyes of the rest of the world. And Israel is in an even more difficult situation. A small country in a dangerous neighbourhood, embarking on a ground invasion of Gaza that will not only result in the deaths of many ordinary Palestinian people and Israeli soldiers, but will likely open up a war on other fronts, notably in the north with Hezbollah, backed by Iran. My lords, one of the first IDF soldiers to die was Ido, the son-in-law of my old friends Robbie and Charlotte Friedman. He left a young wife, Noga, and 3 young children. The proposed ground offensive will be a death mission for many hundreds, perhaps thousands, of other young Israeli soldiers. And, my lords, its aims are unachievable. Even if every single Hamas operative in Gaza was killed, it would not address the membership of Hamas and other extremist groups in the West Bank, in Lebanon, and in Jordan. Indeed, it is already acting as a recruiting sergeant for extremist groups across the world, including, as colleagues have noted, in this country where we're seeing increasing anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. Is there a considered Israeli plan? Has there been serious consideration of the consequences? The US military does not think it is. As the noble Lord Greed said, going in to deal with well-armed terrorists occupying 300 miles of tunnels is one thing. How to get out again is another. Even before the ground offensive starts, the United States and the United Kingdom are finding that European allies are asking questions about the strategy and calling on Israel to hold back, not only to protect the hostages and provide humanitarian aid, but also to give time for reflection about the wisdom of such an attack. My lords, I have been warning for years in your lordship's house that we are sliding into a third global conflict. And this development in Israel and Gaza is not hermetically sealed from the Russia-Ukraine war, where Iran also plays a background role. The causes and consequences of this conflict are not just local, they are international. My lords, while I was, like everyone else, shocked by the savagery of the Hamas attack and also disturbed by the indiscriminate nature of the IDF bombing, I was not surprised. I have visited Israel frequently over many years, and in recent times I could see how the ill treatment of Palestinians was creating a powder keg. Do we really think that there is no relationship at all between, on the one hand, the replacement in 2022 of the most broad-based government in the history of Israel with the most hardline government ever, and on the other hand, the worst terrorist attack in the history of the State of Israel in the following year? My lords, understanding consequences is absolutely not justifying them. But not only have we seen hundreds of thousands of Israelis coming out week after week, month after month to protest against the Netanyahu, Smotrich, Ben-Gvir coalition, but we now know that more than 80% of Israelis themselves blame that government for its contribution to the current catastrophe. It's why I was somewhat dismayed that our Prime Minister and President Biden initially appeared, while rightly responding with support for Israeli people in the face of the Hamas atrocity, to offer support to Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu, whatever he decided to do. They may well have said different things in private, they may well have exerted much needed pressure, but that's not how it looked in public. The demeanour of the two foreign secretaries, Blinken and Cleverly, seemed to find a much more balanced and wiser narrative, and one that has made some progress in recent days. I hope from what he said earlier today that we will continue to hear that more thoughtful narrative reflected in the interventions of the Minister we are fortunate to have in this place, not only today but as we move forward. And moving forward must mean finding a political settlement, my lords. There is no military solution, and there's no political solution that does not take account of the needs of Palestinians. I have been involved with this region for many years, and no proposal that fails to take account of the political need of the Palestinians will work. My lords, I ask His Majesty's government to commit themselves in this very difficult circumstance to work for peace. Those who work for peace are often attacked by both sides, but working for peace is the only way to provide a future for our children and grandchildren.
My lords, I join with other noble lords in thanking my noble friend the Minister for his powerful and obviously heartfelt opening remarks. My lords, as soon as I heard about the vile, racist pogrom perpetrated by Hamas, I WhatsApped a Jewish friend who lives here in London, whom I got to know on a March of a Living trip to Auschwitz, Birkenau and other concentration camps a few years ago. I told him how sorry I was about the tragic loss of life in Israel. He replied to say that he had already thrown out and rejoined his IDF unit the day after Hamas's horrific, barbaric butchery. To a further WhatsApp, he replied, "Even though you are far away, your prayers and words of encouragement are felt here." My lords, we may be far away, but we should know that what we say in this chamber today will be felt throughout not just our own Jewish community, but also in Israel. Our Jewish brothers and sisters need and deserve our support at such an unbearably painful and traumatic time. So, like other noble lords, I'm grateful for the opportunity this debate provides to express mine. In doing so, I'm mindful that I cannot possibly know how it feels to be the target of such racist, brutal bloodlust, that I cannot possibly appreciate the horror of knowing that over 6 million of your own people were exterminated in industrialized mass murder within living memory. How can any of us who are not Jewish understand what it feels like to know that your own state, Israel, is the only thing standing between you and extermination, simply for being Jewish? My lords, in case we are tempted to dismiss such fears as melodramatic, almost 80 years after the liberation of Auschwitz, Hamas has reminded us that this isn't theory, it's fact. My pilgrimage of remembrance to Auschwitz-Birkenau, the place where so many members of my late orthopedic surgeon's Jewish family were murdered only 79 years ago this very summer, reminds me of what happens when we prevaricate, equivocate, and wring our hands in the face of anti-Jewish abomination. We've probably all heard about the Wannsee Conference of January 1942, of which the final solution fate of millions of Jews across Europe was sealed. But how many of us know about the Avion Conference held barely 3.5 years earlier to discuss the plight of Germany's persecuted Jewish population and how the rest of the world could help them? It didn't help them. Instead, it wrung its hands in sympathy and turned its back on them with tragic consequences. A few weeks ago, parliamentarians were invited to watch a pre-release screening of the powerful film Golda, about Golda Meir, the formidable Israeli Prime Minister at the time of the 1973 Yom Kippur War. 25 years earlier, immediately after the Evian conference, she'd said to the press, "There is only one thing I hope to see before I die, and that is that my people should not need expressions of sympathy anymore." My lords, if the post-Nuremberg pledge of never again is not to have been rendered meaningless by Hamas's savagery in the largest single loss of Jewish life, as we have heard, since the Holocaust, then we have to recognize that warm words of sympathy do not suffice, that Israel must be allowed to get on with the job of destroying the evil that is Hamas as a matter of urgency. Time is of the essence. I fear a ceasefire would be a gift to the murderers who threaten us and our values as much as they do Israel, whose very right to exist they deny, who hide behind and glory in the suffering of their people. My lords, my friend flew from London to rejoin his unit because he knows what is at stake. Israel's survival is on the line. The question is, do we recognise that unless and until Hamas and its puppet masters in Iran are defeated, they remain a threat to us all? In conclusion, my lords, we all in this chamber, and I hope around the UK, want peace. But for that to happen, we must be prepared to allow Israel to take the necessary practical steps as soon as possible to remove the primary obstacle to peace, Hamas.
My Lords, I want to speak about two things: proportionality and the position of Iran. So far as the international law is concerned, I must say that I commend the speech of the Noble Lord Vedarami as to the meaning of lawful self-defence in international law. And if I may respectfully say so, for anybody interested in the subject, it is some essential reading. Now, as to proportionality, I think it's not helpful to examine this concept in the abstract by reference to dictionaries or lexicons. The context is critical. On the weekend of the 7th, 8th October, Hamas entered Israel, ISIS style, and engaged in the slaughter, rape, beheading, and hostage-taking of civilians. Israel's response has produced great hardship to Gazans, including many who must be innocent of wrongdoing. Israel has also conducted hundreds of bombing raids on Hamas targets. I believe it has made best efforts to minimize the suffering of those Gazans who are not terrorists. And that is the key difference between the Israeli approach to preserve innocent life wherever possible and Hamas, whose avowed objective is to kill Jews. Gaza is a small and densely populated enclave. As Hamas well knows, it is obvious that Gazans would be killed or injured because Hamas fires rockets from locations near schools and hospitals, hoping to secure worldwide sympathy when Israeli efforts to destroy the source of the firing inevitably results in the death of innocent Gazans. The Al-Ali Anglican Hospital episode has previously been referred to, and I think that it is instructive. The loss of life and the related damage to the car park at the hospital was the result of a misfired missile from the cemetery located close to the hospital. There was no Israeli bomb. The missile did not hit the hospital. 500 people were not killed. The journalistic performance of the BBC over this episode, in my view, was appalling. Yeah. It also led to unfair international criticism of Israel. It was a piece of fake news. In The Spectator, and with reference generally to the performance of the BBC, the Noble Lord Moore of Etchingham described the BBC journalism as, and I quote, moral blindness. I completely agree. 2 points come out of that episode. First, Hamas is exclusively responsible for what happened. Secondly, it is an example of Hamas's indifference to the loss of Palestinian life by firing missiles from the vicinity of a hospital. From Israel's perspective, this war, as others have said, is about survival. Hamas is committed to the obliteration of the State of Israel. That is the word in Hamas's founding constitutional document. The determination to destroy the State of Israel is reflected in the offensive chant we are now familiar with, and again it's been mentioned earlier by other noble lords, from the River Jordan to the Mediterranean Sea. That means only one thing: the end of Israel. The motivation for the timing of the Hamas action was to ensure, if possible, the termination of negotiations designed to bring about the normalization of relations between Saudi Arabia and Israel and to scupper progress towards a two-state solution. Unfortunately, Hamas has achieved some success in that endeavour. Peaceful relations and international harmony do not figure in the Hamas agenda. In my view, debate about proportionality at this time and in these circumstances is essentially meaningless. I will make the point rhetorically, and I hope noble lords will forgive me if I put it crudely. How many deaths sustained on the Hamas side would be within the limit of what would be acceptably proportionate? In my view, that is an insoluble equation. Repeated references to proportionality, often in the context of demands for Israel to cease fire, merely obscure the underlying problem. Hamas is fully operational. Even as we speak, rockets from Gaza have not ceased to rain down on Israel since hostilities began. Apart from the release of 4 hostages, no word has been heard from Hamas about the other 222 hostages. Why don't they let them go? Why are they keeping them? This is a gross breach of international law. My lords, Israel has an absolute right to defend herself. Israel's response cannot fairly, or even honestly, I would say, be described as disproportionate. My lords, it is easy to bandy about the word proportionate, but when you think about it, the complexity associated with its application in this context is not fathomable. It has actually become a cliched mantra. The other point I want to deal with is the position of Iran. Iran professes to be uninvolved with what happened on that October weekend, but this is nonsense. We know Hamas has been financially and militarily resourced by Iran. There have been reports of Farsi having been spoken during the Hamas incursion, which suggests the Iranian Guard were participants from the outset. We also know the October weekend was carefully planned. Interventions, including drones, were used which shut down the defences and which would have alerted Israelis to the imminent threat. The level of sophistication in the planning and the use of electronic jamming techniques must have come from Iran. Iran is the Hamas puppet master. It performs a similar function in Lebanon, a broken state, via Hezbollah, another proscribed terrorist group. Fortunately, the United States, Europe, and the United Kingdom are alert to the Iranian threat. President Biden has made it clear that a third-party intervention will not be tolerated. This has been backed up with United States and British naval presence now located in the eastern Mediterranean. Our own government, if I may say so, is to be complimented for its steadfast and swift response. My lords, this is a depressing and deeply distressing story, not least because the problem is apparently intractable. I paraphrase the famous observation of Golda Meir to the effect that a solution will be found only when Hamas learns to love Palestinian children more than it hates Jews. If you believe, as I do, that the State of Israel is entitled to exist and to defend its borders and its people against this evil, you will support the position of Israel. I do hope that your lordships share this view.
My Lords, less than 2 weeks ago, I commenced our party conference by reading Psalm 122. I read the words, "Pray for the peace of Jerusalem. They shall prosper that love thee. Peace be within thy walls, and prosperity within thy palaces." For over 40 years, I've been taking groups to visit Israel, to walk the pathway where our Saviour walked, and to where one day my Saviour will return. The attack on Israeli civilians by Hamas gunmen on the 7th of October was nothing more than pure evil. The Hamas attacks were marked by murder, kidnapping, rape and torture. It was, as others have said, the bloodiest day in the history of the State of Israel, with the murder of 1,400 civilians, including 260 young people, and a music festival. Thousands wounded by both physically and mentally, and over 200 hostages taken. Indeed, it was the greatest loss of Jewish life in a single day since the Holocaust. But sadly, just like the Holocaust deniers of the past, we have many across the world that totally blinker themselves and peddle the narrative that Israel was to blame for the slaughter of the innocent. Or they try to minimize the magnitude of the atrocities carried out by these hate-filled fanatics who invaded Israel with the intent of butchering, burning, capturing innocent civilians. My Lord, we cannot allow this dangerous propaganda to go unanswered. The undisputable truth is that numerous heavily armed Hamas terrorists with murder in their hearts entered into different Israeli villages and left unbelievable carnage behind them. They did so unashamedly, cheering as they recorded their actions in order to gloat over their atrocities. Yes, they recorded the innocent being shot, stabbed, tortured and burned. They bound, gagged and riddled with bullet holes the bodies of young and old. They, Hamas, celebrated the beheading of men, women, children and babies. And yet there are those within our society who seek to justify these actions. Let me make it clear, those who claim that Hamas gunmen were soldiers fighting for a just cause are totally deceived. These were evil assassins who murdered the elderly, disabled, children, babies, the rape of women, even abusing a dead young woman's body, having been instructed to kill anyone and everyone. The inhumanity of their actions is unbelievable, yet true, and must be condemned by all. But you may ask, my Lord, how could such inhumanity happen in 2023? My Lords, the Hamas stated aim is the obliteration or annihilation of Israel, not peaceful coexistence with Israel. And therefore their actions are taken seeking to achieve their evil end. Those who planned this attack did so to cause the maximum fear and distress to innocent civilians. Over recent years, Israel has been bombarded with numerous rockets fired from Gaza and Lebanon. But what happened on the 7th of October was completely different. Hamas carefully planned their attack. They knew when and where it would happen, and had every opportunity to make preparation for the needs of their own people, the Palestinian people that they say that they represent. And yet within days of the attack, the news media talked endlessly about shortages of food, shortages of fuel, shortages of water, shortages of medical supplies. In other words, shortages of everything. But note carefully, no shortages of rockets. They are still in plentiful supply. Why did Hamas not make preparation for the feeding of or to alleviate the suffering of their own people? It's the truth is told. They do not care. Again, the truth is that Hamas terrorist organizations have been happy to use and abuse the Palestinian people, making them human shields and using their grievous suffering as a part of their propaganda machine to suck in a receptive world. In fact, even parts of our own media are afraid to call out Hamas as terrorist organization, but are content to call their murderers, they call them militants or fighters. There is absolute no excuse for creating the impression that there is a moral equivalence between Hamas and Israel's armed forces. Indeed, whenever the hospital was bombed in Gaza, the world's news media was quick to blame Israel. However, whenever independent sources as well as government agencies researched the evidence, this was totally untrue. The blast of the hospital was from a missile fired in Gaza, and hundreds of Palestinians paid the price with their innocent lives. However, Hamas used this tragedy to stir up anti-Israeli hatred across the world. And even after the evidence has been produced to the contrary, the narrative has not changed. My lords, the State of Israel has a right to defend its citizens from terrorism, and their fight is one for survival. Israel cannot coexist with Hamas, who is out to annihilate it. Either Israel will defeat and wipe out Hamas, or Hamas will continue to destroy Israel. And we in Northern Ireland were subject to countless acts of terrorism from the IRA, an evil organisation with terrorist links with Hamas. They too carried out barbaric acts of terrorism. They too murdered babies, abducted and killed innocent civilians, some of whose bodies have never been recovered for years. My lords, the people of Palestine are indeed suffering, and a mother's tears there are the same as in any other area of conflict. But the Israeli government has exhorted the innocent to leave the Hamas enclave before they attack the enemy. The people living in the villages of Israel were not given that warning. But Hamas ordered their terrorists to kill, kill, kill without mercy, behead or do whatever they liked against peaceful civilians, and gloried in their evil deeds. In conclusion, my lords, it is deeply worrying to see the anti-Semitic attacks in this country has increased sevenfold from this same period from last year. Will the noble Lord the Minister therefore ensure His Majesty's Government will continue to protect Jewish people living in the United Kingdom and take resolute action against those who seek to threaten them? As I said earlier, this is a fight for Israel's survival, and I stand with them and pray for the peace of Jerusalem.
Yes. My Lords, may I say how much I appreciate the Leader of the House found time to have this important debate. Last week, our Prime Minister stated this is a pogrom. I'm a second generation born in this country due to another pogrom which took place in Russia in the 1880s. My grandmother managed to survive and obtain sanctuary in this country, allowing us to live in peace and restart our lives. I served in my national service, was in the Canal Zone in Egypt in 1953, which was the time when Nasser was trying to make himself king of the whole area. And I decided to use my allocated leave to visit Israel for the first time in my life. Last week, my Lords, there was a major discussion in both houses on the crisis, and I was troubled that there had been no mention that I'm aware of with regard to containment. Hamas knows that it cannot win. It's always known it could not win. It had to be a different strategy, and it's obviously been thought out very much earlier. It could not win alone. It had to make it a much greater conflict. Through some of my other involvements, I have knowledge of Herzberger missile capability, in particular, which is very important to us, taking the ships we sent out there, the anti-ship missiles of a highly developed capability. There are, of course, several peers taking part in this debate who would have greater professional knowledge than I do. The Iran nuclear ambitions are now very well known, and they and the Qataris are key supporters of Hamas and Hezbollah. I think the greatest concern is the highly trained, extremely well-armed militias operating in Iraq, Syria, including ISIS and others, have all stated that they intend to hold Hamas together with their suicide squads, possibly already en route. Over the last 20 years since the 9/11, the real hatred is against the great Satan, the United States of America. One cannot rule out the possibility of the United States being attacked, forcing them to retaliate. The consequences that would have for the worldwide is immense. This country would also be a target. I've been actively involved with others trying to negotiate a peace process for some 35 years, earlier working together with King Hussein and later with His Majesty King Abdullah. I went to visit him at his Aqaba home just after the end of the Iraq War, and I have had the pleasure of working with him and his key advisors to this very day. It must be remembered, that has been mentioned before, in 1978 the Egyptian President Sadat offered to negotiate a peace treaty, which was completed in the Camp David Accords. On September 13, 1993, the Oslo Accord was signed with Yitzhak Rabin and on behalf of the PLO, Mahmoud Abbas and Arafat. These agreements fell apart over the next 5 years. On the 26th of October 1994, Jordan and Israel signed a peace treaty called the Washington Declaration, signed by Prime Minister Rabin and King Hussein, with President Clinton serving as a witness. Until his death, King Hussein used every endeavor to find an answer to the peace process. In the last 20 years, his son, King Abdullah, has widened and extended such endeavors and has become the most respected and influential leader in the whole of the Middle East, internationally and in particular with President Biden. We must not forget that up to relatively recent times, it has been a warm peace. The Israeli President, Isaac Herzog, has an excellent rapport with King Abdullah and shares the same long-term sentiments. A two-state solution with a Palestinian state totally independent in all forms from Israel, and the Israelis will have no future involvement whatsoever in Gaza after Massa has been totally defeated. One looks forward to the day in the future when a good relationship will develop between the peoples of both states, which will be highly beneficial to them both. My Lords, this has always been my personal hope. Hope, as has been mentioned several times tonight by our Archbishop, very much so by our splendid Lord Ahmad and many others. Hope is very, very special indeed. In Arabic, it is amal, and in Hebrew, is tikva. I wanted to finish by saying, as has been mentioned by one or two people here, which is certainly the case, you need leadership. The present leadership as it is not adequate. And I think, if I may say, that you have noticed, I have not commented on the atrocities. A very warm friend is Lord Lee, and I'm a member of his synagogue. I was approached by people from synagogues, from mosques, from churches, And the way I'm built, I decided what I preferred to do, which I did, is to go and walk by the river and think myself of how I feel about all these things. Finally, to finish on a little warmer note, there have been times when the Jewish, we're not perfect at all. Do we make mistakes? Of course we do. There have been times which have got so difficult that some of us have often thought, if it's true that we have definitely been designated by God as his chosen people, some of us have often felt that maybe we should try and get a contact to say, could you choose somebody else instead, please? Anyway, thank you very much. And I have to say that on behalf also of my splendid friend and also of the Archbishop and many other people, I've learned so much tonight, and it's been very much appreciated. Thank you so much.
My Lords, I'm going to take two perspectives on the situation in Gaza and Israel, one local and one global. I'm going to use both of these perspectives to argue for one call from the British government, a call for a ceasefire now. That's a call, I note, that's reflecting what the UN Secretary-General is saying, UNICEF, the World Food Programme and the World Health Organisation. It's also a call coming from two organisations that the Noble Lady Baroness Sheehan referred to, Women Wage Peace and Women of the Sun, two prominent Israeli and Palestinian women's groups respectively. And I note that same call from the Noble Lady Baroness Varsi in her immensely powerful speech, drawing on the voices of many so awfully affected by the Hamas atrocity. First, the local perspective. I spoke last night about the more than 2 million people facing acute water shortage in 30-degree temperatures, not having clean water to drink, let alone to bathe. More than 1 million people who've been told to move when there's nowhere to move to. I draw on a briefing delivered today on international law. Forcible transfer is illegal and a war crime, but there are narrow exceptions. If you do so temporarily to protect civilians from hostilities, provided there are assurances that they will be able to return home and that there is a humanitarian safe haven, safe from war and provided with essential needs. Israel is not adhering to those principles in Gaza. And the people in North and South Gaza. Children, so many children, women and men, are being bombed, attacked, blown to pieces. Whole extended families obliterated. One story serves as an example of what had happened to many thousands. The British doctor, Ahmad of Wimbledon, who lost 35 people from his family in a strike on a residential building in which around 100 people died in total. Credible counts put the level of violent deaths of children up to now at 1,750 children. The total rises daily. And all those children who are not killed think of the maiming of their bodies and their minds. The organisation Euromed Human Rights Monitor is estimating a daily death toll of 200 children and infants. My Lords, 24 hours ago in this chamber, we were debating the situation in Gaza. 200 dead children and infants since in that 24 hours. Now, last year, before all of this started, a report found under 18s in Gaza, 4 out of 5 said they'd suffered already from depression, grief or fear, and that was a sharp deterioration compared to a 2018 study. A ceasefire, of course, would not undo all that damage to young minds and bodies, but it would mean an end to the reign of death and destruction in Gaza and in Israel. Israeli families are mourning terrible losses and hoping desperately for the safety of hostages, and a ceasefire would surely improve their chances of survival and freedom. I turn now to the international perspective. In the Security Council, Russia has been using its attempts to promote a Security Council ceasefire resolution at the UN with backing from China, Gabon, Mozambique and the UAE to distract from its continuing criminal invasion of Ukraine. This is in the context in which Moscow has already won significant levels of backing of abstentions on motions against its attack on Ukraine from states who've become increasingly disillusioned with particularly the US and UK positions on a range of international issues. And this comes in a week when there's been a breakdown in crucial talks on climate loss and damage. The global South's view of the global North can only further decline in that context. In practical terms, a call for a ceasefire would also be a small step in the right direction of convincing many countries that the UK and its allies will act in line with the rule of law, following humanitarian principles for all of the world's peoples. Now, your Lordship's House has a long memory, so some members might recall a speech given by the Conservative Foreign Secretary Malcolm Rivkin in 1996 to the charity Medical Aid for the Palestinians. It stated the UK's position on Palestine was premised on international law and UN resolutions. The Green Party still has that position today, as it has always had. It is a position that's morally right, but also, if we are to establish an international rule of law order with all expected to obey, it is something that we need to do in the interests of Palestinians, Israelis, and all of us. When I talk about the climate emergency, speakers from the opposite bench often ask, but what can the UK do? The same question might be put here today, although our Prime Minister and Foreign Minister both seem keen to put themselves forward as a central player on the world stage. Rather, I'd suggest we need to be humble and realistic. There are limits to what we can do, although restoring overall levels of official development assistance would be a good place to start. But we can adopt international law and humanitarian imperatives as the guide for our words and our actions. And the government can start by speaking up for international law and accepting its responsibility to make a judgment, make a call about what is happening in Gaza now, not trying to evade doing so, as it has been in the face of multiple challenges over days. Not doing so is implicitly to say that it regards it acceptable for the slaughter to continue, the slaughter of the innocents. Acknowledging that if one party does not adhere to the rule of law, it does not give the green light to the other side to also not adhere to the rules of war. And two final short comments. Atrocity prevention is something that should be at the centre of all UK foreign policy and something on which we could do much more. And as many other noble lords have said, we should be putting our own modest contribution towards efforts to relaunch a political process for a two-state solution. The world's attention had turned away from that. It clearly cannot afford to stay away.
My Lords, rather than take sides in this debate, I would like to offer suggestions as to how to move forward positively, peacefully, with compassion and respect for all. First, we need to arrive at a position where the nations of the world, including the United Kingdom, are ready to acknowledge and recognise the state of Palestine alongside Israel. We can find inspiration in the words of empathetic leaders who have comprehended the gravity of the situation. One particular speech by Barack Obama comes to mind, where he eloquently articulated the need for hope and respect for Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank, all without resorting to aggression, but rather with a sincere call for empathy and understanding. Second, it's time for us to take action, extend compassion and earnestly work towards peaceful resolution for both sides. We cannot permit the continuation of the suffering faced by the citizens of Israel under the existing status quo. Let's begin to strive for a future where Israel and Palestine can coexist in peace and prosperity. So, thirdly, and constructively, to alleviate the short-term terror, we should agree to create a long-term plan along the lines that I suggested a few weeks ago in this House and about which I've had high-level endorsement. If we have a positive plan like this, and I'll explain it in 1 minute, of a future where everyone benefits, we can work towards it as partners for peace. So, Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman, should work with Egypt, Israel, Jordan and the Palestinians to build a huge port in Gaza linked to Cyprus so that Palestine becomes the Hong Kong of the region and its citizens become wealthy. Then, together, these countries, Egypt, Palestine, Israel, Saudi Arabia and Jordan, having become partners in this huge positive construction project, can all develop and build the Sinai Peninsula as a huge solar energy park, as a source for clean energy for the planet, moving the region from oil and gas income to solar power. This partnership builds peace and cooperation and also green energy on a vast scale that the world needs. My friend Samia Takala in Egypt is in close contact with President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, and they would like this to happen. Perhaps the Noble Lord the Minister, who has been so helpful in all this, might invite the parties here to discuss this in a positive, constructive way, with the UK playing a coordinated role. Several organisations with which I'm involved would be happy to help organise and facilitate such a conference and project. Thank you.
My Lords, like everyone in your Lordship's house and across the country and across the world, I heard the news on the 7th of October with horror. I was in Turkey at the time, flying back that morning. I woke to the news of the attacks on Israel, and as soon as we landed at Stansted, I heard people in the row behind me on the plane saying, "Oh no, they've taken hostages." And I don't know, but my sense was it was a Jewish family behind me who were concerned already about the hostage taking. My Lords, the attack on Israel was an atrocity, the like of which we haven't seen since the Holocaust. At least an attack on Jewish people. It's the worst attack since 9/11, but the worst attack, the worst loss of life for Jewish people since the 7th of October. Sorry, since the Holocaust. My Lords, Israel has a right to defend itself, and we must support Israel in defending itself. However, it is absolutely the case that Israel must abide by international law. And we should also be looking for a temporary cessation of hostilities at the very least to allow humanitarian aid to get into Gaza. Because whoever the perpetrators might be, Hamas is a terrorist organisation, but the majority of people in Gaza are under 18. They are not the perpetrators of the crimes of the 7th of October. The premature babies that are lying in incubators in hospital in Gaza are innocent victims of what is happening. Food, energy, clean water need to get into Gaza, and we need to be looking to support that. So could the Noble Lord, the Minister, tell this House what His Majesty's government is doing to work behind the scenes perhaps, but with Israel and other countries to try and bring about a temporary cessation of hostilities for humanitarian reasons? Yes, eventually a permanent ceasefire is desirable, but the immediate thing that is required is a cessation of hostilities, coupled with, obviously, the release of the 200 hostages, as so many noble lords have called for. But, my lords, apart from the situation in Israel and Gaza at the moment, there are three things that I'd like to raise this evening. One is the domestic consequences in the United Kingdom of the conflict. The second is the regional implication, or are the regional implications. And the third is a wider global situation. I'm not going quite as far as my noble friend Lord Alderdice in suggesting that this is going to be the third global conflict. But there are clearly very serious consequences that we need to be aware of. and where His Majesty's government hopefully has some thoughts. Firstly, the Noble Lady Baroness Deach raised concerns about a lack of education about Judaism and about the Holocaust, and in particular, she raised concerns about two universities, one of which is my University of Cambridge. I apologise if anybody feels there is anti-Semitism stemming from the University of Cambridge. Clearly, anti-Semitism must be condemned, and the spillover of anti-Semitism into this country, the rise of anti-Semitism crime, and the concerns as raised by the Noble Lady Baroness Altman of Jewish children going to school and university is something that we really need to be looking to. We need to overcome anti-Semitism in this country, but we also need to avoid a spillover into Islamophobia as well. Both of those things are vital. But in terms of regional spillover, we've heard reference to Iran this evening, but we haven't heard much more about the wider regional consequences that could come about from the current situation in Israel and Gaza. So I wonder if the Noble Lord the Minister could tell us what assessment His Majesty's government is making about the situation with Lebanon, the role of Hezbollah, and in particular, how far Iran is involved in this conflict. And in particular, whether His Majesty's government would look again at prescribing the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. Finally, my lords, the wider consequences. Already we've heard that Turkey, or President Erdogan of Turkey, a NATO partner, has had close links with Hamas. There's reference in the media to that situation, possibly pulling back slightly, but has His Majesty's government talked to President Erdogan? And beyond that, what about other partner nations and countries that have seen support for Hamas, not just Qatar, but further afield? Because at present, the United States and the United Kingdom have been stalwart in their support of Israel. But there are many countries that have not been so stalwart in that support. There are competing rhetorics, quite apart from the fake news that has been talked about this evening. Could the Noble Lord the Minister tell us what assessment His Majesty's government is making about some of those wider challenges for the global situation, for relations between Christians, Jews and Muslims? Because, as my noble friend Lord Alderdice reminded us, in Palestine it's not just Muslims who are being killed, but also Christians. We talk about the Holy Land. Jerusalem is a city that is prized by Christians, Muslims and Jews. And I think we can only join with the Noble Lord when he recited earlier the Muslim prayer, "To God we belong, to God we shall return." Let us hope that that also brings not just us returning to God now, but also returning to peace and reconciliation in the Middle East.
Apologies, my lords. I was expecting Baroness Mayer, who was in our place earlier, to speak. My lords, may I begin by conveying my deepest respect to Baroness Deach and to all other noble lords who may have lost friends and families in Palestine and Israel, and grateful to Noble Lord the Minister for conveying the government messages in the way that he has. And I look forward to the work that he has done and will do for these two-state solutions. My lord, it is difficult to say with words as we view the brutal and senseless kidnaps, murders of innocent men, women, and children. I stand in this house as a daughter of a land born of a mother and family that stood with courage to resist the might of genocidal occupiers who vowed to obliterate a whole nation, whole people, with one purpose: to crush the inalienable rights of self-determination to live in a free and independent nation. I've spoken about these before in this House. Modern smartphones did not relay live butchery of war. But as a child, like millions of others, I was a witness. And for 52 years since, that experience has shaped my life, my thinking, as was the hope that my mother embedded in my heart. British government, Conservative government, was one of the first to recognize an independent Bangladesh. So I speak with a heavy heart in utter dismay at how far away we seem to have moved from our core British values of proclaimed fairness, justice, and protection of all who exercise the rights of nationhood and freedom. My lords, there is no question terror perpetrated by Hamas was disgusting, barbaric, merciless, as are the indiscriminate bombing of innocent civilians in Gaza today. My Lord, I find myself agreeing with so many people who have spoken to me and written to me that the lack of integrity that our government, institutions and leaders have shown throughout the latest crisis in the Middle East are as silent observers who may be fully cognizant of potential violation of international rule of laws and convention to protect women, children, prevent basic necessities of water and food and shelter. And it is wrong. Indeed, UK government strident support has emboldened the current Israeli government mired in national controversy. And regardless of any constraint gently called for by our government, Israel continued to shower thousands of bombs on possibly using phosphorus, on civilians of Gaza, with thousands of men, women, children perished, among the estimated 5,000 slaughtered, 15,000 injured, with many more thousands of entire family remain buried under the rubble, as has been stated by Noble Lord the Minister. Our screens filled with live footage of children being pulled out under flattened homes, lifeless, severely injured, and absolutely terrified of the carnage before their eyes, screaming for their mothers and fathers in a frenzy, wake from death. How are we able to stand cold-faced and vow to protect one family and not the other in the same land? I'm deeply concerned with the dehumanizing language that our government and some media organizations have been using in relation to Palestine, Palestinians, and Muslims across the world and in UK. Dehumanizing languages which holds immense power, and it is detrimental to the individuals and communities it targets, perpetuating harmful stereotypes, fostering suspicions, and resulting in intensely hostile environment that is dangerous for our children and a cohesive Britain. Whilst I note Prime Minister's assurances, I cannot overstate the sense of public perception and anger that we have failed in safeguarding British Muslims and Jewish communities against a very real threatening rise in Islamophobic and anti-Semitic attacks. A responsible government plays a crucial role in fostering an informed society which validates a balanced and factual opinion that it provides to public, particularly during conflict, as well stated by Noble Lord Singh, Noble Lady Morris, and my noble friend Lady Blackstone earlier. Earlier, many noble lords have spoken about the misinformation in this context, and I too am alarmed about the many one-sided narratives being forced on and offline, including those that have filtered through to my House of Lords work phone as it goes. I wonder where security is on that. Public support cannot be taken for granted, and there is evident erosion of trust as government and non-government officials continue to offer unequivocal support for current Israeli government, which may be committing war crimes as stated by human rights organizations. We have already seen vast numbers on our cities and throughout the world who refuses to condone any collective punishments with far-reaching consequences for the public's understanding and trust, which ultimately undermines the democratic values which we hold dear. And internationally, we too risk our credibility as brokers of peace and stalwarts for justice. No other nation shall easily accept that we are capable of upholding higher standards of human rights. My Lord, presentation of integrity of a nation demands justice for all, and not just those we consider partners and friends. My Lords, my voice may not be carried far enough, but I too demand that Hamas releases all hostages unconditionally. And there must be an immediate ceasefire, for just as the tragedy with Iraq, we will have to root these decisions once again, as UK governments, I believe, is standing on the wrong side of history. However, it is portrayed today. Can Noble Lord, the Minister, say what legal advice and assurance UK government has obtained prior to declaring unreserved support for Israel's military operation in Gaza on civilian population? And does the UK government view any aspects of current Israeli attack as potential war crimes? My Lords, I call upon my government to urge the Israeli government for an immediate ceasefire and urge cooperation with the government of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Jordan, Kuwait, Egypt, South Africa, Malaysia, and all other countries that attended the summit in Cairo. And I welcome wholeheartedly and praise unreservedly the collective international efforts, particularly of Qatar and British Red Crescent, towards releasing all hostages, reaching a ceasefire, peace and free and independent Palestine. I fear, my Lords, that my words cannot do justice for all those who perished and for all and each and every family who lost their loved ones. Like so many witnessing the carnage of war, my heart weeps to God for justice and pray that peace will prevail over the pillage of war. Inna lillahi wa inna ilahi rajiun. From God we come, and to God we return.
My Lords, these are dark times. They may be becoming darker still, and we've heard many impressive contributions today which will shape national and international understanding of these great issues at stake for some time to come. Take particular pleasure in paying tribute to the outstanding contributions of Lord Stevens of Birmingham, with courage for calling out the SWP and other entities on our streets that have disfigured our national debate, and to my noble learned friend Lord Verderami for his outstanding exposition of the issues relating to proportionality and other matters of international law as one of the preeminent silks in this area, in this country today. I also pay tribute to Lord Austin and to Baroness Fox for their contributions in this regard as well, and to the Prime Minister, my right honourable friend, for maintaining Britain's position in the world, our relevance, and that our voice still counting for something. Also pay tribute to my noble friend the Minister here, and am mindful of the debate in the Moses Room in Grand Committee last month on the Abraham Accords, the last occasion on which I heard him in person on the affairs of this region, all of which seems a tremendously long time ago now. Rightly, those Abraham Accords still enjoy widespread cross-party support across this House, and I will come to the matter later in my remarks. Although our voices will be heard abroad, our particular responsibility as British subjects is here in the UK, and our deliberations will have a special resonance on our doorstep. So too will the words of high-profile external stakeholders in this country. So it was on October 22nd that the Muslim Council of Britain urged its followers on social media to, quote, write to your MP, stop Gaza genocide. Genocide. Think of the word. This is an outrageous assertion to the point of being a blood libel. No reputable authority on international law, whatever they think of Israel's response to Hamas's attack of October 7th, believes that her actions come within the definition of the UN's Genocide Convention and other key relevant texts. Indeed, it is Hamas's professed agenda, by contrast, to wipe out Israel, which is the genocidal one. Incendiary language, such as claims of genocide and old canards of Jews being party to and pushing genocide, have unfortunately played some tragic part in the explosion of anti-Semitic attacks in this country since the 7th of October, which, according to the Metropolitan Police's own statistics, are up by 1,353%. There are policy implications for our country here. The first relates to community engagement. Preeminently, the last Labour government under Gordon Brown rightly cut contact with the Muslim Council of Britain in 2009, after its then Deputy Secretary-General signed the Istanbul Declaration calling for a tax on Royal Navy vessels enforcing a UN weapons blockade on Hamas-run Gaza. The Muslim Council of Britain, despite its avowed modernisation programme, still does not resile from that position. Indeed, its present Deputy Secretary-General, Mohammed Kosbar, is someone who has publicly praised the founder of Hamas, Sheikh Ahmad Yassin, as, quote, the master of the martyrs of the resistance. That is why it is right that all successive Prime Ministers, whether under the coalition or Conservative governments since then, have maintained the ban on the Muslim Council of Britain. I therefore would like to ask my Right Honourable friend, the Minister, will he now reaffirm this non-engagement policy today and give further assurances that ministers throughout government will ensure that the policy will also be implemented throughout government, including within the Ministry of Defence and other departments? Perhaps also interestingly, it would also be interesting to know where the Labour Party presently stands on this issue. Will he also ask my Right Honourable friend, the Secretary of State for the Department of Levelling Up, Housing and Communities, that responses to this crisis should now inform part of the newly reforged extremism criteria which his ministry is presently working upon? I began tonight with reflections on the Abraham Accords. I greatly welcome the work and initiative of figures such as Khalid Mahmood, the Labour MP for Birmingham Berry Bar, to set up new structures and bodies that will put those accords at the heart of community relations in this country. More than ever, we need the spirit of that greatest interfaith initiative of our times, not least on the streets of this country.
Well done, Dean. My Lords, I too want to begin by expressing great thanks to Lord Ahmed for the grace, wisdom and fortitude with which he has led us in this debate, and welcome the consensus that I've heard across the chamber from all sides. I too, like others, have learnt so much this evening. I also want to echo what the Archbishop of Canterbury said earlier. I too deeply mourn and cry out for all those who've been brutally murdered in this conflict, and rightly note the duty of Israel to guard and defend her citizens, and yet at the same time cry out on behalf of the innocent in every community and appeal for a peace with justice. Like Lord Godson, who we just heard from, actually I wanted to say a little bit about an element of this that we haven't discussed that much in this debate, which is the impact of all this here in our own country and how this in turn affects the world. We are, as we know, a global community living in an age of instant communication. Our interconnectedness means that this conflict is felt deeply across the world and directly affects communities here in the UK, and immediately, and of course especially, Jewish and Muslim communities. And there are, of course, personal consequences. We have very movingly heard about some of those for some of us here in this chamber. But even if we don't know people ourselves, we know people who know people who are related to those in Israel and Palestine who have lost loved ones, livelihoods, homes, even those who are still being held hostage. But at the same time, the unfiltered platform that social media allows to extremist voices is making this situation worse, creating an atmosphere of palpable fear. This came up in the questions earlier today, and it is something we urgently need to address. It has no place in our democracy. And as several noble lords have said, Lord Harrington, Lord Billamora, Lord McRae, a moment ago, Lord Godson, anti-Semitism and indeed Islamophobia are on the rise, but particularly anti-Semitism, senseless and pointless attacks on Jewish community buildings, on schools, on individuals, all have increased, and as we've heard, the statistics are truly frightening. But up and down the country, and built up over many, many years, we do have, across our nation, a very strong network of regional faith forums, many of which I have been involved with, as have almost all the bishops on these benches. And yet, I hear that a number of them, while relationships continue, are struggling to agree joint statements or hold vigils for peace because it is all too raw and emotions are running so high, and because there are still so many unhelpful voices around. However, some have taken place, and this, I believe, is a vital, vital sign of hope and something that we must build on. And so although, like Lord Godson, I abhor the hateful voices, I also want to pay tribute to women and men from across our faith communities, and I'm thinking especially of Muslim and Jewish leaders that I know who are working courageously to lead through this time and at considerable personal cost. There are really inspiring examples of this happening across the north, in Leeds, in Bradford, and in other places where I serve. And I'm thinking here of teachers, pastors, priests, youth workers, community workers, who are nurturing the values that we hold dear and caring for one another and building community across strong difference. We need to be clear how individuals and communities act here and now, today, tomorrow, in this country, will shape and influence what happens next in the coming years and for the years ahead. Which also means that what we say here, our statements, our policies, and our prayers, both in content and tone, matter. And I note particularly Baroness Deitch's comments earlier about the need to renew our religious education, and particularly education around the Holocaust. So while, of course, we must condemn utterly those who foster fear and hatred in our communities, we also need to galvanise and support those who at the local level are modelling something different and seeking the way of peace. Finally, in the last couple of weeks, I have noticed two things. First, that human blood is red. Jewish blood, Muslim blood, Christian blood. And secondly, like the ocean, tears are salt water. And the flood levels are rising. And unless we pay attention, both internationally and at home, to the things that make for peace, unless we are clear about the evils we face, about the need to strengthen international law to make safe passage, then we might be overwhelmed. Therefore, locally, could I ask the Minister what efforts are being made to support those at the local level who are working for community cohesion and are busy making peace?
My Lords, it is a privilege to follow the Most Reverend Primate, the Archbishop of York. I want to pay tribute to him for his public statement last Monday, and in particular for his message of support for the Jewish community here in the United Kingdom, because although this excellent debate has ranged far and wide, I want to focus my remarks on matters rather closer to home. On Saturday night, I had 2 children in uniform. My son, who has now made his life in Israel, wore the uniform of the Israel Defence Forces. Like most 20-year-olds in Israel, he's doing military service. He personally saw the aftermath of Hamas's atrocities, sights which no 20-year-old, in fact no one, should see. But he's in uniform because if he and his friends were not in uniform, there wouldn't be an Israel. It really is that simple. My other child in uniform was my daughter. Her uniform was trainers, jeans, and a necklace with a Magen David, a Star of David, around her neck. That's her customary Saturday night uniform, in common with many teenage girls in North London as they come into town on the tube to enjoy this great city's nightlife. And I was more concerned about the safety of my daughter than of my son. So how on earth have we got to that place where I'm more concerned about a teenage girl with the Star of David around her neck than my son in an army uniform in a country at war? There were 3 reasons: information, institutions, and constitution. Let me give an example of each. First, information. The BBC is not a state broadcaster, but it is a national broadcaster. And I say this with genuine regret as a supporter of the BBC. In the last few weeks, it has brought us national shame. I need not take time with the BBC's abject failure to describe Hamas for what it is, in plain English, a terrorist group. After an intervention from me and other noble lords, the BBC announced that it stopped calling Hamas militants because, I'm not making this up, we have been finding this a less accurate description for our audiences as the situation evolves. A less accurate description. No further comment is necessary. But last week, the BBC reported, uncritically, and citing only Palestinian officials, which of course means Hamas, that Israel had struck the Al-Ahli hospital. Now, that has now been corroborated by investigations around the world. What the Israelis said at the time has been corroborated, that it was an Islamic Jihad rocket that hit the hospital. But that defamatory report is still on the BBC website. Now, we're used to some people in our community, such as Mr. Corbyn, parroting Hamas propaganda. But to have the BBC do it, when it wouldn't have done so with propaganda from ISIS or Al-Qaeda, led to real consequences, not just the cancellation of a summit in Amman, but in this city too. Jewish schools closed, kosher restaurants smashed up, heightened security at every synagogue, and my daughter wondering whether it was safe to go on the tube. Others repeated that propaganda, including, I'm afraid, a noble friend of mine, who tweeted not just that the Israelis had hit the hospital, but they had targeted it. She used that word twice. I called that out as a modern blood libel, and I'm delighted to see that the Most Reverend Primate, the Archbishop of Canterbury, used the same language recently as well. But the damage was done. Other terrorist groups will have seen and taken note. So we should remember the old injunction: careless talk costs lives. Second, institutions. The Jewish community has learned over the past few weeks who our many friends are, but we've also seen who they are not. And let me just give one short example. Our universities. University Jewish societies no longer publicise where they are meeting. The address is handed out samizdat fashion shortly before the meeting. This isn't some underground group in Soviet Russia. It is a Jewish society in this country in 2023. Our universities have become centres of binary thinking, where you are either an oppressor or an oppressed. And it would seem in the case of Israel, oppressors include murdered babies and kidnapped grandmothers, although sometimes Hamas preferred to kidnap the babies and murder their grandmothers. Students and their professors will write long and apparently scholarly articles explaining how words are violence and silence is violence, but now offer no words and only silence in the face of not just violence, but a pogrom. So if when we face terrorism, careless talk costs lives, silence in the face of terrorism costs even more. Third, our constitution. I do not mean the royal and political elements of our constitution, the moral lead shown by His Majesty the King in response to what went on, and his granting the Chief Rabbi a private audience has resonated across the entire Jewish community. So also has the principled stance taken by the Prime Minister and also the Leader of the Opposition and other political leaders as well. This is not a party political issue. The Jewish community is protected by law, but at the moment many feel that they are not protected by those whose job it is to enforce the law. The shout from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, is not a nursery rhyme. It is a murderous rhyme, because it calls for the destruction of Israel and necessarily its inhabitants. It's not a demand for the two-state solution, in which I and so many others still believe. But the police have done nothing about it. They didn't intervene even when members of Hizb ut-Tahrir, a group which is illegal in many other Western countries, but for some reasons is still legal here, chanted for jihad. And I'm aware that jihad has several meanings, apart from armed struggle. It can refer to self-reflection, personal improvement, and quiet meditation. But when it's chanted on the streets of London with a banner referring to Muslim armies liberating Palestine, and when their website refers to, quotes, heroic feats carried out by the heroic Mujahideen in the blessed land Palestine, I simply do not understand how the Metropolitan Police concluded that that cry for jihad was not supporting or glorifying Hamas, which is a criminal offence. Careless talk costs lives. Silence in the face of terrorism costs more, and police inaction will only encourage those who want to bring their violence and their terrorism here. We need to change, to call out terrorism for what it is, to speak out against terrorists and their apologists here, to act firmly to keep people, everyone, safe. The safety of my son in his army uniform is ultimately a matter for the government of Israel. But the safety of my daughter on the tube in London is a matter for our government and for this Parliament. My Lords, may I conclude with this. The Noble and Right Reverend Lord Harris of Pentragarth quoted Jeremiah 31:15 in his speech. The prophet there sees the matriarch Rachel in her resting place at Ramah, so close to Bethlehem, weeping as the people of Israel are led past her as captives into exile. She's weeping and she refuses to be comforted. And as the noble Lord said, that verse is repeated in the New Testament in Matthew chapter 2, verse 18. There is a Jewish tradition. We do not end a biblical reading on a note of despondency. So let me conclude by reciting the immediately following two verses in Jeremiah, as we all pray for the safe return of all the hostages. Thus saith the Lord, refrain thy voice from weeping, and thine eyes from tears. For thy work shall be rewarded, saith the Lord, and they shall come back from the land of the enemy. For there is hope in thine end, saith the Lord. V'shavu vanim ligvulam. Thy children shall return to their own borders. Amen.
My Lords, it has been a sombre debate, appropriate for the circumstances that we are in. And I also will join with other noble lords in paying tribute to the Minister. We are lucky in this House at the moment to have Lord Ahmad as the Minister for the Middle East. Just over a year ago, I, alongside my noble friend Baroness Ludford, were close to the Gaza border in the kibbutz Nativ Hazara, and we were welcomed into homes for tea. 16 people in that kibbutz were murdered. The trauma felt by that community has been felt in Jewish communities across the globe, and especially here at home, as we have just heard from the Noble Lord. And it is still living, given the ongoing hostages so brutally taken and abused. The year leading up to the 7th, as the Minister said, in Israel and the occupied territories, had been one of the most violent in years. But we were all horrified that in Israel, children and babies and the elderly had been targeted by terrorists. And we are also equally now horrified that in Gaza over 3,000 children, women and elderly have been killed. It is tragic to me that in such a young Israeli and Arab population in the region, it is the children who are suffering the most. Young people in the Middle East are the largest age group, but they grow up with an almost unbearable weight of history upon them. But the future cannot be built on a narrative of history perpetually repeating itself. The Minister correctly said that Hamas does not speak for the Palestinian people, and I agree with him. But also equally, the civilians in Gaza should not have to answer for Hamas's actions either, as my noble friend Baroness Hussein Eche had said. And I pay tribute to her and my noble friend Lord Palmer's work in being patrons of Liberal Democrat Friends of Palestine and Liberal Democrat Friends of Israel. All our efforts now must therefore be to prevent further suffering within Israel, in Gaza and the West Bank, and to prevent conflict contagion in the neighbouring countries. I spoke to a friend in Lebanon last week, and she is scared of what may lay next. The violence and tactics of Hamas have been repulsive, and the Israeli government has the first duty of all governments to protect its citizens. I do not know whether or not, and I cannot judge, whether the 3 war aims by the Israeli War Cabinet to the IDF are achievable militarily. I do know, with regards, and I share the views of the Noble Lord, Lord Reid, with my many visits to northern Iraq during the occupation of Mosul, that any ground invasion will be catastrophic for the civilians in the area, and indeed for many of the IDF recruits and conscripts who will be sent to carry out that work. In Mosul, 10,000 civilians died, and 1 million people were displaced. But as my noble friend Lord Alderdice said, some of the claims that Hamas is identical Daesh perhaps is less accurate than there have been more similarities with the Taliban. And I returned last night for the statement from Addis Ababa, where I had been carrying out discussions with Sudanese exiled from that horrible conflict. I've been to too many war zones over the last 3 years not to appreciate that civilians will be the first victims of any wider conflict. But as noble lords have said, there is no equivalence to the acts of Hamas terrorism. There should be no justification or equivocation in the condemnation of them. But equally, there are not 2 versions of international law, as my noble friend Lord Campbell of Pittenweemouth said. We cannot, in one conflict, espouse the rules-based international order, only to set it aside in another. I listened extremely carefully to the speeches of the noble Lord Verderami and the noble Lord Grabiner. I too have read elements of the manual when it comes to the combatants, the prohibition of forced displacement of people, the rules on starvation, the rules on regulating humanitarian relief operations, the rules on evacuations, and that they must be voluntary. And even then, when people do not evacuate, they do not forfeit their status or protections. And I also read, as has been referred to in the debate, the letter from Lord Neuberger, perhaps not just a lawyer, but indeed the former president of the UK Supreme Court, and other significant British Jewish lawyers who wrote on international humanitarian law. He said in the letter to the Financial Times, "These laws apply irrespective of the level of outrageous conduct of an enemy, and no exceptions to those rules can be derived from the level of suffering caused by Hamas's actions." And I agree that international law is applicable to allies and adversaries alike. And clear breaches by Hamas do not justify breaches by Israel. Lord Neuberger added in his letter, "There are some aspects of Israel's response that already cause significant concern. International law forbids sieges of civilian populations. Gaza is home to some 2 million fellow human beings, almost half of whom are children, and it would be a grave violation of international law to hold them under siege and while doing so deprive them of basic necessities such as food and water. To be clear, collective punishment is prohibited by the laws of war." And he concluded, "In these times of pain and terror, the notion that there are laws that we must all live by is challenging but essential. Jewish history teaches us that we cannot give up on them." In recent days, we have seen the slight opening of life-saving aid for Gaza civilians, as the Minister referred to, which is welcome. But I also agree with the Minister and many noble lords in this debate that this is not enough. We also saw good officers used to free some hostages. But there should be no question that all hostages need to be released, not by deliberate psychological torture of partial release, as the noble Lord Howard had said. And I endorse the calls for the International Red Cross to have immediate access to all hostages, as the noble Lord Pannick had called for last evening under the statement, as a first step to their release. In Gaza, the conditions forced upon the civilian population is now extreme, as we heard from my noble friend Lord Baroness Janker and others. Southern Gaza is now the most densely populated place on the planet. The UN shelters hosting up to 11 times the number of people they were designed for. And those brave United Nations staff working so hard to provide the limited services available are suffering too. Overnight, it was announced another 6 UNRWA staff have been confirmed killed, bringing the total to 35 staff killed since the 7th of October. A total of 40 UNRWA installations have been damaged since the 7th of October, including 2 in the last 24 hours. Out of 22 UNRWA health centres, only 8 are operational. Nearly 3,200 pregnant women and around 320 postnatal cases are requiring urgent medical attention, as my noble friend Baroness Smith had highlighted. I hope that there should be no question that women should be able to give birth in safety and in dignity. And I also pay tribute to the Medical Aid for Palestinians and the contribution that's made by the noble lady Baroness Morris. UNRWA stocks of medicines are critically decreasing, and they are warning today that services will run out tomorrow. So I agree with the Minister that aid needs to be brought in at a far greater rate and scale than being provided for in recent days. I agree also with my noble friend Lord Palmer and my noble friend Baroness Sheehan in agreeing with the UN Secretary-General and today President Macron calls for there to be a safe route which is secure for UN staff to enable those supplies for the people that need it, and indeed for the humanitarian workers. So there should be a cessation of hostilities in key areas. Water services need to be restored. A humanitarian suspension of hostilities should also allow for the much-needed diplomatic work on the conditions of the next stage, which should be a ceasefire whereby civilians are protected, as is the protection for Israel's right to get its hostages home safely and to protect itself. This will, of course, be exceptionally difficult, but it will have to be necessary. The UK has a strong and respected track record of planning and then delivering humanitarian aid and in peacemaking, and I declare an interest that I chair the UK Board for Search for Common Ground, a peacemaking charity. We need to be an increasing participant in this regard, and I also pay tribute to waging peace, as my noble friend Baroness Sheehan had indicated. I chaired a panel with that remarkable group of women in a parliamentary event parallel to the Freedom of Religion and Belief conference that the Minister was so active in last year. I welcomed the announced increase in support to UNRWA and the commendation of it by the Leader of the House last night. But we do need to reverse what I highlighted in the Chamber in March which was a cutting by half of UK funding for UNRWA from 70 million in 2018 to 28 million in 2021. And we need to build a reserve of humanitarian support, which may be needed by the occupied Palestinian territories in the West Bank in particular. And we need to reverse the reductions of UK support to the OPT, which fell from £107 million in 2019-2020 to just £17 million this year. If Gaza will not be occupied by Israel again, then the West Bank authorities will need greater capacity, hard as we can foresee it, but also that will be necessary. I hope the Minister will agree that we will have a reserve of funds available for future need. But wider than funding, our diplomatic presence will be needed more than ever in the coming days to prevent the wider conflagration, which Hamas and their sponsors will be hoping for. We need to recognise that if we do not work even harder for the two-state solution, even in these terribly fraught times, then we push the Palestinian cause further from Israel's Arab neighbours to Tehran. And indeed, many assumptions behind some elements of the Abraham Accords, which neglected the Palestinian cause, may now need to be revisited. These benches have called repeatedly for the recognition of the State of Palestine. We recognise Jerusalem to be the capital of two peoples, and even though at this deeply dark moment they may be hardest to achieve in 50 years, but our minds must still be has to be a future where both Israel lives in a state free from existential threat, and Palestinians have a state which is a homeland too. Both need to live in security and peace and build prosperity for the future. But as my noble friend Lord Oates had said, success of one cannot be secured sustainably by the failure of the other. The wider world needs Israel as the democracy in the region that it is, and it needs it to operate within international law. As we've seen, the growth of autocracies such as Russia and China give a lead to coups in Africa and elsewhere, where they say that democracy is a failed concept and breeds hypocrisy. My lords, the world needs Israel. And in our debates, being pro-Israel should not silence you when their politicians take extreme political positions. And being pro-Palestinian should not mean that you turn a blind eye to terrorist atrocities. Because I am pro-Israel. I am a friend of Palestine. We need not feed a narrative which sophisticated mis- and disinformation malignant forces seek to perpetuate. They wish a polarization and close down a measured perspective which shows respect and maintains common principles. At times of violence and conflict, we need these approaches more than ever, even though they may be harder than ever. We often say actions are stronger than words here, but in the Middle East, where I've visited over 50 times in the last 6 years, words are actions. And as my noble friend Lord Hussein said, we need to be sensitive to this at home, but we also need to be clear with our words. So for those Jewish and Muslim people in our communities, we say in the clearest terms, anti-Semitism and Islamophobia are contrary to everything we believe. Both communities will be respected and protected. My lords, my next speech, likely after this, will be on the first King's humble address in the new reign. Winding his speech from these benches in the first of Her late Majesty's reign in 1952, from this very spot, was Viscount Samuel. He said, and I quote from Hansard, "For 5 years I had the great honour as representative of the British Crown and under the supervision of the League of Nations to preside over the administration which laid the foundations of the modern state of Palestine. That task was accomplished and all went well for some years afterwards, but of late there's been conflict and war. And although war is over, there is still no peace, and grave suffering has been caused, particularly to the Arab refugees. I most earnestly hope that the United Nations now will take active steps to bring about a settlement." How sad it is that 70 years later, I, as a successor from these benches, will be repeating some of this message. We have seen, of course, success, and Israel has been a remarkable success in so many regards. But there is still no peace, as my noble friend Baroness Janket said. And we have debated today in similar terms to those then. These are very dark days, but we can only survive in light, and this must be our endeavour going forward to the young people in the region. My lords, I think many of us know that shalom and salam have the same Semitic origin, and they both mean the same, peace. These are words, which must also be action.
My Lords, I too would like to start by paying tribute to the Noble Lord, the Minister, Lord Ahmad, not only for his incredibly moving and powerful introduction to this debate, but for all the work that he undertakes in the FCDO in the cause of justice and peace across the globe. Not for the first time, he and I are absolutely at one on this issue. There is no difference between us. I think I have been shadowing him for many years now, and it's incredible how, with events in the world, we've become closer. I hope that's a good sign for the future too. As Keir Starmer said yesterday, the brutal attack in Israel, just over 2 weeks now, was the darkest day in Jewish history since the Holocaust. The horror and the suffering caused is seared into the memories with images of the dead and dying that cannot never be unseen. And Israel, and we've heard this in this debate, despite those events 2 weeks ago, Israel is still under attack and is still having rockets fired over it and launched against it. And my Lords, Israel has the right and indeed the duty to bring home all hostages held by Hamas and to weaken the capabilities which made Black Saturday possible. A military response from Israel is justified in these circumstances, and it must be within those sacred parameters of international law and protection of human life. Keir also said, "We democracies know that all human life is equal, innocent lives must be protected. These are the principles that differentiate us from the terrorists who target Israel." And of course, as Noble Lords have mentioned, at the weekend we saw the release of 2 American hostages, and last night saw the release of Nolit Cooper and Yocheved Listchis, but their husbands are still held hostages. And Oded, Yocheved's husband, is a journalist who for decades has worked for peace and the rights of Palestinians. When I spoke to the NUJ, they said that in 1972 he defended the rights of the Bedouin people who were expelled from their homes in the Rafah area, south of Gaza. In May, I visited that area and met Bedouins who had been expelled from their homes, but I also met Israelis who were absolutely determined to build communities together and secure peace. The really shocking thing is that Hamas attacked those people, and particularly the young people, who were the future for peace. Outrageous. But we should not let that hinder our determination to seek peace. My noble friend Baroness Smith met Yocheved's daughter last week, who Baroness Smith said bore her fear and pain with dignity that only served to emphasise the depth of her emotions. And I heard her on Radio 4 this morning on the Today programme, absolutely powerful testimony, and she spoke about talking to her mother, who was very sharp and keen to share information. And of course, speaking later to the media from a hospital in Tel Aviv, Yocheved described how she was kidnapped by Hamas, gunmen on motorbikes, hit with sticks, taken into a spider's web of underground tunnels. She said, "I went through hell that I could not have known." My Lords, the release of those 4 hostages is, of course, welcome. but what we must do and must support and must ensure the unconditional release of all of those hostages. My Lords, as we've heard in the debate, Gaza is facing a humanitarian emergency and innocent civilians are terrified for their lives. And we've seen children forced to flee their homes, clean water running out and hospitals barely able to function. And certainly we welcome President Biden's initiative and US-led diplomacy that brokered the agreement for a few dozen trucks carrying life-saving humanitarian aid across into the Gaza Strip. And of course, the Noble Lord Minister mentioned the numbers, 20 on Saturday and 14 on Sunday, and as he said tonight, we've now up to 50 trucks getting through. But that is simply not enough. Gaza is a city the size of Birmingham, a place even before this devastation where life was a struggle, as my noble friend Lord Reid so well illustrated. And of course those 50 trucks are welcome progress, but not nearly enough. The UK government must do everything in its power to work with partners to get food, water, medicine and fuel to help those innocent citizens. And I welcome the Noble Lord the Minister's announcement. I certainly welcome the PM's announcement of doubling the support. But the EU has announced a tripling of support. And there is no doubt, as the Noble Lord Purvis said, over the coming days and weeks, we need to up that support. And I hope the Noble Lord the Minister can reassure the House that that will be done. We must also follow the US example by appointing a UK Special Coordinator for international aid to Gaza. I think, as the Noble Lord the Minister said, the FCDO has amazing expertise within it, and we should ensure that expertise is deployed immediately. British experts and medical support teams, as well as working with international partners to give UN agencies such as UNRWA the long-term resources they need, and as well as insisting that fuel is allowed into Gaza. When I was in the West Bank in May, I met UNRWA officials, and of course, as the Noble Lord Purvis said, UNRWA had been run down in terms of funding and support over a number of years, and that has impacted hugely on their ability to provide necessary support. I welcome the action that the Noble Lord the Minister has highlighted tonight. And I also echo the call made by the Most Reverend Primate, the Archbishop of Canterbury, for humanitarian corridors and humanitarian access. There must be proper protection for all those who work selflessly so that aid can be delivered to victims. My Lords, the simple fact is that if Hamas had a single concern for the safety of Palestinian people, then they would never have taken hostages. Yeah. The responsibility for this crisis lies with them, nobody else. The scenes of hundreds killed in the Al-Arabi Baptist Hospital are absolutely devastating and can't be justified. And as we've heard tonight, we know who was responsible for that. My Lords, hospitals and civilian lives must be protected. We all have a duty to act responsibly and judiciously as the facts are determined. But I also want to stress that I agree absolutely with the Most Reverend Primate, Archbishop of York. We must not allow these tragic events to divide our communities. The Community Safety Trust and the Metropolitan Police have reported a steep, as we've heard in the debate, a steep increase in anti-Semitic incidents in recent days, including abuse and assaults. Tal Mama has reported a tripling of cases of their services, including reports of anti-Muslim threats, abuse and assaults. My lords, we must denounce hate crime in the most strongest terms. We are in touch with the police and the CST and Talmama, who are coordinating response to such threats. And my lords, we expect to see a robust response to all incidents of hate associated with the conflict, and call on the government to support these groups and play their part in preventing the escalation of tensions. There is absolutely no place in Britain for anti-Semitic hate or Islamophobia. My lords, I also share the concern highlighted that those sorts of divisions and hatred can spread, and certainly when I share the Most Reverend Primate's concern about the escalation of violence in the West Bank too, and I think we should focus on that to try and ensure that the peace can be returned and that communities can work together. The Noble Lord the Minister, and perhaps this is one area that I will have a bit of a pop at him, is aware that I've consistently called, along with other Noble Lords, for the proscription of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corporation. Labour's Shadow Foreign Secretary and Shadow Home Secretary had called for this last January. And as we've heard in the debate, my noble friend Lord Coker actually moved an amendment to the National Security Act to this effect. So I hope that we will see some action. Over the weekend, the media reported that the US is now pressurising the UK to proscribe the group over its complicity in supporting Hamas. So I hope the Noble Lord the Minister can give us a clear indication tonight that the government will finally act to proscribe this organisation. My lords, another issue that was brought up in the debate is that in the fog of this war, disinformation is flooding social media. What is the government doing to ensure that social media companies act responsibly to limit toxic and dangerous disinformation? I think, as the Noble Lord Wolfson said, this actually endangers lives. Loose talk endangers lives. My lords, the biggest risk of this war is that it could deepen into a wider regional conflict. And this, of course, would be disastrous for the Middle East as well as for the wider world. And the Noble Lord the Minister mentioned in his introduction the discussions that were taking place with allies to ensure containment and de-escalation. I hope in his response tonight he can give a little bit more detail about those discussions and how they are progressing. My lords, I also welcome what the Noble Lord the Minister said about support for British nationals who've been trapped in Gaza since the outbreak of this war. And during his trip to the Middle East, the Prime Minister obviously met with the Egyptian President Sisi and talked of progress in this regard. And I hope the Noble Lord the Minister, again, can give us a little bit more detail about how we can support UK nationals trying to leave Gaza via the Rafah crossing. My lords, Hamas want the chaos of war. That's why they've committed this outrageous act. Hamas want Jews to suffer. Hamas, want the Palestinian people to share in the pain. Because as my noble friend Lord Turnberg said, the Palestinian people are not their cause. Peace is not their aim. The dignity of human life, Jew or Muslim, means absolutely nothing to them. So that nobody suffer like this again, as my noble friend Lord Mandelson said, Hamas must be defeated so that we might once more see a road to a lasting peace. As the Noble Lord the Minister said again in his introduction, a Palestinian state alongside a safe and secure Israel. And for too long, we've allowed welcome progress in improving relations between Israel and her neighbours to sit without any progress on the future for Palestine and its people, and this must change. My lords, we stand with Israel and its right to defend itself. We stand against the terrorists of Hamas who must release the hostages. We stand for international law and the protection of innocent lives. And we stand absolutely together with the government for a political path to peace.
My lords, may I firstly thank all noble lords for their contributions. Strong, focused, passionate, thoughtful, insightful, principled, at times emotional. But one thing was very clear. It was expert insights from various perspectives. And as I said in my introduction, there are some uniform and quite united messages that leave absolutely no doubt about the unity of the messaging from your Lordship's House this evening, reflective of the contribution of the Noble Lord Collins, that when it comes to important issues on how we stand against terror, how we stand against those who seek to divide us, whether it's His Majesty's government, the opposition, or indeed representatives of other parties, or indeed individual peers in your Lordship's House, we are very much at one. My lords, may I begin also by saying to the noble lady Baroness Deitch, Yehi Sichra Baruch, may their memory be a blessing. We join with her and many other families who have sadly and tragically been impacted. Every life lost, irrespective, is a tragedy on this issue. We stand united, as I said in my opening remarks, with Israel as it seeks to strengthen its response, but equally to ensure that it can secure its citizens, for security is the first duty of any responsible government. And may I also, from the start, note the incredible and valuable contribution and a very insightful contribution by the Most Reverend Primate, the Archbishop of Canterbury. And I know I speak for the whole House to the Most Reverend Primate when I say when we saw the tragedy that unfolded at the Al-Ahil Arabi Hospital, that the particular link with the Anglican Communion is something that we all recognise, and our sincere condolences to all involved with that institution. The ramifications of the attack, as we've heard from many noble lords, Hamas's terrorist attack on Israel, continue to unfold. And as I said in my opening remarks, there were many in Israel who made comparisons to the Holocaust, including from within Israel. And as I said, whilst the world has moved on, this is 2023, the brutality that many noble lords talked about, of that appalling act of terror, resonates. The noble Lord Austin talked of survivor testimony, and we heard many other noble lords talk of the importance of standing strong in the face of the challenge and indeed the terrorism of Hamas. I associate myself with the thoughtful comments and great expertise shown by the noble Lord Thornburg, the noble Lord Reid, the noble Lord Villamoria. All talked of the Hamas threat, as did the noble Lord McRae. And let's be very, very clear, and I've heard and I've noted, and I'll come on to the issue of the ceasefire. A ceasefire is important for both sides. But equally, when you're dealing with an organisation which is terrorist in its ideology, when you scratch the surface, comparisons have been made to Daesh this evening. As I've visited parts of the region, including Iraq, you can defeat at times on the battlefield. You can defeat in the theatre, but the perverse ideology of these organisations remain. So this is something we should never lose sight of. Hamas's reason for being is the destruction of Israel. Their actions, their terror, their division, their hate has been reflected in what they did on innocent civilians. And as we recognise the important issue, and again there was unity irrespective of any noble lord that made a contribution on the issue of the hostages that have been taken, there is a clear, unequivocal message from your lordship's debate this evening. Release the hostages. Release them now. Release them unconditionally. And as I said when I entered your lordship's house, when I met with some of the families directly impacting, it left me as a father, the youngest child of that family that was there is 9 months old. The oldest member of that family is 93 years old. That shows the gravity, the depravity of the organization that is Hamas, and therefore I commend all noble lords, irrespective of the views they expressed and the strength of views and emotions, that we are at one on this issue. I pay tribute to the noble Lord Palmer, the noble Lord Howard, my noble friend Lord Howard, for his illustration about the strength of Israel. He talked of the football team. My noble friend Lord Pollock reminded many noble lords I'm a Liverpool fan, as is my noble friend Lord Howard. He talked of the strength of the Palestinian football team. But I will share a personal anecdote, if I may, that when those attacks happened, the first call I received was from the Israeli ambassador. And very quickly, calls started coming rapidly that morning. My wife, because of a family bereavement, wasn't there. I was on paternal duties as well. I was standing on the side of a hockey pitch, watching my son in his debut performance as a goalkeeper. But as I watched my son play, it also dawned on me on the gravity of the situation which was unfolding. And therefore, when my noble friend Lord Pollock talked of that young child with the Liverpool shirt, I did, if I may, wipe a tear from my eye, and I mean that quite sincerely, because that could have been my 9-year-old. He would have been wearing a Tottenham shirt, but nevertheless, I'm not quite sure how that happened. But the importance of life, the importance of the dignity of life should not be lost. And Israel, instinctively, when that happened, there were 3 calls I made. Not deliberate, to show how faith matters to me personally. One of the first calls I made was to my noble friend, Lord Pollock, because I knew he was in Jerusalem. The second call I made was to Imam Sharif Oda in Haifa. And I've been in discussion with him. He's actually this evening and tomorrow again hosting different people, including with the mayor of Haifa, of different religions, Muslim, Christian, Druze, Jewish, together to ensure unity in response from community. And that is in Israel, which is also important to recognize. 20% of the State of Israel's population is non-Jewish. It's Israeli Arab, made up of Christians and Muslims. And as several noble lords pointed out, Jerusalem is the holy city. It is the holy land, which brings together these 3 Abrahamic faiths. Therefore, the poignancy of the contribution of the Most Reverend Primate is not just acknowledged, but recognized for the strength and the importance of the spiritual benches to your Lordship's house. My Lords, the noble Lord Panic talked of, in a very strong, principled, and I often, when I'm dealing with him on legislation, I have to look at the technicalities of laws, and here's something I'm admitting with a degree of high trepidation, because I know how the noble Lord, my dear friend, if I may say, David, operates. And I visited. I was humbled, and he graciously invited me to his home, and I remember that evening very well. But equally, this evening, he shared with us the actual abhorrence of what Hamas's ideology is, and other noble lords referred to it, including my noble friend, Baroness Vasi. Let me absolutely clear, this organization seeks to not just misrepresent, but hijack a noble faith. its actions, its ideology is nothing to do with the faith I follow, indeed several noble lords who've spoken this evening follow. It is not any kind of religious ideology. It's a hijacking of a noble faith. But it is equally important that when we see acts of terror, irrespective of who the perpetrator and who the victim, that we call these out quite directly. And again, this evening has been reflective of that particular issue. Other noble lords, my noble friend Lord Gold and Lord McRae, also mentioned the absolute abhorrence of the Hamas ideology. And it's interesting, we've had debates on anti-Semitism and anti-Muslim hatred, and I will come on to the community response. But why is it, and I'm sure other noble lords, what is it when you as a Muslim stand up for the Jewish community and you receive hate? How do we describe that? Is that anti-Muslim hatred, or is that anti-Semitism? I would say it's a vile combination of both. And that is also something that many, I know, noble lords in this chamber and honourable and right honourable members in the other place have to face. But it is absolutely essential that we make our views even more clearer. We should not be cowed in any sense. And the noble Lady Baroness Dean mentioned about the government, etc. I always will say, and I will defend this to the hilt, of course we have challenges in the United Kingdom. Of course we have issues. But this country, our country, is a rich tapestry of communities, people, and faiths. And that actually is its strength, its diversity. And those who seek to divide, we must be not just challenging them, but telling them absolutely straight, you are wrong, we are united, your perverse ideology will be defeated. And that has to be clear in everything we do. We mourn the loss of every innocent life in this tragic conflict. But equally, as the picture changes with each hour, I've been sitting here, as all noble lords have been, for several hours, constantly being updated about the situation currently in Israel and Gaza. And as I said earlier, we, the Prime Minister, has said very clearly, notwithstanding the challenges and the issues which we face, will work distinctly on those key 4 pillars. The noble Lord Alderdice talked about the warning of conflicts. We should look at that very carefully. It's shocking, depending on how you define conflicts, anything between 40 and 60 conflicts raging across the world in 2023. And the issue of contagion of this conflict is very, very real. What we need to do is ensure that we understand that our relationship, our friendship, our alliance, the strength of unity we have with Israel also means that we have that valued position. When we talk to Israel, as my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, and my right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, and I directly have done with various Israeli interlocutors, it's not just a gesture of diplomacy. They listen. Why? Because we stand with them at this time of great challenge. And I'm appreciative of His Majesty's opposition and the Liberal Democratic benches, and in this House, the cross benches, for their strong, united stand in this case. Turning to some of the specifics on the hospital and on the hostages, all noble lords talked of the need to release, and the release not just of British nationals. I was with the Foreign Secretary, and he made it absolutely clear that yes, of course, we defend British interests, we look towards British hostages, but this is every innocent person taken, irrespective man, woman or child, irrespective of age or nation. We want all hostages released, and that's the message. My noble friend Lord Howard talked about Qatar, as did the noble Lord Palmer, and indeed several noble lords focused on this. I assure you, we are talking to Qatar, Egypt also playing an important role. And yes, I join with others in commending the role of the ICRC and also the Red Crescent, who are playing important bridging roles. I assure my noble friend Lord Lee, we are very much seized. This isn't a one-off. We are in regular contact with these key players to ensure that those who have influence exert that influence and make sure that influence is counted. We should not in any way cease our activities, and I will continue to update your Lordship's House in this respect. The Noble Lord Collins asked about British national. I can share that all British nationals who've registered and wanted to leave Israel on government flights have been allocated seats. We're also working on the very difficult and fluid situation in Gaza. I talked about the 900 people who we brought back from Israel to the UK. Commercial flights do operate and continue to operate from Tel Aviv, but we're also cognizant of our wider responsibilities, and that's why we changed the travel advice for Lebanon. We also introduced, in advance of the challenges we're currently seeing on the northern border of Israel and the southern border of Lebanon, on again a register your presence to ensure those who are in country can register, and I assure noble lords we are seized with this. Many noble lords, my noble friend Lord Stirling, the noble Lord Stevenson, and if I may say, I always saw him from a health perspective, so seeing him as quite an insightful foreign policy expert was very much welcome. I'm sure there will be many a debate in this respect, but I very much welcome both his challenge to government and his contribution. But the noble Lord Mendelssohn talked, and I almost called him my noble friend. We've worked on many initiatives together. The noble Lord Morrow, as well as others, all talked about the issue of contagion. Let me be very, very clear. We want this conflict to end tomorrow, but it needs Hamas to stop throwing rockets into Israel. It needs Hamas to stop holding innocent hostages. We are true to our word, standing up and providing that humanitarian lifeline. And yes, I pay tribute to our friends and partners, the United States and Egypt, in the negotiation. But you know what, and I know so for a fact, this isn't some media policy. You have it on record from the Minister for the Middle East that the diplomacy and the leadership shown by my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, and my right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, who were in the region at the same time. It was almost a baton exchange. And when I travelled to Cairo last Saturday, was reflective of the strength and the messaging was giving in a candid way quite directly to key partners. So I hope noble lords will recognise that the United Kingdom government is taking our responsibilities in this respect very seriously, and the issue that the noble Lady Baroness Smith raised about ensuring that we prevent this wider conflict is very much at the forefront of our mind. We are engaging quite directly. The noble Lord Collins raised specific issues. Let's be very clear. Over the course of the weekend, and the Pentagon reported it, there was an attack by Iraqi militia on a US base. That shouldn't be in any way decreased vigilance. This is about increased vigilance. We also know that Bashar Assad is now in a different place to where he was before, even 12 months, 6 months ago. So we need to be very, very clear that the issue of contagion, whether it's Lebanon or indeed the situation in Iraq, and I can assure the noble Lord Collins that we are engaging directly with the Iraqi government in this respect as well. I've been in touch over the last few days directly with the Foreign Minister of Iraq as well. And we will continue to be vigilant. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia played their roles, but there was also an attempt, be it symbolic, but it was nevertheless a real threat that comes from the Houthis. We saw some real progress being made on the issues in Yemen, yet it was Houthi drones that were pointed towards Israel, which were recently also shot down. So it is important that we stay vigilant in this particular respect. My lords, we are also intensifying our diplomatic engagement guided at the principle of standing with Israel. And we want Hamas, as I said, to give back the hostages, stop their incursions, and look towards security for the longer term. Thirdly, we are providing humanitarian aid to the Palestinians, and doing so now. I pay tribute to the IDF soldier Youssef, which the Most Reverend Primate mentioned, and I also recognise the points made by my noble friend Baroness Morris for the incredible bravery of so many workers working for NGOs within both Israel and the Palestinian territories. And they play a vital role. And I acknowledge also the important role of the United Nations, the UNRWA teams. I spoke directly to the Secretary General and also commended his visit to the Gaza border. It is important, again, that we recognise that senior members of the UN team, including Secretary General Guterres, Rosemary DiCarlo, Martin Griffiths, were all also at the Cairo meeting and in attendance. And the Most Reverend Prime Minister asked me quite specifically about our support for the reconstruction of hospitals and other parts of Gaza. We are committed. We've seen already my right honourable friend increase funding over the last few weeks. I remember doubling the funding at the UN high-level week, which was only in September, but seems like a long time ago now. And our funding for this year stands now at 57 million. But I assure the Noble Lord Stevenson we make all efforts to mitigate any misdirection of aid to ensure that it does reach the most needy and the vulnerable and for whom it's intended, and therefore we work with trusted partners, including UN agencies and other key international NGOs, to ensure that we can fulfil that particular obligation as well. My Lords, we will continue to assess the situation on the ground, and again, as I've said earlier, we'll continue to update Noble Lords in this respect. The Noble Lady Baroness Yanka and Baroness Blackstone all asked about distribution of aid. We're again working with key partners with respect to protecting some of those partners. I'm sometimes reluctant in conflict zones to name them, but UK aid has started arriving quite specifically. The plane arrived, the first plane I believe arrived yesterday. We want to keep the Rafah crossing open, and I say quite direct to the Noble Lord Godwins, I've said right at the outset that it's good. We've started some trucks going in, but it is not enough, and certainly not enough to sustain the innocent civilians who are currently being used by in Gaza by Hamas. Funding is being delivered through key partners, and we, of course, keep a very strong monitoring on the delivery of this. The Noble Lady Baroness Ramsey, my noble friend Lord Lee, the Noble Lord Grabner, also asked quite directly, as well as other noble lords, I think just about everyone did, on the prescription of the IRGC. The malign influences of Iran are very, very clear. I can't give what the Noble Lord Collins asked for this evening, but of course we are observing very closely Iran's continued influence, the escalation, its support for organisations within the region. We're also clear that Iran poses an unacceptable threat to Israel, as my noble friend highlighted, including through its long-term support for Hamas, Hezbollah and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad group. And we have long condemned their destabilising influence. Of course, the strength and views of your Lordship's House in many contributions I will share with my right honourable friend and others within government. But I'm sure noble lords recognise that I, at this time, cannot go further. However, we are ensuring through sanctions, the Noble Lord Stevenson, I think, asked me about the JCPO sanctions. I had written out, including to several noble lords in advance, that as these sanctions come off, we're working with our EU partners and the US alongside the EU to make sure these sanctions, as they expire, will come into UK law quite directly, so there is no break from the sanctions currently being applied. This is a legitimate response, we believe, to ensuring that we limit Iran's malign influences. The Noble Lady Baroness Ramsey, my noble friend Lord Wolfson, Lord Stevens, Lord Pollock, Lord Radrame, and may I actually commend Lord Radrame's influence. The Noble Lady Baroness Uddin perhaps may have a conversation with the Noble Lord about the laws and rules when it comes to conflict, because I think this is one of those areas. Of course, we're raising with Israel quite directly the issue of proportionality and ensuring that they take all necessary steps to protect and prevent civilian casualties. And also, we are impressing upon Israel, we would not be having these number of trucks currently being delivered if Israel was not recognising the importance of opening that particular crossing at Rafah. And we have stressed to Israel about the importance of protection of civilians, facilitating safe and unhindered access to humanitarian and medical aid for Gaza. And I assure the noble ladies, Baroness Sheehan, the noble Lord Hussein, the noble lady Baroness Hussein Echeh, and a number of noble Lady Baroness Gohar and Baroness Smith, amongst others, raised these particular issues. It is a live issue right now, and we will continue to impress on this, and I hope others, including the noble Blackstone will recognise the UK's efforts in this respect. But on this issue of how we deal in conflicts, you know, one of the things I've learnt with all the, how can I put this politely, challenging responses I get to some of my own social media, which my noble friend Lord Wolfson pointed to, is now a different kind of conflict. You have to deal with things live. One thing I've said to lots of people who ring me and say, Tariq, what are you doing here? And how have you, that's all, you know, and there's some more choice language which is sometimes used. One thing I say to them, at a time of conflict, what you need is calmness. You need a calm, considered response. Evidence matters, facts matter. And as we saw with the reporting in certain media channels, the Noble Lord Grabner, the Noble Lord Rodami, my noble friend Lord Pollock, as well as others, raised this particular issue. I can do no better than actually what the Prime Minister said. When things are so delicate, we all have a responsibility to take additional care in the language we use to operate in all our different media. And I think that's very, very important, whether it's for a minister, a parliamentarian, or indeed for our media colleagues. It's very important that we have that moment of reflection. We've not been silent on the issue of illegal white phosphorus. The Noble Lord Singh raised this, and I must answer that quite directly. I know my noble friend Lord Lee also intervened. The current accusation made against the IDF regarding the use of white phosphorus, in their words, is categorically false. Israel has and recognises its responsibilities under international law, and the Prime Minister yesterday called to speak on the basis of facts alone. And I think we need to recognise that there is a lot of misinformation out there, and we need to just be verifying particular facts. Several noble lords talked, my noble friend Baroness Farsi, Noble Lady Baroness Hussein Eche, Baroness Gohar, and others about, as did the Noble Lady Baroness Bennett. And my noble friend Lord Shinkwin provided an alternative perspective on ceasefires. Ceasefires, as I said earlier, will also involve Hamas ceasing its own hostilities. It currently has demonstrably shown it is not willing to do so. However, we are opening up these access points when it comes to humanitarian corridors, and that's where our current focus is, and I believe most noble lords will agree that it's right we focus on these particular areas. I'm conscious of time, and if I may just seek your indulgence on two key points. On the Abraham Accords, the Noble Lady Baroness Deach, Lord Godson, Lord Villamoria, Lord Pollock, as well as others, talked about that. Those are part and parcel of our response. I'm always taken by the contributions by Noble Lord Stone. They are succinct, full of brevity, but to the point. And of course, I will continue to work with the Noble Lord in this respect, because you have to bring hope when it comes to these particular issues. Fourth and finally, we will sustain the long-term prospects of peace and stability in the region. We cannot lose sight of it. Hamas's abhorrent actions must not be allowed to dictate the fate of the region. If we give up collectively, and that applies to Palestinians and Israelis, then Hamas have won. Therefore, it's right that we step up even more strongly in support of bringing about peace. As I said earlier, we remain committed to a negotiated two-state solution, a safe and secure Israel living alongside a viable and sovereign Palestinian state, a just and lasting solution that ends occupation and delivers peace for both Israelis and Palestinians. This has gone on for far too long. Many noble lords, Lord Liddell, talked of reconciliation is possible. Of course it is possible, and we will continue to focus on that. I was taken by the very personal contribution of Lord Oates during the course of the debate. And again, it's not that we're not taking on board the calls for ceasefires, but a ceasefire is called for when it will be most effective. Of course, we want humanitarian windows. Those are being delivered. And we will continue to call out those issues which are obstacles to peace. Illegal settlements were mentioned, barriers which gravely undermine the prospects of a two-state solution. And I assure all noble lords we will continue to be seized of that particular issue. The final point I just wanted to make was on the rising tide of hate. And we have seen that. The work of the CST and Tel Mama, and we have, as the Noble Lord Collins, I'm sure, acknowledges, increased funding to the CST. They provide vital support. The Lord Palmer Childs, the Noble Lady Baroness Deach, my noble friend Lord Arrington, my noble friend Baroness Ortman, the noble Lord Gold, my noble friend Baron Seaton, Baroness Fox, all, as well as others, my noble friend Baroness Law, talked of the protests. You know what? We celebrate our democracy for its right to protest, but that protest must be without incitement to hatred. I think that's important. I celebrate the fact that I still am able to pick up my file and cross the road to the Foreign Office from this place, and these are things we should be protecting. They're vital parts of our democracy. But I also echo the call made by the noble lady Baroness Deach. I remember going to Auschwitz-Birkenau, and I went with a group of students when I was communities minister. And I still remember as we turned into the camp, the silence of a whole bunch of 16-year-olds was totally as that particular moment was. Silence in that coach. Why? Because the dawning of that historical learning was very real. And therefore it's right we invest in such particular initiatives. To ensure that initiatives, I pay tribute to my noble friend Baroness Farsi for her initiative on remembering Srebrenica, that these genocides, these things happen, and they are happening today. And we need to stand united against things and call them out. The noble lady Baroness Smith also focused on these particular issues. We will stand strong against anti-Semitism. And I assure the Most Reverend Primate, the Archbishop of York, I will of course take back some of his suggestions, the suggestions from my noble friend Lord Godson about engagement. I assure you our policy, where is the noble Lord? There he is, hasn't changed when it comes to our engagement in this respect, but also some of the points he said to share with my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, for levelling up. I will certainly take those back as well. And I say to the Most Reverend Primate, the Archbishop of York, that yes, we want to strengthen the faith initiatives. We cannot let hate divide communities. We cannot let hate spill into our streets, whether it's anti-Semitism, anti-Muslim hatred. We need to stand firm, whether that's in our universities, and I acknowledge the points made by the noble lady Baroness Deach, my noble friend Lord Wolfson, and I do wish it should not be the case that he is worried about his daughter. I have a daughter as well. I want her to be safe, his daughter to be safe, all daughters, all sons, all children, all people to be safe in our country. That is what our country is all about. My Lords, just in conclusion, I assure you that as a Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Minister, we are using our levers of development and diplomacy to best effect. That doesn't mean that we're getting everything right immediately with the changing circumstances, but we are standing to build alliances and unity of purpose and ensuring that maybe this is that window of opportunity that is the first step to lasting and sustainable peace. Together, I recognise the strength of feeling in your Lordship's house this evening, but today, now is perhaps more important than ever before, that the heavy toll, as the noble Lord Campbell has said to us as well, that has been paid by innocence, demonstrates the urgent need to make progress towards peace, and we should not lose sight of that. We should rekindle that spirit of President Sadat and Yitzhak Rabin, that peace is possible, and all of us should strive for that. We should also say that we will do our part in ensuring that hope transcends over despair, peace over conflict, and love over hate. I end, if I may, my remarks with the words which some noble lords, I'm sure, will recognise, that a very revered person who understood the Middle East, who was one of those, as my noble friend said, blessed are the peacemakers. The only radical means of sanctifying human lives is not armoured plating, or tanks, or planes, or concrete fortifications. The only radical solution is peace. The revered, respected, and late Yitzhak Rabin, Nobel Prize for Peace winner, in his lecture of December 1994. I join with others as we are reminded by the noble Lord in his earlier contribution about prayers for peace and coming together, that in our respective ways, in our respective homes, in our respective faith and religions, that kind of faith is needed now. Those prayers for peace are needed now. And in our own way, let's work towards ensuring that this becomes a sustainable peace for people across the Holy Land.
The question is that this motion be agreed to. As many as are of that opinion will say content. The contrary not content. The contents have it.
My Lords, I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
That the House do now adjourn.
The proceeding has ended. The proceeding has ended. The proceeding has ended.